Preface to the present translation. The excellence of the following treatise is so well known to all in any tolerable degree conversant with the art of painting, that it would be almost superfluous to say anything respecting it, were it not that it here appears under the form of a new translation, of which some account may be expected. Of the original work, which is in reality a selection from the voluminous manuscript collections of the author, both in folio and quarto, of all such passages as related to painting, no edition appeared in print till 1651, though its author died so long before as the year 1519, and it is owing to the circumstance of a manuscript copy of these extracts in the original Italian having fallen into the hands of Raphael du Fresne, that in the former of these years it was published at Paris in a thin folio volume in that language, accompanied with a set of cuts from the drawings of Niccolò Poussin and Alberti, the former having designed the human figures, the latter the geometrical and other representations. This precaution was probably necessary, the sketches in the author's own collections being so very slight as not to be fit for publication without further assistance. Poussin's drawings were mere outlines, and the shadows and backgrounds behind the figures were added by Erard, after the drawings had been made, and, as Poussin himself says, without his knowledge. In the same year and size, and printed at the same place, a translation of the original work into French was given to the world by Monsieur de Chambray, well known, under his family name of Freert, as the author of an excellent parallel of ancient and modern architecture, in French, which Mr. Evelyn translated into English. The style of this translation by Mons. De Chambray being thought, some years after, too antiquated, someone was employed to revise and modernize it. And in 1716, a new edition of it, thus polished, came out, of which it may be truly said, as is in general the case on such occasions, that whatever the supposed advantage obtained in purity and refinement of language might be, it was more than counterbalanced by the want of the more valuable qualities of accuracy and fidelity to the original, from which, by these variations, it became further removed. The first translation of this treatise into English appeared in the year 1721. It does not declare by whom it was made, but though it professes to have been done from the original Italian, it is evident upon a comparison that more use was made of the revised edition of the French translation. Indifferent, however, as it is, it had become so scarce and risen to a price so extravagant that, to supply the demand, it was found necessary, in the year 1796, to reprint it as it stood, with all its errors on its head, no opportunity then offering of procuring a fresh translation. This last impression, however, being now also disposed of, and a new one again called for, the present translator was induced to step forward, and undertake the office of fresh translating it, on finding, by comparing the former versions both in French and English with the original, many passages which he thought might at once be more concisely and more faithfully rendered. His object, therefore, has been to attain these ends, and as rules and precepts like the present allow but little room for the decorations of style, he has been more solicitous for fidelity, perspicuity, and precision than for smooth sentences and well-turned periods. Nor was this the only advantage which it was found the present opportunity would afford. For the original work consisting in fact of a number of entries made at different times, without any regard to their subjects, or attention to method, might rather in that state be considered as a chaos of intelligence than a well-digested treatise. It has now, therefore, for the first time, been attempted to place each chapter under the proper head or branch of the art to which it belongs, and by so doing to bring together those which, though related and nearly connected in substance, stood, according to the original arrangement, at such a distance from each other as to make it troublesome to find them even by the assistance of an index, and difficult, when found, to compare them together. The consequence of this plan, it must be confessed, has been that in a few instances the same precept has been found in substance repeated. But this is so far from being an objection that it evidently proves the precepts were not the hasty opinions of the moment, but settled and fixed principles in the mind of the author, and that he was consistent in the expression of his sentiments. But if this mode of arrangement has in the present case disclosed what might have escaped observation, it has also been productive of more material advantages. For, besides facilitating the finding of any particular passage, an object in itself of no small importance, it clearly shows the work to be a much more complete system than those best acquainted with it had before any idea of, and that many of the references in it, apparently to other writings of the same author, relate in fact only to the present, the chapters referred to having been found in it. These are now pointed out in the notes, and where any obscurity has occurred in the text, the reader will find some assistance at least attempted by the insertion of a note to solve the difficulty. No pains or expense have been spared in preparing the present work for the press. The cuts have been re-engraven with more attention to correctness in the drawing than those which accompanied the two editions of the former English translation possessed, even though they had been fresh engraven for the impression of 1796. And the diagrams are now inserted in their proper places in the text, instead of being, as before, collected all together in two plates at the end. Besides this, a new life of the author has been also added by a friend of the translator, the materials for which have been furnished, not from vague reports or uncertain conjectures, but from memoranda of the author himself, not before used. Fortunately for this undertaking, the manuscript collections of Leonardo da Vinci, which have lately passed from Italy into France, have, since their removal thither, been carefully inspected, and an abstract of their contents published in a quarto pamphlet, printed at Paris in 1797, and entitled Essai sur les ouvrages physico-mathématiques de Leonardo da Vinci, by J.B. Venturi, professor of natural philosophy at Modena, a member of the Institute of Bologna and c. From this pamphlet, a great deal of original intelligence respecting the author has been obtained, which, derived as it is from his own information, could not possibly be founded on better evidence. To this life we shall refer the reader for a further account of the origin and history of the present treatise, conceiving we have already effected our purpose, by here giving him a sufficient idea of what he is to expect from the ensuing pages. The life of Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci, the author of the following treatise, was the natural son of Pietro da Vinci, a notary of Vinci in Tuscany, a village situated in the valley of Arno, a little below Florence, and was born in the year 1452. Having discovered, when a child, a strong inclination and talent for painting, of which he had given proofs by several little drawings and sketches, his father one day accidentally took up some of them, and was induced to show them to his friend Andrea Verocchio, a painter of some reputation in Florence, who was also a chaser, an architect, a sculptor, and goldsmith, for his advice as to the propriety of bringing up his son to the profession of painting and the probability of his becoming eminent in the art. The answer of Verocchio was such as to confirm him in that resolution, and Leonardo, to fit him for that purpose, was accordingly placed under the tuition of Verocchio. As Verocchio combined in himself a perfect knowledge of the arts of chasing and sculpture, and was a deep proficient in architecture, Leonardo had in this situation the means and opportunity of acquiring a variety of information, which, though perhaps not immediately connected with the art to which his principal attention was to be directed, might, with the assistance of such a mind as Leonardo's, be rendered subsidiary to his grand object, tend to promote his knowledge of the theory, and facilitate his practice of the profession for which he was intended. Accordingly, we find that he had the good sense to avail himself of these advantages, and that under Verocchio he made great progress, and attracted his master's friendship and confidence by the talents he discovered, the sweetness of his manners, and the vivacity of his disposition. Of his proficiency in painting, the following instance is recorded, and the skill he afterwards manifested in other branches of science on various occasions, evidently demonstrated how solicitous he had been for knowledge of all kinds, and how careful in his youth to lay a good foundation. Verocchio had undertaken for the religious of Vallombrosa, without Florence, a picture of our Saviour's baptism by St. John, and consigned to Leonardo the office of putting in from the original drawing the figure of an angel holding up the drapery. But unfortunately for Verocchio, Leonardo succeeded so well that, despairing of ever equaling the work of his scholar, Verocchio in disgust abandoned his pencil forever, confining himself in future solely to the practice of sculpture. On this success, Leonardo became sensible that he no longer stood in need of an instructor, and therefore quitting Verocchio, he now began to work and study for himself. Many of his performances of this period are still, or were lately to be seen at Florence, and besides these, the following have been also mentioned. A cartoon of Adam and Eve in the garden, which he did for the King of Portugal. This is highly commended for the exquisite gracefulness of the two principal figures, the beauty of the landscape, and the incredible exactitude of the shrubs and fruit. At the instance of his father, he made a painting for one of his old neighbors at Vinci. It consisted wholly of such animals as have naturally in hatred to each other, joined artfully together in a variety of attitudes. Some authors have said that this painting was a shield and have related the following particulars respecting it. One of Pietro's neighbors meeting him one day at Florence told him he had been making a shield and would be glad of his assistance to get it painted. Pietro undertook this office and applied to his son to make good the promise. When the shield was brought to Leonardo, he found it so ill-made that he was obliged to get a turner to smooth it, and when that was done, he began to consider with what subject he should paint it. For this purpose he got together in his apartment a collection of live animals, such as lizards, crickets, serpents, silkworms, locusts, bats, and other creatures of that kind. From the multitude of which variously adapted to each other, he formed an horrible and terrific animal, emitting fire and poison from his jaws, flames from his eyes, and smoke from his nostrils. And with so great earnestness did Leonardo apply to this, that though in his apartment the stench of the animals that from time to time died there was so strong as to be scarcely tolerable, he, through his love to the art, entirely disregarded it. The work being finished, Leonardo told his father he might now see it, and the father one morning coming to his apartment for that purpose, Leonardo, before he admitted him, placed the shield so as to receive from the window its full and proper light, and then opened the door. Not knowing what he was to expect, and little imagining that what he saw was not the creatures themselves, but a mere painted representation of them, the father, on entering and beholding the shield, was at first staggered and shocked, which the son perceiving, told him he might now send the shield to his friend, as, from the effect which the sight of it had then produced, he found he had attained the object at which he aimed. Pietro, however, had too much sagacity not to see that this was by much too great a curiosity for a mere countryman, who would never be sensible of its value. He therefore privately bought for his friend an ordinary shield, rudely painted with the device of an heart with an arrow through it, and sold this for 100 ducats to some merchants at Florence, by whom it was again sold for 300 to the Duke of Milan. He afterwards painted a picture of the Virgin Mary, and by her side a vessel of water, in which were flowers. In this he so contrived it, as that the light reflected from the flowers threw a pale redness on the water. This picture was at one time in the possession of Pope Clement VII. For his friend Antonio Segni he also made a design, representing Neptune in his car, drawn by seahorses and attended by tritons and sea gods, the heavens overspread with clouds, which were driven in all directions by the violence of the winds. The waves appeared to be rolling, and the whole ocean seemed in an uproar. This drawing was afterwards given by Fabio, the son of Antonio Segni, to Giovanni Gatti, a great collector of drawings, with this epigram: Pinxit Virgilius Neptunum, pinxit Homerus, dum maris undisoni per vada flectit equos. Ment quidem vates alum conspexit uterc, vincius est oculis, giurec vincit ius. In English thus: Virgil and Homer, when they Neptune showed, as he through boisterous seas his steeds compelled in the mind's eye alone his figure viewed. But Vinci saw him, and has both excelled. To these must be added the following: a painting representing two horsemen engaged in fight and struggling to tear a flag from each other. Rage and fury are in this admirably expressed in the countenances of the two combatants. Their air appears wild, and the drapery is thrown into an unusual though agreeable disorder. A Medusa's head, and a picture of the adoration of the Magi. In this last there are some fine heads, but both this and the Medusa's head are said by Du Fresnay to have been evidently unfinished. The mind of Leonardo was however too active and capacious to be contented solely with the practical part of his art. Nor could it submit to receive as principles, conclusions, though confirmed by experience, without first tracing them to their source, and investigating their causes, and the several circumstances on which they depended. For this purpose, he determined to engage in a deep examination into the theory of his art. And the better to effect his intention, he resolved to call in to his aid the assistance of all such other branches of science as could in any degree promote this grand object. Vasari has related that at a very early age he had, in the short time of a few months only that he applied to it, obtained a deep knowledge of arithmetic, and says that in literature in general he would have made great attainments if he had not been too versatile to apply long to one subject. In music, he adds, he had made some progress, that he then determined to learn to play on the lyre, and that having an uncommonly fine voice and an extraordinary promptitude of thought and expression, he became a celebrated improvisator. But that his attention to these did not induce him to neglect painting and modeling, in which last art he was so great a proficient, that in his youth he modeled in clay some heads of women laughing, and also some boys' heads, which appeared to have come from the hand of a master. In architecture, he made many plans and designs for buildings, and while he was yet young, proposed conveying the river Arno into the canal at Pisa. Of his skill in poetry, the reader may judge from the following sonnet preserved by Lamazzo, the only one now existing of his composition, and for the translation with which it is accompanied, we are indebted to a lady. Sonetto morale. Kai non più quel vuol, quel ci più vaglia ci quel ci non si più fal, I grav voler, adunc sagio I grav eluomo de tenor, ci de quel ci non più su voler taglia. Piero si chagni dalto nostro I daglia sta in sai ino, saper, voler, poter adunc quel sol più, chico el doverni tra la ragion suer di sua saglia. Ni sempre I grav de voler quel ci eluum più spesso, par dolce quel ci, torna amaro piensi gia quel cieccio valsi, poi cieccio elebi. Adunc tu, letter di quest note, essati vu esser buono, ia glai altri caro, vagli sempre poter quel ci tu debi. Translation. A moral sonnet. The man who cannot what he would attain, within his power his wishes should restrain, the wish of folly o'er that bound aspires. The wise man by it limits his desires. Since all our joys so close on sorrows run, we know not what to choose or what to shun. Let all our wishes still our duty meet, nor banish reason from her awful seat. Nor is it always best for man to will even what his powers can reach. Some latent ill beneath a fair appearance may delude, and make him rue what earnest he pursued. Then, reader, as you scan this simple page, let this one care your every thought engage. With self-esteem and general love tea is fraught, wish only power to do just what you ought. The course of study which Leonardo had thus undertaken would, in its most limited extent by anyone who should attempt it at this time, be found perhaps almost more than could be successfully accomplished. But yet his curiosity and unbounded thirst for information induced him rather to enlarge than contract his plan. Accordingly, we find that to the study of geometry, sculpture, anatomy, he added those of architecture, mechanics, optics, hydrostatics, astronomy, and nature in general, in all her operations. And the result of his observations and experiments, which were intended not only for present use, but as the basis and foundation of future discoveries, he determined, as he proceeded, to commit to writing. At what time he began these his collections, of which we shall have occasion to speak more particularly hereafter, is nowhere mentioned. But it is with certainty known that by the month of April 1490, he had already completely filled 2 folio volumes. Notwithstanding Leonardo's propensity and application to study, he was not inattentive to the graces of external accomplishments. He was very skillful in the management of an horse, rode gracefully, and when he afterwards arrived to a state of affluence, took particular pleasure in appearing in public well-mounted and handsomely accoutred. He possessed great dexterity in the use of arms. For mien and grace he might contend with any gentleman of his time. His person was remarkably handsome, his behavior so perfectly polite, and his conversation so charming that his company was coveted by all who knew him. But the avocations to which this last circumstance subjected him are one reason why so many of his works remain unfinished. With such advantages of mind and body as these, it was no wonder that his reputation should spread itself, as we find it soon did, over all Italy. The painting of the shield before mentioned had already, as has been noticed, come into the possession of the Duke of Milan. and the subsequent accounts which he had from time to time heard of Leonardo's abilities and talents, induced Ludovic Sforza, surnamed the Moor, then Duke of Milan, about, or a little before the year 1489, to invite him to his court, and to settle on him a pension of 500 crowns, a considerable sum at that time. Various are the reasons assigned for this invitation. Vasari attributes it to his skill in music, a science of which the Duke is said to have been fond. Others have ascribed it to a design which the Duke entertained of erecting a brazen statue to the memory of his father. But others conceive it originated from the circumstance that the Duke had not long before established at Milan an academy for the study of painting, sculpture, and architecture, and was desirous that Leonardo should take the conduct and direction of it. The second was, however, we find, the true motive, and we are further informed that the invitation was accepted by Leonardo, that he went to Milan, and was already there in 1489. Among the collections of Leonardo still existing in manuscript is a copy of a memorial presented by him to the Duke about 1490, of which Venturi has given an abridgment. In it, he offers to make for the Duke military bridges, which should be at the same time light and very solid, and to teach him the method of placing and defending them with security. When the object is to take any place, he can, he says, empty the ditch of its water. He knows, he adds, the art of constructing a subterraneous gallery under the ditches themselves, and of carrying it to the very spot that shall be wanted. If the fort is not built on a rock, he undertakes to throw it down, and mentions that he has new contrivances for bombarding machines, ordnance, and mortars, some adapted to throw hail shot, fire, and smoke among the enemy, and for all other machines proper for a siege, and for war, either by sea or land, according to circumstances. In peace also, he says he can be useful in what concerns the erection of buildings, conducting of watercourses, sculpture in bronze or marble, and painting, and remarks that at the same time that he may be pursuing any of the above objects, the equestrian statue to the memory of the Duke's father, and his illustrious family may still be going on. If any one doubts the possibility of what he proposes, he offers to prove it by experiment and ocular demonstration. From this memorial it seems clear that the casting of the bronze statue was his principal object. Painting is only mentioned incidentally, and no notice is taken of the direction or management of the Academy for painting, sculpture, and architecture. It is probable, therefore, that at this time there was no such intention, though it is certainly true that he was afterwards placed at the head of it, and that he banished from it the barbarous style of architecture which till then had prevailed in it, and introduced in its stead a more pure and classical taste. Whatever was the fact with respect to the Academy, it is however well known that the statue was cast in bronze, finished, and put up at Milan, but afterwards demolished by the French when they took possession of that place after the defeat of Ludovic Sforza. Some time after Leonardo's arrival at Milan, a design had been entertained of cutting a canal from Martesana to Milan, for the purpose of opening a communication by water between these two places, and, as it is said, of supplying the last with water. It had been first thought of so early as 1457, but from the difficulties to be expected in its execution, it seems to have been laid aside, or at least to have proceeded slowly, till Leonardo's arrival. His offers of service as engineer in the above memorial probably induced Ludovic Sforza, the then Duke, to resume the intention with vigor, and accordingly we find the plan was determined on, and the execution of it entrusted to Leonardo. The object was noble, but the difficulties to be encountered were sufficient to have discouraged any mind but Leonardo's, for the distance was no less than 200 miles, and before it could be completed, hills were to be leveled, and valleys filled up, to render them navigable with security. In order to enable him to surmount the obstacles with which he foresaw he should have to contend, he retired to the house of his friend Signor Melzi, at Vavarola, not far distant from Milan, and there applied himself sedulously for some years, as it is said, but at intervals only we must suppose, and according as his undertaking proceeded, to the study of philosophy, mathematics, and every branch of science that could at all further his design, still continuing the method he had before adopted, of entering down in writing promiscuously whatever he wished to implant in his memory. And at this place, In this and his subsequent visits from time to time, he is supposed to have made the greater part of the collections he has left behind him, of the contents of which we shall hereafter speak more at large. Although engaged in the conduct of so vast an undertaking, and in studies so extensive, the mind of Leonardo does not appear to have been so wholly occupied or absorbed in them as to incapacitate him from attending at the same time to other objects also. And the Duke, therefore, being desirous of ornamenting Milan with some specimens of his skill as a painter, employed him to paint in the refectory of the Dominican convent of Santa Maria del Gradi, in that city, a picture, the subject of which was to be the Last Supper. Of this picture it is related that Leonardo was so impressed with the dignity of the subject, and so anxious to answer the high ideas he had formed of it in his own mind, that his progress was very slow, and that he spent much time in meditation and thought, during which the work was apparently at a stand. The prior of the convent, thinking it therefore neglected, complained to the Duke, but Leonardo assuring the Duke that not less than 2 hours were every day bestowed on it, he was satisfied. Nevertheless, the prior, after a short time, finding the work very little advanced, once more applied to the Duke, who, in some degree of anger, as thinking Leonardo had deceived him, reprimanded him in strong terms for his delay. What Leonardo had scorned to urge to the prior in his defense, he now thought fit to plead in his excuse to the Duke, to convince him that a painter did not labor solely with his hands, but that his mind might be deeply studying his subject, when his hands were unemployed, and he in appearance perfectly idle. In proof of this, he told the Duke that nothing remained to the completion of the picture but the heads of our Savior and Judas, that as to the former, he had not yet been able to find a fit model to express its divinity, and found his invention inadequate of itself to represent it. That with respect to that of Judas, he had been in vain for 2 years searching among the most abandoned and profligate of the species for an head which would convey an idea of his character. But that this difficulty was now at length removed, since he had nothing to do but to introduce the head of the prior, whose ingratitude for the pains he was taking rendered him a fit archetype of the perfidy and ingratitude he wished to express. Some persons have said that the head of Judas in the picture was actually copied from that of the prior, but Mariette denies it, and says this reply was merely intended as a threat. A difference of opinion has also prevailed concerning the head of our Savior in this picture, for some have conceived it left intentionally unfinished, while others think there is a gradation of resemblance, which, increasing in beauty in St. John and our Savior, shows in the dignified countenance of the latter a spark of his divine majesty. In the countenance of the Redeemer, say these last, and in that of Judas, is excellently expressed the extreme idea of God made man, and of the most perfidious of mortals. This is also pursued in the characters nearest to each of them. Little judgment can now be formed of the original beauty of this picture, which has been, and apparently with very good reason, highly commended. Unfortunately, though it is said to have been in oil, the wall on which it was painted not having been properly prepared, the original colors have been so effectually defaced by the damp as to be no longer visible. And the fathers, for whose use it was painted, thinking it entirely destroyed, and some years since wishing to heighten and widen a door under it, leading out of their refectory, have given a decided proof of their own want of taste, and how little they were sensible of its value, by permitting the workmen to break through the wall on which it was painted, and, by so doing, entirely to destroy the lower part of the picture. The injury done by the damp to the coloring has been, it is true, in some measure repaired by Michelangelo Bellotti, a painter of Milan, who, viewing the picture in 1726, made an offer to the prior and convent to restore, by means of a secret which he possessed, the original colors. His proposition being accepted, and the experiment succeeding beyond their hopes, the convent made him a present of £500 for his labor, and he in return communicated to them the secret by which it had been effected. Deprived, as they certainly are by these events, of the means of judging accurately of the merit of the original, it is still some consolation to the lovers of painting that several copies of it made by Leonardo's scholars, many of whom were very able artists, and at a time when the picture had not been yet injured, are still in existence. A list of these copies is given by P. M. Guglielmo della Valle, in his edition of Vasari's Lives of the Painters, in Italian, volume VP 34, and from him it is here inserted in the note. Francis I was so charmed on viewing the original that, not being able to remove it, he had a copy made, which is now, or was some years since, at St. Germain's, and several prints have been published from it. But the best which has yet appeared, and very fine it is one not long since engraven by Morgan, at Rome, impressions of which have found their way into this country, and been sold, it is said, for 10 or 12 guineas each. In the same refectory of the Dominicans at Milan is, or was, also preserved a painting by Leonardo, representing Duke Ludovic and Beatrix his Duchess on their knees, done no doubt about this time. And at or near this period, he also painted for the Duke the Nativity, which was formerly, and may perhaps be still, in the Emperor of Germany's collection. As Leonardo's principal aim, whenever he was left at liberty to pursue the bent of his own inclination, seems to have been progressive improvement in the art of painting, he appears to have sedulously embraced all opportunities of increasing his information. And wisely perceiving that without a thorough acquaintance with anatomy, a painter could effect but little, he was particularly desirous of extending his knowledge in that branch. For that purpose, he had frequent conferences on the subject with Marc Antonio della Torre, professor of anatomy at Pavia, and not only was present at many dissections performed by him, but made abundance of anatomical drawings from nature, many of which were afterwards collected into a volume by his scholar Francisco Melzi. Such perseverance and assiduity as Leonardo's, united as they were with such uncommon powers as his, had already formed many artists at that time of distinguished reputation, but who afterwards became still more famous, and might probably have rendered Milan the repository of some of the most valuable specimens of painting, and raised it to a rank little, if at all, inferior to that which Florence has since held with the admirers of the polite arts. Had it not happened that by the disastrous termination of a contest between the Duke of Milan and the French, all hopes of further improvement were entirely cut off, and Milan, at one blow, lost all the advantages of which it was even then in possession. For about this time the troubles in Italy began to break in on Leonardo's quiet, and he found his patron, the Duke, engaged in a war with the French for the possession of his dukedom, which not only endangered the Academy, but ultimately deprived him both of his dominions and his liberty. As the Duke was, in 1500, completely defeated, taken prisoner, and carried into France, where in 1510 he died a prisoner in the castle of Laux. By this event of the Duke's defeat, and the consequent ruin of the Sforza family, all further progress in the Canal of Martesana, of which much still remained to be done, was put a stop to. The Academy of Architecture and Painting was entirely broken up. The professors were turned adrift, and the arts banished from Milan, which at one time had promised to have been their refuge and principal feat. Italy in general was, it is true, a gainer by the dispersion of so many able and deeply instructed artists as issued from this school, though Milan suffered. For nothing could so much tend to the dissemination of knowledge as the mixing such men among others who needed that information in which these excelled. Among the number thus separated from each other, we find painters, carvers, architects, founders, and engravers in crystal and precious stones, and the names of the following have been given as the principal: Cesare de Sesto, Andrea Saleno Gio, Antonio Boltraffio, Bernardino Lavino, Bartolomeo della Porta, Lorenzo Lotto. To these has been added Gio. Paolo Lamazzo, but Della Valle, in a note in his edition of Vasari, volume VP 34, says this last was a disciple of Gio. Battista della Serva, and not of Leonardo. Du Fresnay mentions, besides the above, Francis Melzi, Marc Ugani Gabo, an extraordinary painter and carver, Annibal Fontana, a worker in marble and precious stones, and Bernazzano, an excellent painter of landscapes, but omits Della Porta and Lorenzo Lotto. In 1499, the year before Duke Ludovic's defeat, Leonardo being at Milan, was employed by the principal inhabitants to contrive an automaton for the entertainment of Louis Roman XII, King of France, who was expected shortly to make a public entry into that city. This Leonardo did, and it consisted of a machine representing a lion whose inside was so well constructed of clockwork that it marched out to meet the king, made a stand when it came before him, reared up on its hinder legs, and opening its breast, presented an escutcheon with fleurs de lis quartered on it. Lamazzo has said that this machine was made for the entry of Francis I. But he is mistaken, that prince having never been at Milan till the year 1515, at which time Leonardo was at Rome. Compelled by the disorders of Lombardy, the misfortunes of his patron, and the ruin of the Sforza family, to quit Milan, Leonardo betook himself to Florence, and his inducements to this resolution seem to have been the residence there of the Medici family, the great patrons of arts, and the good taste of its principal inhabitants, rather than its vicinity to the place of his birth. For which, under the circumstances that attended that event, it is not probable he could entertain much, if any predilection. The first work which he here undertook was a design for an altarpiece for the chapel of the College of the Annunziati. Its subject was Our Saviour with his mother, Saint Anne and Saint John. But though this drawing is said to have rendered Leonardo very popular among his countrymen to so great a degree that numbers of people went to see it, it does not appear that any picture was painted from it, nor that the undertaking ever proceeded farther than a sketch of a design, or rather, perhaps, a finished drawing. When Leonardo some years afterwards went into France, Francis I was desirous of having a picture from this drawing, and at his desire he then put it into colors. But whether even this last was a regular picture, or, which is more probable, only a colored drawing, we are not informed. The picture, however, on which he bestowed the most time and labor, and which therefore seems intended by him as the completest specimen of his skill, at least in the branch of portrait painting, was that which he did of Mona Lisa, better known by the appellation of La Gioconda, a Florentine lady, the wife of Francisco del Giocondo. It was painted for her husband, afterwards purchased by Francis I, and was till lately to be seen in the King of France's cabinet. Leonardo bestowed 4 entire years upon it, and after all is said to have left it unfinished. This has been so repeatedly said of the works of this painter, that we are here induced to inquire into the evidence of the fact. An artist who feels by experience, as every one must, how far short of the ideas of perfection he has formed in his own mind, his best performances always fall, will naturally be led to consider these as but very faint expressions of his own conceptions. Leonardo's disposition to think nothing effected while anything remained to be done, and a mind like his, continually suggesting successive improvements, might therefore, and most probably did produce in him, an opinion that his own most labored pieces were far from being finished to that extent of beauty which he wished to give them. And these sentiments of them he might, in all likelihood, be frequently heard to declare. Comparing his productions, however, with those of other masters, they will be found, notwithstanding this assertion to the contrary, as eminent in this particular also, as for the more valuable qualities of composition, drawing, character, expression, and coloring. About the same time with this of La Gioconda, he painted the portraits of a nobleman of Mantua and of La Ginevra, a daughter of Americus Bensi, much celebrated for her beauty, and is said to have finished a picture of Flora some years since remaining at Paris. But this last Mariette discovered to be the work of Melzio, from the circumstance of finding, on a close inspection, the name of this last master written on it. In the year 1503, he was elected by the Florentines to paint their council chamber. The subject he chose for this was the battle against Attila, and he had already made some progress in his work, when, to his great mortification, he found his colors peel from the wall. With Leonardo was joined in this undertaking Michelangelo, who painted another side of the room, and who, then a young man of not more than 29, had risen to such reputation as not to fear a competition with Leonardo, a man of near 60. The productions of 2 such able masters placed in the same room, begun at the same time, and proceeding gradually step by step together, afforded, no doubt, occasion and opportunity to the admirers and critics in painting to compare and contrast with each other their respective excellencies and defects. Had these persons contented themselves simply with comparing and appreciating the merits of these masters according to justice and truth, it might perhaps have been advantageous to both, as directing their attention to the correction of errors. But as each artist had his admirers, each had also his enemies. The partisans of the one thinking they did not sufficiently value the merit of their favorite if they allowed any to his antagonist, or did not, on the contrary, endeavor to crush by detraction the too formidable reputation of his adversary. From this conduct was produced what might easily have been foreseen. They first became jealous rivals, and at length open and inveterate enemies. Leonardo's reputation, which had been for many years gradually increasing, was now so firmly established that he appears to have been looked up to as being, what he really was, the reviver and restorer of the art of painting. And to such an height had the curiosity to view his works been excited, that Raphael, who was at that time young and studying, thought it worth his while to make a journey to Florence in the month of October 1504, on purpose to see them. Nor was his labor lost, or his time thrown away in so doing. For on first seeing the works of Leonardo's pencil, he was induced to abandon the dry and hard manner of his master Perugino's coloring, and to adopt in its stead the style of Leonardo, to which circumstance is owing no small portion of that esteem in the art, to which Raphael afterwards very justly arrived. His father having died in 1504, he in consequence of that event became engaged with his half-brothers, the legitimate sons of Pietro da Vinci, in a lawsuit for the recovery of a share of his father's property, which in a letter from Florence to the governor of Milan, the date of which does not appear, he speaks of having almost brought to a conclusion. At Florence he continued from 1503 to 1507, and in the course of that time painted, among other pictures of less note, a Virgin and Child, once in the hands of the Body family, and a Baptist's head, formerly in those of Camillo Albizzi. But in 1508, and the succeeding year, he was at Milan, where he received a pension which had been granted him by Louis Roman XII. And in the month of September 1513, he, in company with his scholar Francesco Melzi, quitted Milan and set out for Rome, which till that time he had never visited, encouraged perhaps to this resolution by the circumstance that his friend Cardinal John de Medicis, who was afterwards known by the assumed name of Leo X, had a few months before been advanced to the papacy. His known partiality to the arts, and the friendship which had subsisted between him and Leonardo, held out to the latter a well-founded expectation of employment for his pencil at Rome, and we find in this expectation he was not deceived, as, soon after his arrival, the Pope actually signified his intention of setting him to work. Upon this, Leonardo began distilling oils for his colors, and preparing varnishes, which the Pope hearing, said pertly and ignorantly enough, that he could expect nothing from a man who thought of finishing his works before he had begun them. Had the Pope known, as he seems not to have done, that oil was the vehicle in which the colors were to have been worked, or been witness either to the almost annihilation of the colors in Leonardo's famous picture of the Last Supper, owing to the damp of the wall, or to the peeling of the colors from the wall in the council chamber at Florence, he probably would have spared this ill-natured reflection. If it applied at all, it could only be to a very small part of the pursuit in which Leonardo was occupied, namely, preparing varnish. And if age were necessary to give the varnish strength, or it were the better for keeping, the answer was in an equal degree both silly and impertinent. And it is no wonder it should discuss such a mind as Leonardo's, or produce, as we find it did, such a breach between the Pope and him, that the intended pictures, whatever they might have been, were never begun. Disgusted with his treatment at Rome, where the former antipathy between him and Michelangelo was again revived by the partisans of each, he the next year quitted it, and accepting an invitation which had been made him by Francis I, he proceeded into France. At the time of this journey, he is said to have been 70 years old, which cannot be correct, as he did not live to attain that age in the whole. Probably the singularity of his appearance, for in his latter years he permitted his beard to grow long, together with the effect which his intense application to study had produced in his constitution, might have given rise to an opinion that he was older than he really was. And indeed it seems pretty clear that when he arrived in France he was nearly worn out in body, if not in mind, by the anxiety and application with which he had pursued his former studies and investigations. Although the king's motive to this invitation, which seems to have been a wish to profit by the pencil of Leonardo, was completely disappointed by his ill state of health, which the fatigues of his journey and the change of the climate produced, so that on his arrival in France, no hopes could be entertained by the king of enriching his collection with any pictures by Leonardo. Yet the French people in general, and the king in particular, are expressly said to have been as favorable to him as those of Rome had been injurious, and he was received by the king in the most affectionate manner. It was, however, unfortunately too soon evident that these symptoms of decay were only the forerunners of a more fatal distemper under which for several months he languished, but which by degrees was increasing upon him. Of this he was sensible, and therefore in the beginning of the year 1518 he determined to make his will, to which he afterwards added one or more codicils. By these he first describes himself as Leonardo da Vinci, painter to the king, at present residing at the place called Clou, near Amboise, and then desires to be buried in the church of Saint Florentine at Amboise, and that his body should be accompanied from the said place of Clou to the said church, by the college of the said church, and the chaplains of Saint Denis of Amboise, and the friars minor of the said place. And that before his body is carried to the said church, it should remain 3 days in the chamber in which he should die, or in some other. He further orders that 3 great masses and 30 lesser masses of Saint Gregory should be celebrated there, and a like service be performed in the church of Saint Denis, and in that of the said friars minor. He gives and bequeaths to Franco di Melzio, a gentleman of Milan, in return for his services, all and every the books which he the testator has at present, and other instruments and drawings respecting his art. To Baptista de Villanis, his servant, the moiety of the garden which he has without the walls of Milan, and the other moiety of the said garden to Sale his servant. He gives to the said Francesco Meltio the arrears of his pension, and the sum of money owing to him at present, and at the time of his death, by the treasurer M. Johann Sapin, and to the same person all and singular his clothes and vestments. He orders and wills that the sum of 400 crowns of the sum which he has in the hands of the chamberlain of Santa Maria Nuova, at Florence, should be given to his brethren residing at Florence, with the profit and emolument thereon. And lastly he appoints the said Gia, Francesco de Meltio, whole and sole executor. This will bears date, and appears to have been executed on the 23d of April 1518. He however survived the making of it more than a year, and on the 23d of April 1519, the day 12th on which it had been originally made, he, though it does not appear for what reason, re-executed it, and the next day added a codicil, by which he gave to his servant Gio Battista de Villanis the right which had been granted him in return for his labors on the canal of Martesana, of exacting a certain portion of all the wood transported on the Ticino. All this interval of time between the making and re-execution of his will, and indeed the whole period from his arrival in France, he seems to have been struggling under an incurable illness. The king frequently during its continuance honored him with visits, and it has been said that in one of these Leonardo, exerting himself beyond his strength to show his sense of this prince's condescension, was seized with a fainting fit, and that the king stooping forward to support him, Leonardo expired in his arms on the 2d of May 1519. Venturi has taken some pains to disprove this fact by showing that though in the interval between the years 1516 and 1519, the French court passed 11 months at different times at Amboise, yet on the 1st of May 1519, it was certainly not here, but at St. Germain's. History, however, when incorrect, is more frequently a mixture of true and false than a total fabrication of falsehood, and it is therefore not impossible, or improbable, that the king might show such an act of kindness in some of his visits when he was resident at Amboise, and that Leonardo might recover from that fit, and not die till some time after, at which latter time the court and the king might be absent at St. Germain's. This is surely a more rational supposition than to imagine such a fact could have been invented without any foundation for it whatever. It is impossible within the limits that can here be allowed to do anything like justice to the merits of this extraordinary man. All that can in this place be effected is to give the principal facts respecting him, and this is all, therefore, that has been attempted. A sufficient account, however, at least for the present purpose, it is presumed has been given above of the author and the productions of his pencil, and it now remains therefore only to speak of those of his pen. With what view the author engaged in this arduous course of study, how eager he was in the pursuit of knowledge, how anxious to avail himself of the best means of obtaining complete information on every subject to which he applied, and how careful to minute down whatever he procured that could be useful, have been already shewn in the course of the foregoing narrative. but in order to prevent the necessity of interrupting there the succession of events, it has been reserved for this place to describe the contents and extent of his collections, and to give a brief idea of the branches to which they relate. On inquiry, then, we learn that Leonardo's productions of this kind consist of 14 manuscript volumes, large and small, now in the library of the National Institute at Paris, whither they have been some few years since removed from the Ambrosian Library at Milan, and of one folio volume in manuscript also in the possession of His Majesty, the King of Great Britain. Of those at Paris, J.B. Venturi, professor of natural philosophy at Modena and of the Institute of Bologna, and see who was permitted to inspect them, says that they contain speculations in those branches of natural philosophy nearest allied to geometry, that they are first sketches and occasional notes, the author always intending afterwards to compose from them complete treatises. He adds further that they are written backwards from right to left, in the manner of the Oriental writers, probably with intention that the curious should not rob him of his discoveries. The spirit of geometry guided him throughout, whether it were in the art of analyzing a subject in the connection of the discourse, or the care of always generalizing his ideas. As to natural philosophy, he never was satisfied on any proposition if he had not proved it by experiment. From the extracts given from these manuscripts by Venturi himself, and which he has ranged under the different heads mentioned in the note, the contents of these volumes appear to be extremely miscellaneous, and it is evident, as Venturi has marked by references where each extract is to be found in the original, that from the great distance at which passages on the same subject are placed from each other, they must have been entered without any regard to method or arrangement of any kind whatever. The volume in the possession of His Britannic Majesty is described as consisting of a variety of elegant heads, some of which are drawn with red and black chalks on blue or red paper, others with a metal pencil on a tinted paper. A few of them are washed and heightened with white, and many are on common paper. The subjects of these drawings are miscellaneous, as portraits, caricatures, single figures, tilting horses and other animals, botany, optics, perspective, gunnery, hydraulics, mechanics, and a great number of anatomical subjects, which are drawn with a more spirited pen and illustrated with a variety of manuscript notes. This volume contains what is of more importance, the very characteristic head of Leonardo, as it was sketched by himself, and now engraved by that eminent artist Mr. Bartolozzi. Specimens from this volume have been published some years since by Mr. Dalton, and more recently and accurately by Mr. Chamberlain. And though it must be confessed that the former are extremely ill-drawn, and betray the grossest ignorance of the effect which light and shadow were intended to produce, yet some of the subjects which the volume contains may be ascertained by them. And among them is also a facsimile of a page of the original manuscript, which proves this, like the other volumes, to be in Italian and written backwards. The latter is a very beautiful work, and is calculated to give an accurate idea of Leonardo's talents as a draftsman. From these two publications it appears that this volume also is of a very miscellaneous nature, and that it consists of manuscript entries, interspersed with finished drawings of heads and figures, and slight sketches of mechanical engines and anatomical subjects, some of which are intermixed with the writing itself. It has been already seen that these volumes were originally given by the will of Leonardo to Francisco Melzi, and their subsequent history we are enabled to state on the authority of John Ambrose Maezenta, through whose hands they passed. Du Fresnay, in the life prefixed to the edition which he published in Italian of Leonardo da Vinci's treatise on painting, has, in a very loose way, and without citing any authority, given their history. But Venturi has inserted a translation into French from the original manuscript memoir of Maezenta, and from him a version of it into English is here given, with the addition of Venturi's notes, rendered also into English. It is near 50 years since there fell into my hands 13 volumes of Leonardo da Vinci in folio and quarto, written backwards. Accident brought them to me in the following manner. I was residing at Pisa, for the purpose of studying the law, in the family of Aldus Manutius the Younger, a great lover of books. A person named Lelio Gavardi of Assola, provost of S. Zeno, at Pavia, a very near relation of Aldus, came to our house. He had been a teacher of the belles letters in the family of the Melzi of Milan, called de Vivero to distinguish them from other families of the same name in that city. He had, at their country house at Vivero, met with several drawings instruments and books of Leonardo. Francisco Melzi approached nearer than anyone to the manner of da Vinci. He worked little, because he was rich. His pictures are very much finished. They are often confounded with those of his master. At his death, he left the works of Leonardo in his house at Vivero to his sons, who, having tastes and pursuits of a different kind, neglected these treasures and soon dispersed them. Lelio Gavardi possessed himself of as many of them as he pleased. He carried 13 volumes to Florence, in hopes of receiving for them a good price from the Grand Duke Francis, who was eager after works of this sort, and the rather as Leonardo was in great reputation in his own country. But this prince died as soon as Gavardi was arrived at Florence. He then went to Pisa, to the house of Manutius. I could not approve his proceeding. It was scandalous. My studies being finished, I had occasion to return to Milan. He gave me the volumes of Vinci, desiring me to return them to the Melzi. I acquitted myself faithfully of my commission. I carried them all back to Horatio, the chief of the family of Melzi, who was surprised at my being willing to give myself this trouble. He made me a present of these books, telling me he had still many drawings by the same author, long neglected in the garrets of his house in the country. Thus these books became my property, and afterwards they belonged to my brothers. These latter, having made too much parade of this acquisition, and the ease with which I was brought to it, excited the envy of other amateurs, who beset Horatio, and obtained from him some drawings, some figures, some anatomical pieces, and other valuable remains of the cabinet of Leonardo. One of these spongers for the works of Leonardo was Pompeo Aretin, son of the Cavalier Leoni, formerly a disciple of Buonarroti, and who was about Philip Roman II, King of Spain, for whom he did all the bronzes which are at the Escurial. Pompeo engaged himself to procure for Melzi an employment to the Senate of Milan if he succeeded in recovering the 13 books, wishing to offer them to King Philip, a lover of such curiosities. Flattered with this hope, Melzi went to my brother's house. He besought him on his knees to restore him his present. He was a fellow collegian, a friend, a benefactor. 7 volumes were returned to him. Of the 6 others which remained to the Mazzenta family, one was presented to Cardinal Frederick Borromeo for the Ambrosian Library. My brother gave a second to Ambrose Figini, a celebrated painter of his time, who left it to his heir Hercule Bianchi with the rest of his cabinet. Urged by the Duke of Savoy, I procured for him a third. And in conclusion, my brother having died at a distance from Milan, the 3 remaining volumes came also into the hands of Pompeo Aretin. He reassembled also others of them. He separated the leaves of them to form a thick volume, which passed to his heir Polidoro Calci, and was afterwards sold to Galeazzo Arconati. This gentleman keeps it now in his rich library. He has refused it to the Duke of Savoy and to other princes who were desirous of it. In addition to this memoir, Venturi notices that Howard Earl of Arundel made ineffectual efforts to obtain this large volume, and offered for it as far as 60,000 francs in the name of the King of England. Arconati would never part with it. He bought 11 other books of da Vinci, which came also, according to appearance, from Leoni. In 1637, he made a gift of them all to the Ambrosian Library, which already was in possession of the volume E from Mazzenta, and received afterwards the volume K from Horatio Arquinto in 1674. Venturi says, "This is the history of all the manuscripts of Vinci that are come into France. They are in number 14, because the volume B contains an appendix of 18 leaves, which may be separated and considered as the 14th volume. In the printed catalogue of the Library of Turin, one does not see notice the manuscript which Mazzenta gave to the Duke of Savoy. It has then disappeared. Might it not be that which an Englishman got copied by Francis Ducci, library keeper at Florence, and a copy of which is still remaining in the same city? The Trivulus family at Milan, according to Venturi, possess also a manuscript of Vinci, which is in great part only a vocabulary. Of the volume in the possession of His Britannic Majesty, the following account is given in the Life of Leonardo, prefixed to that number already published from it by Mr. Chamberlain. It was one of the 3 volumes which became the property of Pompeo Leoni, that is now in His Majesty's cabinet. It is rather probable than certain that this great curiosity was acquired for King Charles I by the Earl of Arundel, when he went ambassador to the Emperor Ferdinand Roman II. In 1636, as may indeed be inferred from an instructive inscription over the place where the volumes are kept, which sets forth that James, King of England, offered 3,000 pistoles for one of the volumes of Leonardo's works. And some documents in the Ambrosian Library give color to this conjecture. This volume was happily preserved during the civil wars of the last century, among other specimens of the fine arts, which the munificence of Charles I had amassed with a diligence equal to his taste. And it was discovered soon after his present Majesty's accession in the same cabinet where Queen Caroline found the fine portraits of the court of Henry Roman VIII, by Hans Holbein, which the king's liberality permitted me lately to lay before the public. On the cover of this volume is written, in gold letters, what ascertains its descent: Disegni di Leonardo da Vinci, Ristorati da Pompeo Leoni. Although no part of the collections of Leonardo was arranged and prepared by himself or others under his direction, for publication, some extracts have been made from his writings and given to the world as separate tracts. The best known, and indeed the principal of these, is the following treatise on painting, of which there will be occasion to say more presently. But besides this, Edward Cooper, a London bookseller, about the year 1720, published a fragment of a treatise by Leonardo da Vinci on the motions of the human body and the manner of drawing figures according to geometrical rules. It contains but 10 plates in folio, including the title page, and was evidently extracted from some of the volumes of his collections, as it consists of slight sketches and verbal descriptions both in Italian and English, to explain such of them as needed it. Mr. Dalton, as has been before noticed, several years since published some engravings from the volume in our King's collection, but they are so badly done as to be of no value. Mr. Chamberlain, therefore, in 1796, took up the intention afresh, and in that year his first number came out, which is all that has yet appeared. Of the treatise on painting, Venturi gives the following particulars. The treatise on painting which we have of Vinci is only a compilation of different fragments extracted from his manuscripts. It was in the Barberini Library at Rome in 1630. The Cav. Del Pazzo obtained a copy from it, and Poussin designed the figures of it in 1640. This copy, and another derived from the same source in the possession of the Venat, served as the basis for the edition published in 1651 by Raphael Dufresne. The manuscript of Pazzo, with the figures of Poussin, is actually at Paris, in the valuable collection of books of Chardin. It is from this that I have taken the relation of Maisonta. It is at the end of the manuscript under this title. Some notices of the works of Leonardo da Vinci at Milan, and of his books by J. Ambrose Maisonta of Milan, of the Congregation of the Priests Regular of St. Paul, called the Barnabites. Maisonta does not announce himself as the author of the compilation. He may, however, be so. It may also happen that the compilation was made by the heir himself of Vinci, Francisco Melzo. Vasari, about 1567, says that a painter of Milan had the manuscripts of Vinci, which were written backwards, that this painter came to him and afterwards went to Rome with intention to get them printed, but that he did not know what was the result. However it may be, Dufresne confesses that this compilation is imperfect in many respects and ill-arranged. It is so because the compiler has not seized the methodical spirit of Vinci, and that there are mixed with it some pieces which belong to other tracts. Besides, one has not seen where many other chapters have been neglected which ought to make part of it. For example, the comparison of painting with sculpture, which has been announced as a separate treatise of the same author, is nothing more than a chapter belonging to the treatise on painting, A 105. All this will be complete and put in order in the treatise on optics. In the meantime, however, the following are the different editions of this compilation, such as it is at present. Trattato della pittura di Leonardo da Vinci, nuovamente dato in luce, con la vita dell'autore di Raphael Dufresne, Parigi 1651, in fall. Reprinted at Naples in 1733, in folio, at Bologna in 1786, in folio, at Florence in 1792, in 4-2. This last edition has been given from a copy in the handwriting of Stefano della Bella. Translated into French by Roland Friert de Chambray, Paris 1651 fall, reprinted Ibid. 1716 in 12 mo and 1796 in 8 vo. Translated into German in 4-2, Nuremberg 1786 Weigel. Translated into Greek by Panagiotou, manuscript in the Nani Library at Venice. Another manuscript copy of this compilation was in the possession of P. Orlandi, from whence it passed into the library of Smith. Cellini, in a discourse published by Morley, says that he possessed a copy of a book of Da Vinci on perspective, which he communicated to Serlio, and that this latter published from it all that he could comprehend. Might not this be the tract which Gori announces to be in the library of the Academy of Cortona? The reputation in which the treatise on painting ought to be held is not now for the first time to be settled. Its merit has been acknowledged by the best judges, though at that time it labored under great disadvantage from the want of a proper arrangement. In the present publication that objection is removed, and the attempt has been favorable to the work itself, as it has shewn it, by bringing together the several chapters that related to each other, to be a much more complete and connected treatise than was before supposed. Notwithstanding, however, the fair estimation in which it has always stood, and which is no more than its due, one person has been found hardy enough to endeavor, though unsuccessfully, to lessen its credit. A circumstance which it would not have been worth while to notice, if it had not been intimated to us, that there are still some persons in France who side with the objector, which, as he was a Frenchman, and Leonardo an Italian, may perhaps be ascribed, in some measure at least, to the desire which in several instances that people have lately shewn of claiming on behalf of their countrymen, a preference over others, to which they are not entitled. Abraham Boss, of the city of Tours, an engraver in copper who lived in the last century, is the person here alluded to, and it may not be impertinent in this place to state some of the motives by which he was induced to such a conduct. At the time when this treatise first made its appearance in France, as well in Italian as in French, Boss appears to have been resident at Paris, and was a member of the Academy of Painting, where he gave the first lessons on perspective, and with the assistance of Mons. Desargues published from time to time several tracts on geometry and perspective, the manner of designing, and the art of engraving, some of which at least are described in the title page, as printed at Paris for the author. This man, in his lectures, having, it is said, attacked some of the pictures painted by Lebrun, the then director of the Academy, had been very deservedly removed from his situation, and forced to quit the Academy, for endeavoring to lessen that authority, which for the instruction and improvement of students it was necessary the director should possess, and attempting thus to render fruitless the precepts which his situation required him to deliver. As this treatise of Leonardo had in the translation been adopted by Lebrun, who fully saw its value, and introduced it into the Academy for the advantage of the students, by which means the sale of Boss's work might be, and probably was, effected. Boss, at the end of a treatise on geometry and perspective, taught in the Royal Academy of Painting and Sculpture, published by him in octavo in 1665, has inserted a paper with this title, which in the original is given in French, but we have preferred translating it. What follows is for those who shall have the curiosity to be acquainted with a part of the proceedings of Mons. Desargues and myself, against some of our antagonists, and part of their skill, together with some remarks made on the contents of several chapters of a treatise attributed to Leonardo da Vinci, translated from Italian into French by Mons. Friert Sieur de Chambray, from a manuscript taken from that which is in the library of the illustrious, virtuous, and curious Mons. Le Chevalier du Puys at Rome. After the explanation of his motives above given, it is not wonderful to find him asserting that this treatise of Leonardo was in a number of circumstances inferior to his own, nor to observe that in a list of some of the chapters which he has there given, we should be frequently told by him that they are false, absurd, ridiculous, confused, trifling, weak, and, in short, everything but good. It is true that the estimation of Leonardo da Vinci was in France too high for him to attack without risking his own character for judgment and taste, and he has therefore found it necessary for his purpose, insidiously, to suggest that these chapters were interpolations. But of this he has produced no proof, which, had it been the fact, might have been easily obtained, by only getting some friend to consult Leonardo's manuscript collections in the Ambrosian library. That he would have taken this step if he had expected any success from it may fairly be inferred from the circumstance of his writing to Poussin at Rome, apparently in hopes of inducing him to say something to the disadvantage of the work. And his omitting to make this inquiry after the enmity he has shewn against the book fully justifies an opinion that he forbore to inquire, because he was conscious that such an investigation would have terminated in vindicating his adversaries from his aspersions, and have furnished evidence of their fidelity and accuracy. What the letter which he wrote to Poussin contained, he has not informed us, but he has given us, as he says, Poussin's answer, in which are some passages relating to this treatise, of which we here give a translation. As to what concerns the book of Leonardo da Vinci, it is true that I have designed the human figures which are in that which Mons Le Chevalier du Puys has, but all the others, whether geometrical or otherwise, are of one man named Gualberti, the very same who has drawn the plants which are in the book of subterraneous Rome, and the awkward landscapes which are behind some of the little human figures of the copy which Mons du Chambray has caused to be printed, have been added to it by one errand, without my knowing anything of it. All that is good in this book may be written on one sheet of paper, in a large character, and those who believe that I approve all that is in it do not know me. I who profess never to give sanction to things of my profession which I know to be ill done and ill said. Whoever recollects the difference in the course of study pursued and recommended by Leonardo, that of nature, from that observed by Poussin, that of the antique, and remembers also the different fortunes of Lebrun and Poussin, that the one was at the head of his profession, enjoying all its honors and emoluments, while the other, though conscious of his own great powers, was toiling for a daily subsistence in comparative obscurity, may easily conceive why the latter could not approve a work which so strongly inculcates the adopting nature as the guide throughout, and which was at the same time patronized by one whom he could not but consider as his more fortunate rival. It may, however, be truly affirmed that even the talents of Poussin, great as they certainly were, and his knowledge and correctness in drawing, would have been abundantly improved by an attention to the rules laid down in this treatise, and that the study of nature would have freed his pictures from that resemblance to statues which his figures frequently have, and bestowed on them the soft and fleshy appearance for which Leonardo was so remarkable. While a minute investigation of Leonardo's system of coloring would have produced perhaps in him as fortunate a change as we have seen it did in the case of Raphael. Though Boss tells us that he had seen in the hands of Mons Felibian a manuscript copy of this tract on painting, which he said he had taken from the same original mentioned before, for the purpose of translating it into French, and that on Boss's pointing out to him some of these errors and informing him that Mons de Chambray was far advanced in his translation, he abandoned his design, and assigned to the Sieur de Chambray the privilege he had obtained for it. We have no intention here to enumerate or answer Boss's objections, merely because such an undertaking would greatly exceed the limits which can here be allowed us. Most of them will be found captious and splenetic, and, together with the majority of the rest, might be fully refuted by a deduction of facts. It is, however, sufficient on the present occasion to say that wherever opportunity has been afforded of tracing the means by which Leonardo procured his materials for any great composition, he is found to have exactly pursued the path which he recommends to others. And for the success of his precepts, and what may be effected by them, we need only appeal to his own example. To this enumeration of the productions of Leonardo's pen, and in contradiction to the fact already asserted that no part of his collections was ever arranged or prepared for publication by himself, it is probable we may be told we should add tracts on motion, on the equilibrium of bodies, on the nature, equilibrium, and motion of water, on anatomy of an horse, on perspective, and on light and shadow, which are either mentioned by himself in the treatise on painting or ascribed to him by others. But as to these, there is great reason for supposing that, though they might be intended, they were never actually drawn up into form. Certain it is that no such have been ever given to the world, as those before noticed are the only treatises of this author that have yet appeared in print. and even they have already been shewn to be no more than extracts from the immense mass of his collections of such passages as related to the subjects on which they profess to give intelligence. If any tracts, therefore, in his name, on any of the above topics, are anywhere existing in manuscript, and in obscurity, it is probable they are only similar selections. And indeed it will be found on inspection that his collections consist of a multitude of entries made at different times, without method, order, or arrangement of any kind, so as to form an immense chaos of intelligence, which he, like many other voluminous collectors, intended at some future time to digest and arrange, but unfortunately postponed this task so long that he did not live to carry that intention into effect. Under these circumstances, should it happen, as perhaps it may, that any volume of the whole is confined exclusively to any one branch of science, such as hydrostatics for instance, it was not the consequence of a design plan, but only arose from this accident that he had then made that branch the object of his pursuit, and for a time laid aside the rest. In proof of this assertion it may be observed that the very treatise of light and shadow above mentioned is described as in the Ambrosian Library at Milan, and as a folio volume covered with red velvet, presented by Signor Mazzenta to Cardinal Borromeo. From all which circumstances, it is evidently proved to be one of the volumes now existing in France, which were inspected and described by Venturi in the tract so often cited in the course of this life. Although the principle of Leonardo's productions have been already mentioned, it has been thought proper, for the satisfaction of the curious, here to subjoin a catalogue of such of them as have come to our knowledge, distinguishing in it such as were only drawings from such as were finished pictures, and noticing also which of them have been engraven and by whom. Catalogue of the works of Leonardo da Vinci. Architecture. Many designs for plans and buildings made by him in his youth. A model made by him for raising the roof of the Church of St. John, at Florence. The house of the family of Melzi at Vaprio, supposed by Della Valle to be designed by Leonardo. Models in sculpture. Some heads of laughing women, modeled by him in clay in his youth. Some boys' heads also, which appeared to have come from the hand of a master. 3 figures in bronze, over the gate on the north side of the Church of St. John, at Florence, made by Gio Francesco Rustici, but designed with the advice of Leonardo da Vinci. A model in clay in alto relievo. It is a circle of about 2 palms in diameter and represents Saint Jerome in a grotto, old and much worn out by prayer. It was in the possession of Ignazio Hugford, a painter at Florence, who was induced to buy it in consequence of the great praises which in his youth he had heard bestowed on it by the celebrated Anton Domenico Gabbiani, his master, who knew it to be of the hand of Leonardo. This model appears to have been much studied in the time of Pontormo and Rosso, and many copies of it, both drawings and pictures, are to be found throughout Florence, well painted in their manner. The equestrian statue in memory of the Duke of Milan's father, which was not only finished and exposed to view, but broken to pieces by the French when they took possession of Milan. It has been said by some that the model only was finished, and the statue never cast, and that it was the model only which the French destroyed. Vasari, p. 36, mentions a little model by Leonardo in wax, but he does not say what was its subject. Drawings /Vasari p. 24 says that it was Leonardo's practice to model figures from the life, and then to cover them with fine, thin lawn or cambric, so as to be able to see through it, and with the point of a fine pencil to trace off the outlines in black and white, and that some such drawings he had in his collection. A head in chiaro oscuro, in the possession of Vasari, and mentioned by him as divine, a drawing on paper. A carton of Adam and Eve in Paradise, made by him for the King of Portugal. It is done with a pen in chiaro oscuro and heightened with white, and was intended to be worked as tapestry in silk and gold, but Vasari says it was never executed, and that in his time the carton remained at Florence in the house of Ottaviano de' Medici. Whether this carton is still existing is unknown. Several ridiculous heads of men and women, formerly in Vasari's collection, drawn in pen and ink. Aurelio Lavino had, says Lamazzo, a book of sketches by Leonardo of odd and ridiculous heads, This book appears to have contained about 250 figures of countrymen and countrywomen laughing, drawn by the hand of Leonardo. Card. Silvio Valenti had a similar book, in which were caricature heads drawn with a pen, like that engraven by Count Caylus. Of these caricatures, mention is made in the second volume of the Letter Pittorich, p. 170. The passage in the Letter Pittorich here referred to is part of a letter without any name or date addressed al Sig CDC, but a note of the editors explains these initials as meaning Sig. Count de Caylus, and supposes the author to have been the younger Mariette. The letter mentions a collection of heads from Leonardo's drawings published by the Count, and the editor, in another note, tells us that they are caricature heads drawn in pen and ink, that the originals were bought in Holland from Sig. Cardan. Silvio Valenti, and that the prints of which the letter speaks are in the famous collection of the Corsini Library. The author of the letter supposes these caricatures to have been drawn when Vinci retired to Melzi's house, that he invented them as a new sort of recreation, and intended them as a subject for the academy which he had established at Milan. In another part of the same letter, p. 173-174, this collection of drawings of heads is again mentioned, and it is there said that it might be that which belonged to the Earl of Arundel. This conjecture is founded on there being many such heads engraven formerly by Haller. In fact, the number of the plates which he has done from drawings of this painter are near 100, which compose different series. The author of the letter adds that if a conjecture might be permitted, we might affirm that this is the collection of heads of which Paul Lamazzo speaks. At least the description which he gives of a similar collection which was in the hands of Aurelio Lavino, a painter of Milan, corresponds with this as well in the number of the drawings as their subjects. It represents, like this, studies from old men, countrymen, wrinkled old women, which are all laughing. Another part of this letter says, "It is easy to believe that the collection of drawings of heads which occasioned this letter might be one of those books in which Leonardo noted the most singular countenances." In p. 198 of the same letter, Haller's engravings are said to be about 100, and to have been done at Antwerp in 1645 and the following year. And in p. 199, Count Caylus's publication is said to contain 59 plates in aquafortis, done in 1730, and that this latter is the work so often mentioned in the letter. Another collection of the same kind of caricature heads mentioned in Mariette's letter, as existing in the cabinet of either the King of Spain or the King of Sardinia. 4 caricature heads mentioned let Pitt, volume Roman 2, p. 190, as being in the possession of Sig Crozet. They are described as drawn with a pen and are said to have come originally from Vasari's collection of drawings. Of this collection it is said, in a note on the above passage, that it was afterwards carried into France and fell into the hands of a bookseller, who took the volume to pieces and disposed of the drawings separately, and that many of them came into the cabinets of the king and Sig Crozet. Others say, and it is more credible, that Vasari's collection passed into that of the Grand Dukes of Medici. A head of Americo Vespucci in charcoal, but copied by Vasari in pen and ink. A head of an old man, beautifully drawn in charcoal. An head of Scaramuccia, captain of the gypsies, in chalk, formerly belonging to Pier Francesco Gimbellari, canon of St. Lorenzo, at Florence, and left by him to Donato Valdembrini of Arezzo, canon of St. Lorenzo also. Several designs of combatants on horseback, made by Leonardo for Gentle Bori, a master of defense, to show the different positions necessary for a horse soldier in defending himself and attacking his enemy. A carton of Our Savior, the Virgin, Saint Anne, and Saint John. Vasari says of this, that for 2 days, people of all sorts, men and women, young and old, resorted to Leonardo's house to see this wonderful performance, as if they had been going to a solemn feast, and adds that this carton was afterwards in France. It seems that this was intended for an altarpiece for the high altar of the Church of the Annunziata, but the picture was never painted. However, when Leonardo afterwards went into France, he, at the desire of Francis I, put the design into colors. Lamazzo has said that this carton of Saint Anne was carried into France, that in his time it was at Milan in the possession of Aurelio Lavino, a painter, and that many drawings from it were in existence. What was the fate this carton of Saint Anne underwent may be seen in a letter of P. Rista, printed in the third volume of the Letter Pittorich, in which he says that Leonardo made 3 of these cartons and nevertheless did not convert it into a picture, but that it was painted by Sali, and that the picture is still in the sacristy of St. Celsus at Milan. A drawing of an old man's head, seen in front in red chalk, mentioned Let. Pitt, Volume Roman II, p. 191. A carton designed by him for painting the council chamber at Florence. The subject which he chose for this purpose was the history of Niccolo Piccinino, the captain of Duke Philip of Milan, in which he drew a group of men on horseback fighting for a standard. Mariette in a note, Let. Pitt, Volume Roman II, p. 193, mentions this carton, which he says represented 2 horsemen fighting for a standard, that it was only part of a large history, the subject of which was the rout of Niccolo Piccinino, general of the army of Philip Duke of Milan, and that a print was engraven of it by Edelink, when young, but the drawing from which he worked was a bad one. In the Catalogue of prints from the works of Leonardo, inserted Let. Pitt, Volume Roman II, p. 195, this print is again mentioned and described more truly, as representing 4 horsemen fighting for a standard. It is there supposed to have been engraven from a drawing by Fiammingo, and that this drawing might have been made from the picture which Du Fresnay speaks of as being in his time in the possession of Sig. La Mer, an excellent painter of perspective. A design of Neptune drawn in his car by sea horses, attended by sea gods, made by him for his friend Antonio Segni. Several anatomical drawings made from the life, many of which have been since collected into a volume, by his scholar Francesco Melzi. A book of the anatomy of man, mentioned by Vasari, p. 36, the drawings for which were made with the assistance of Marc Antonio della Torre, before noticed in the present life. It is probably the same with the preceding. A beautiful and well-preserved study in red and black chalk of the head of a virgin, from which he afterwards painted a picture. This study was at one time in the celebrated Villa de Vecchietti, but afterwards, in consequence of a sale, passed into the hands of Sig. Ignazio Hugford. 2 heads of women in profile, little differing from each other, drawn in like manner in black and red chalk, bought at the same sale by Sig. Hugford, but now among the Elector Palatine's collection of drawings. A book of the anatomy of a horse, mentioned by Vasari, p. 36, as a distinct work, but probably included in Leonardo's manuscript collections. See the account before given of them. Several designs by Leonardo were in the possession of Sig Jabach, who seems to have been a collector of pictures, and to have bought up for the King of France several excellent pictures, particularly by Leonardo da Vinci. A drawing of a young man embracing an old woman whom he is caressing for the sake of her riches. This is mentioned, Let. Pitt, Volume Roman II, p. 198, as engraven by Haller in 1646. A head of a young man seen in profile, engraven in aquafortis by Comte de Caylus, from a drawing in the King of France's collection. A fragment of a treatise on the motions of the human body, already mentioned in the foregoing life. In the Letter Pittorich, Volume Roman II, p. 199, mention is made of a print representing some intertwisted lines upon a black ground, in the style of some of Albert Durer's engravings in wood. In the middle of this, in a small compartment, is to be read, Academia Leonardi Vin, Vasari, it is there said, has noticed it as a singularity. In p. 200 of the same work, a similar print is also noticed, which differs only in the inscription from the former. In this last it is Academia Leonardi Vici /. Both this and the former print are said to be extremely rare and only to have been seen in the King of France's collection. It does not, however, appear from anything in the Let. Pitt, that they were designed by Leonardo. The Abbate de Villeloin, in his Catalogue of prints published in 1666, speaks, under the article of Leonardo da Vinci, of a print of the taking down from the cross, but the Let. Pitt says it was engraven from Ennia's Vico, not from Leonardo. 2 drawings of monsters, mentioned by Lamazzo, consisting of a boy's head each, but horribly distorted by the misplacing of the features, and the introduction of other members not in nature to be found there. These 2 drawings were in the hands of Francesco Borella, a sculptor. A portrait by Leonardo, of Artis, Maestro di Camera to Francis I, drawn in black lead pencil. The head of a Caesar crowned with oak, among a valuable collection of drawings in a thick volume in folio, in the possession of Sig. Pagave. The proportions of the human body. The original of this is preserved in the possession of Sig. Pagave. At the head and foot of this drawing is to be read the description which begins thus: Tanto apre l'uomo nel braxia quanto I grave la sua altezza, and see, and above all, at the head of the work is the famous Last Supper, which he proposes to his scholars as the rule of the art. The circumcision, a large drawing mentioned let. Pitt. Volume Roman II, 283, as the work of Leonardo by Niccolò Gabri in a letter dated Florence, 4th Oct. 1732, and addressed al Sig Pietro Mariette. Gabri says he saw this drawing, and that it was done on white paper a little tinted with Indian ink and heightened with ceruse. Its owner then was Alessandro Galilei, an architect of Florence. A drawing consisting of several laughing heads, in the middle of which is another head in profile, crowned with oak leaves. This drawing was the property of the Earl of Arundel, and was engraven by Haller in 1646. A man sitting, and collecting in a looking-glass the rays of the sun, to dazzle the eyes of a dragon who is fighting with a lion. A print of this is spoken of, let. Pitt. Volume Roman II. p. 197, as badly engraven by an anonymous artist, but it is there said to have so little of Leonardo's manner as to afford reason for believing it not designed by him, though it might perhaps be found among his drawings in the King of France's collection. Another print of it, of the same size, has been engraven from the drawing by Comte de Caylus. It represents a pensive man, and differs from the former in this respect, that in this the man is naked, whereas in the drawing he is clothed. Paintings. A Madonna, formerly in the possession of Pope Clement VII. A small Madonna and Child, painted for Baldassare Tirini de Pescia, who was the datary at Lyon, the colors of which are much faded. It is not known where this now is. A Virgin and Child, at one time in the hands of the Body family. The Virgin sitting in St. Anne's lap, and holding her little son, formerly at Paris. This has been engraven in wood, in chiaro oscuro, by an unknown artist. The picture was in the King of France's cabinet, and a similar one is in the sacristy of St. Celsus at Milan. Another Virgin with her son, St. John, and an angel, mentioned by Du Fresnay as at Paris. A Madonna and Child, in the possession of the Marquis di Certi. A Madonna and Child, painted on the wall in the church of St. Onofrio at Rome. A Madonna kneeling, in the King's Gallery in France. An Holy Family, with St. Michael, and another angel, in the King of France's collection. A Madonna, in the church of St. Francis at Milan, attributed to Leonardo by Sorman. A Virgin and Child, by Leonardo, in Piacenza, near the Church of Our Lady in the Fields. It was bought for 300 chequins by the Principe di Belgiosa. A Madonna, half-length, holding on her knee the infant Jesus, with a lily in his hand. A print of this, engraven in aqua fortis by Giuseppe Juster, is mentioned let. Pitt. Volume Roman II, p. 196. The picture is there said to have been in the possession of Charles Patten, and was supposed by some to have been painted for Francis I. An Herodiade, sometime in Cardinal Richelieu's possession. The daughter of Herodias, with an executioner holding out to her the head of St. John, in the Barberini Palace. An Herodiade with a basket, in which is the head of John the Baptist, a print of this in aqua fortis by Gio. Trovan, under the direction of Teniers, is mentioned let. Pitt. Volume Roman II, p. 197, and is there said to have been done from a picture which was then in the cabinet of the Archduke Leopold, but had been before in that of the Emperor. Another picture of the same subject, but differently disposed. It is also in half-length. A print from it, in aqua fortis by Alessio Lawyer, is mentioned let. Pitt. Volume Roman II, p. 197, but it is not there said in whose possession the picture ever was. The angel in Verocchio's picture before mentioned. The shield, mentioned by Vasari, p. 26, as painted by him at the request of his father, and consisting of serpents and sea. A head of Medusa, in oil, in the palace of Duke Cosmo. It is still in being and in good preservation. A head of an angel raising one arm in the air, in the collection of Duke Cosmo. Whether this is a picture or only a drawing does not appear. But as Vasari does not notice any difference between that and the head of Medusa, which he decidedly says is in oil, it is probable that this is so also. The Adoration of the Magi. It was in the house of Americo Bensi, opposite to the portico of Peruzzi. The famous Last Supper, in the refectory of the Dominican convent of Santa Maria del Grazie. A list of the copies made from this celebrated picture has, together with its history, been given in a former page. A print has been engraven from it under the direction of Pietro Sautman, but he, being a scholar of Rubens, has introduced into it so much of Rubens's manner that it can no longer be known for Leonardo da Vinci's. Besides this, Mariette also mentions two other prints, one of them an engraving, the other an etching, but both by unknown authors. He notices also that the Count de Caylus had etched it in aqua fortis. The print lately engraven of it by Morgan has been already noticed in a former page. A nativity, sent as a present from the Duke of Milan to the Emperor. The portraits of Ludovic Sforza, Duke of Milan, and Maximilian his eldest son, and on the other side Beatrix his duchess, and Francesco his other son, all in one picture, in the same refectory with the Last Supper. The portraits of two of the handsomest women at Florence, painted by him as a present to Louis Roman XII. The painting in the council chamber at Florence. The subject of this is the Battle of Attila. A portrait of Ginevra, daughter of Americo Bensi. The portrait of Mona Lisa, the wife of Francesco del Giocondo, painted for her husband. Lamazzo has said she was a Neapolitan, but this is supposed a mistake and that she was a Florentine. In a note of Mariette's Let. Pitt, Volume Roman II, p. 175, this picture is said to have been in the collection of Francis I, King of France, who gave for it 4,000 crowns. A small picture of a child, which was at Pescia, in the possession of Baldassare Tirini. It is not known where this now is. A painting of two horsemen struggling for a flag, in the Palais Royal at Paris. A nobleman of Mantua. A picture of Flora, which Du Fresnay mentions as being in his time at Paris. This is said to have been once in the cabinet of Mary de Medicis, and though for some time supposed to have been painted by Leonardo da Vinci, was discovered by Mariette to have been the work of Francisco Melzi, whose name is upon it. In the supplement to the life of Leonardo, inserted in Della Val's edition of Vasari, this picture is said to have been painted for the Duc de S. Simone. A head of John the Baptist, in the hands of Camillo Albizzo. The Conception of the Blessed Virgin, for the Church of St. Francis at Milan. This was esteemed a copy, and not worth more than 30 chequins, till an Englishman came there, who thought a large sum of money well employed in the purchase of it. St. John in the Wilderness, said to be at Paris. In Let. Pitt, Volume Roman II, p. 197, mention is made of a print of St. John the Baptist, half-length, by Sig Jabak, who had the original picture, which was formerly in the King of France's cabinet. Joseph and Potiphar's wife, which Mons de Charmois, secretary to the Duke of Scaumurg, had. A portrait of Raphael, in oil, in the Medici Gallery. This is mentioned in Vasari, p. 47, and though not expressly there said to be by Leonardo, is so placed as to make it doubtful whether it was or not. A nun, half-length, by Leonardo, in the possession of Abbate Niccolini. Two fine heads, painted in oil by Leonardo, bought at Florence by Sig, Bali di Bretuil, ambassador from Malta to Rome. One of these, representing a woman, was in his first manner, the other, a virgin, in his last. A Leda, which Lamazzo says was at Fontainebleau, and did not yield in coloring to the portrait of Gioconda in the Duke's Gallery. Richardson says it was in the Palace Matte. The head of a dead man, with all its minute parts, painted by Leonardo, formerly in the Matte Palace, but no longer there. A picture containing a study of two most delicate female heads, in the Barberini Palace at Rome. A portrait of a girl with a book in her hand, in the Strozzi Palace in Rome. The dispute of Jesus with the doctors, half-length, in the Panfili Palace. 5 pictures in the Ambrosian Library at Milan, the subjects not mentioned. Some in the gallery of the Archbishopric at Milan, the number and subjects equally unnoticed. 1 picture in the sacristy of Santa Maria, near St. Celsus at Milan. A small head of Christ, while a youth, mentioned by Lamazzo. Probably this may be the study for the picture of Jesus disputing with the doctors at the Panfili Palace. St. Michael with a man kneeling, in the King of France's collection. A Bacchus in the same collection. The Fair Feria in the same collection. A portrait of a lady there also. A Christ with a globe in his hand. A very fine picture, half-length, now in the possession of Richard Troward, Esquire of Pall Mall. This was engraven by Haller in 1650, in aqua fortis. The Fall of Phaeton, in the gallery of the Grand Duke of Tuscany, of which Scanelli speaks, but it is mentioned by no one else. St. Catherine with a palm branch, in the gallery of the Duke of Modena. The head of a young man armed, in the same collection, very graceful, but inferior to the St. Catherine. A portrait of the Queen of Naples, which was in the Aldobrandini Gallery, but afterwards to be found in a chamber of portraits in the Panfili Palace. It is not equal in coloring to the dispute of Jesus with the doctors. A portrait in profile of the Duchess of Milan, mentioned by Richardson as being in a chamber leading to the Ambrosian Library. A beautiful figure of the Virgin, half-length, in the Palace of Vaprio. It is of a gigantic size, for the head of the Virgin is 6 common palms in size, and that of the divine infant 4 in circumference. Delaval speaks of having seen this in the year 1791, and says he is not ignorant that tradition ascribes this Madonna to Bramante, notwithstanding which he gives it to Leonardo. A laughing Pomona with 3 veils, commended by Lamazzo. It was done for Francis I, King of France. The portrait of Cecilia Gallerani, mentioned by Belenchen in one of his sonnets, as painted by Leonardo. Another of Lucrezia Cavelli, a celebrated performer on the lute, ascribed to him on the same authority. Copies of both this and the former may be seen at Milan. Our Saviour before Pilate, in the church of S. Florentino, ad ambis. It is thought that the carton only of this was Leonardo's, and that the picture was painted by Andrea Sali or Melzi. A portrait of Leonardo by himself, half-length, in the Ambrosian Library at Milan. Delaval has inserted a copy of this before the supplement to Leonardo's life in his edition of Vasari, for which purpose Sig. Pagave transmitted him a drawing from the original picture, but Leonardo's own drawing for the picture itself is in the possession of His Britannic Majesty, and from that Mr. Chamberlain has prefixed to his publication before mentioned a plate engraven by Bartolozzi. Chapter I. What the young student in painting ought in the first place to learn. The young student should, in the first place, acquire a knowledge of perspective to enable him to give to every object its proper dimensions. After which, it is requisite that he be under the care of an able master to accustom him, by degrees, to a good style of drawing the parts. Next, he must study nature, in order to confirm and fix in his mind the reason of those precepts which he has learnt. He must also bestow some time in viewing the works of various old masters, to form his eye and judgment, in order that he may be able to put in practice all that he has been taught. Chapter Roman 2, /Rule for a young student in painting. The organ of sight is one of the quickest, and takes in at a single glance an infinite variety of forms, notwithstanding which it cannot perfectly comprehend more than one object at a time. For example, the reader, at one look over this page, immediately perceives it full of different characters, but he cannot at the same moment distinguish each letter, much less can he comprehend their meaning. He must consider it word by word and line by line if he be desirous of forming a just notion of these characters. In like manner, if we wish to ascend to the top of an edifice, we must be content to advance step by step, otherwise we shall never be able to attain it. A young man who has a natural inclination to the study of this art, I would advise to act thus. In order to acquire a true notion of the form of things, he must begin by studying the parts which compose them, and not pass to a second till he has well stored his memory and sufficiently practiced the first. Otherwise he loses his time, and will most certainly protract his studies. And let him remember to acquire accuracy before he attempts quickness. Chapter Roman 3, /How to discover a young man's disposition for painting. Many are very desirous of learning to draw, and are very fond of it, who are, notwithstanding, void of a proper disposition for it. This may be known by their want of perseverance, like boys who draw everything in a hurry, never finishing or shadowing. Chapter Roman 4, /Of painting and its divisions. Painting is divided into 2 principal parts. The first is the figure, that is, the lines which distinguish the forms of bodies and their component parts. The second is the color contained within those limits. Chapter V. Division of the figure. The form of bodies is divided into two parts. That is, the proportion of the members to each other, which must correspond with the whole, and the motion, expressive of what passes in the mind of the living figure. Chapter Roman 6, proportion of members. The proportion of members is again divided into two parts, viz., equality and motion. By equality is meant, besides the measure corresponding with the whole, that you do not confound the members of a young subject with those of old age, nor plump ones with those that are lean. And that, moreover, you do not blend the robust and firm muscles of man with feminine softness. That the attitudes and motions of old age be not expressed with the quickness and alacrity of youth, nor those of a female figure like those of a vigorous young man. The motions and members of a strong man should be such as to express his perfect state of health. Chapter Roman 7, of dimensions in general. In general, the dimensions of the human body are to be considered in the length, and not in the breadth, because in the wonderful works of nature, which we endeavor to imitate, we cannot in any species find any one part in one model precisely similar to the same part in another. Let us be attentive, therefore, to the variation of forms, and avoid all monstrosities of proportion, such as long legs united to short bodies and narrow chests with long arms. Observe also attentively the measure of joints, in which nature is apt to vary considerably, and imitate her example by doing the same. Chapter Roman 8, motion, changes, and proportion of members. The measures of the human body vary in each member, according as it is more or less bent, or seen in different views, increasing on one side as much as they diminish on the other. Chapter Roman 9, the difference of proportion between children and grown men. In men and children, I find a great difference between the joints of the one and the other in the length of the bones. A man has the length of two heads from the extremity of one shoulder to the other, the same from the shoulder to the elbow, and from the elbow to the fingers. But the child has only one, because nature gives the proper size first to the seat of the intellect, and afterwards to the other parts. Chapter X. The alterations in the proportion of the human body, from infancy to full age. A man in his infancy has the breadth of his shoulders equal to the length of the face, and to the length of the arm from the shoulder to the elbow when the arm is bent. It is the same again from the lower belly to the knee, and from the knee to the foot. But when a man is arrived at the period of his full growth, every one of these dimensions becomes double in length, except the face, which, with the top of the head, undergoes but very little alteration in length. A well-proportioned and full-grown man, therefore, is 10 times the length of his face. The breadth of his shoulders will be 2 faces, and in like manner all the above lengths will be double. The rest will be explained in the general measurement of the human body. Chapter of the proportion of members. All the parts of any animal whatever must be correspondent with the whole, so that, if the body be short and thick, all the members belonging to it must be the same. One that is long and thin must have its parts of the same kind, and so of the middle size. Something of the same may be observed in plants, when uninjured by men or tempests, for when thus injured they bud and grow again, making young shoots from old plants, and by those means destroying their natural symmetry. Chapter Roman 12, that every part be proportioned to its whole. If a man be short and thick, be careful that all his members be of the same nature, viz., short arms and thick, large hands, short fingers with broad joints, and so of the rest. Chapter Roman 13, of the proportion of the members. Measure upon yourself the proportion of the parts, and, if you find any of them defective, note it down, and be very careful to avoid it in drawing your own compositions. For this is reckoned a common fault in painters, to delight in the imitation of themselves. Chapter Roman 14, the danger of forming an erroneous judgment in regard to the proportion and beauty of the parts. If the painter has clumsy hands, he will be apt to introduce them into his works, and so of any other part of his person, which may not happen to be so beautiful as it ought to be. He must, therefore, guard particularly against that self-love or too good opinion of his own person, and study by every means to acquire the knowledge of what is most beautiful, and of his own defects, that he may adopt the one and avoid the other. Chapter Roman 15 / another precept. The young painter must, in the first instance, accustom his hand to copying the drawings of good masters, and when his hand is thus formed and ready, he should, with the advice of his director, use himself also to draw from relievos, according to the rules we shall point out in the treatise on drawing from relievos. Chapter Roman 16 / the manner of drawing from relievos and rendering paper fit for it. When you draw from relievos, tinge your paper of some darkish demi-tint, and after you have made your outline, put in the darkest shadows and, last of all, the principal lights, but sparingly, especially the smaller ones, because those are easily lost to the eye at a very moderate distance. Chapter Roman 17 / of drawing from casts or nature. In drawing from relievo, the draftsman must place himself in such a manner as that the eye of the figure to be drawn be level with his own. Chapter Roman 18 to draw figures from nature. Accustom yourself to hold a plummet in your hand, that you may judge of the bearing of the parts. Chapter Roman 19 / of drawing from nature. When you draw from nature, you must be at the distance of 3 times the height of the object, and when you begin to draw, form in your own mind a certain principal line, suppose a perpendicular. Observe well the bearing of the parts towards that line, whether they intersect, are parallel to it, or oblique. Chapter Roman 20 / of drawing academy figures. When you draw from a naked model, always sketch in the whole of the figure, suiting all the members well to each other. And though you finish only that part which appears the best, have a regard to the rest, that, whenever you make use of such studies, all the parts may hang together. In composing your attitudes, take care not to turn the head on the same side as the breast, nor let the arm go in a line with the leg. If the head turn towards the right shoulder, the parts must be lower on the left side than on the other. But if the chest come forward, and the head turn towards the left, the parts on the right side are to be the highest. Chapter Roman 21 / of studying in the dark, on first waking in the morning, and before going to sleep. I have experienced no small benefit, when in the dark and in bed, by retracing in my mind the outlines of those forms which I had previously studied, particularly such as had appeared the most difficult to comprehend and retain. By this method, they will be confirmed and treasured up in the memory. Chapter Roman 22 / observations on drawing portraits. The cartilage which raises the nose in the middle of the face varies in 8 different ways. It is equally straight, equally concave, or equally convex, which is the first sort, or secondly unequally straight, concave, or convex, or thirdly straight in the upper part and concave in the under, or fourthly straight again in the upper part and convex in those below, or fifthly it may be concave and straight beneath, or sixthly concave above and convex below, or seventhly it may be convex in the upper part and straight in the lower, and in the 8th and last place convex above and concave beneath. The uniting of the nose with the brows is in 2 ways, either it is straight or concave. The forehead has 3 different forms. It is straight, concave, or round. The first is divided into 2 parts, viz., it is either convex in the upper part, or in the lower, sometimes both, or else flat above and below. Chapter Roman 23 / the method of retaining in the memory the likeness of a man, so as to draw his profile, after having seen him only once. You must observe and remember well the variations of the 4 principal features in the profile: the nose, mouth, chin, and forehead, and first of the nose, of which there are 3 different sorts: straight, concave, and convex. Of the straight there are but 4 variations: short or long, high at the end, or low. Of the concave there are 3 sorts: some have the concavity above, some in the middle, and some at the end. The convex noses also vary 3 ways: some project in the upper part, some in the middle, and others at the bottom. Nature, which seems to delight in infinite variety, gives again 3 changes to those noses which have a projection in the middle, for some have it straight, some concave, and some convex. Chapter Roman 24 / how to remember the form of a face. If you wish to retain with facility the general look of a face, you must first learn how to draw well several faces, mouths, eyes, noses, chins, throats, necks, and shoulders, in short, all those principal parts which distinguish one man from another. For instance, noses are often different sorts. Straight, bunched, concave, some raised above, some below the middle, aquiline, flat, round, and sharp. These affect the profile. In the front view, there are 11 different sorts. Even, thick in the middle, thin in the middle, thick at the tip, thin at the beginning, thin at the tip, and thick at the beginning. Broad, narrow, high, and low nostrils, some with a large opening and some more shut towards the tip. The same variety will be found in the other parts of the face, which must be drawn from nature and retained in the memory. Or else, when you mean to draw a likeness from memory, take with you a pocketbook, in which you have marked all these variations of features, and after having given a look at the face you mean to draw, retire a little aside, and note down in your book which of the features are similar to it, that you may put it all together at home. Chapter Roman 25, that a painter should take pleasure in the opinion of every body. A painter ought not certainly to refuse listening to the opinion of anyone, for we know that, although a man be not a painter, he may have just notions of the forms of men, whether a man has a hump on his back, a thick leg, or a large hand, whether he be lame or have any other defect. Now, if we know that men are able to judge of the works of nature, should we not think them more able to detect our errors? The principal and most important consideration required in drawing figures is to set the head well upon the shoulders, the chest upon the hips and shoulders upon the feet. Chapter Roman 27, Mode of studying. Study the science first, and then follow the practice which results from that science. Pursue method in your study, and do not quit one part till it be perfectly engraven in the memory, and observe what difference there is between the members of animals and their joints. Chapter Roman 28, of being universal. It is an easy matter for a man who is well versed in the principles of his art to become universal in the practice of it, since all animals have a similarity of members, that is, muscles, tendons, bones, and see. These only vary in length or thickness, as will be demonstrated in the anatomy. As for aquatic animals, of which there is great variety, I shall not persuade the painter to take them as a rule, having no connection with our purpose. Chapter Roman 29, a precept for the painter. It reflects no great honor on a painter to be able to execute only one thing well, such as a head, an academy figure, or draperies, animals, landscape, or the like, confining himself to some particular object of study. Because there is scarcely a person so void of genius as to fail of success, if he apply earnestly to one branch of study, and practice it continually. Chapter XXX, of the measures of the human body and the bending of members. It is very necessary that painters should have a knowledge of the bones which support the flesh by which they are covered, but particularly of the joints, which increase and diminish the length of them in their appearance. As in the arm, which does not measure the same when bent as when extended. Its difference between the greatest extension and bending is about 1/8 of its length. The increase and diminution of the arm is effected by the bone projecting out of its socket at the elbow, which, as is seen in Figure B, Plate I is lengthened from the shoulder to the elbow, the angle it forms being less than a right angle. It will appear longer as that angle becomes more acute, and will shorten in proportion as it becomes more open or obtuse. Illustration, page 15, chap. 37, plate 1. London, published by J. Taylor, High Holborn. Chapter Roman 31, of the small bones in several joints of the human body. There are in the joints of the human body certain small bones, fixed in the middle of the tendons which connect several of the joints. Such are the patellas of the knees, and the joints of the shoulders, and those of the feet. They are 8 in number, 1 at each shoulder, 1 at each knee, and 2 at each foot under the first joint of the great toe towards the heel. These grow extremely hard as a man advances in years. Chapter Roman 32, memorandum to be observed by the painter. Note down which muscles and tendons are brought into action by the motion of any member, and when they are hidden. Remember that these remarks are of the greatest importance to painters and sculptors, who profess to study anatomy and the science of the muscles. Do the same with children, following the different gradations of age from their birth even to decrepitude, describing the changes which the members, and particularly the joints, undergo, which of them grow fat and which lean. Chapter Roman 33, the shoulders. The joints of the shoulders, and other parts which bend, shall be noticed in their places in the treatise on anatomy, where the cause of the motions of all the parts which compose the human body shall be explained. Chapter Roman 34, the difference of joints between children and grown men. Young children have all their joints small, but they are thick and plump in the spaces between them, because there is nothing upon the bones at the joints, but some tendons to bind the bones together. The soft flesh, which is full of fluids, is enclosed under the skin in the space between the joints. And as the bones are bigger at the joints than in the space between them, the skin throws off in the progress to manhood that superfluity and draws nearer to the bones, thinning the whole part together. But upon the joints it does not lessen, as there is nothing but cartilages and tendons. For these reasons children are small in the joints and plump in the space between, as may be observed in their fingers, arms, and narrow shoulders. Men, on the contrary, are large and full in the joints, in the arms and legs, and where children have hollows, men are knotty and prominent. Chapter Roman 35, of the joints of the fingers. The joints of the fingers appear larger on all sides when they bend. The more they bend, the larger they appear. The contrary is the case when straight. It is the same in the toes, and it will be more perceptible in proportion to their fleshiness. Chapter Roman 36, of the joint of the wrist. The wrist or joint between the hand and arm lessens on closing the hand and grows larger when it opens. The contrary happens in the arm, in the space between the elbow and the hand on all sides, because in opening the hand the muscles are extended and thinned in the arm, from the elbow to the wrist. But when the hand is shut, the same muscles swell and shorten. The tendons alone start, being stretched by the clenching of the hand. Chapter Roman 37, of the joint of the foot. The increase and diminution in the joint of the foot is produced on that side where the tendons are seen, as DEF, plate I, which increases when the angle is acute and diminishes when it becomes obtuse. It must be understood of the joint in the front part of the foot, a BC. Chapter Roman 38, of the knee. Of all the members which have pliable joints, the knee is the only one that lessens in the bending and becomes larger by extension. Chapter Roman 39, of the joints. All the joints of the human body become larger by bending, except that of the leg. Chapter XL, of the naked. When a figure is to appear nimble and delicate, its muscles must never be too much marked, nor are any of them to be much swelled, because such figures are expressive of activity and swiftness, and are never loaded with much flesh upon the bones. They are made light by the want of flesh, and where there is but little flesh there cannot be any thickness of muscles. Chapter Roman 41, of the thickness of the muscles. Muscular men have large bones and are in general thick and short, with very little fat, because the fleshy muscles in their growth contract closer together, and the fat, which in other instances lodges between them, has no room. The muscles in such thin subjects, not being able to extend, grow in thickness, particularly towards their middle, in the parts most removed from the extremities. Chapter Roman 42, fat subjects have small muscles. Though fat people have this in common with muscular men, that they are frequently short and thick, they have thin muscles, but their skin contains a great deal of spongy and soft flesh full of air. For that reason they are lighter upon the water, and swim better than muscular people. Chapter Roman 43, which of the muscles disappear in the different motions of the body. In raising or lowering the arm, the pectoral muscles disappear or acquire a greater relievo. A similar effect is produced by the hips when they bend either inwards or outwards. It is to be observed that there is more variety of appearances in the shoulders, hips, and neck than in any other joint, because they are susceptible of the greatest variety of motions. But of this subject I shall make a separate treatise. Chapter Roman 44, of the muscles. The muscles are not to be scrupulously marked all the way, because it would be disagreeable to the sight and a very difficult execution. But on that side only where the members are in action, they should be pronounced more strongly. For muscles that are at work naturally collect all their parts together to gain increase of strength, so that some small parts of those muscles will appear that were not seen before. Chapter Roman 45, of the muscles. The muscles of young men are not to be marked strongly, nor too much swelled, because that would indicate full strength and vigor of age, which they have not yet attained. Nevertheless, they must be more or less expressed, as they are more or less employed. For those which are in motion are always more swelled and thicker than those which remain at rest. The intrinsic and central line of the members which are bent never retains its natural length. Chapter 46, the extension and contraction of the muscles. The muscle at the back part of the thigh shows more variety in its extension and contraction than any other in the human body. The second, in that respect, are those which compose the buttocks. The third, those of the back. The fourth, those of the neck. The fifth, those of the shoulders. And the sixth, those of the abdomen, which, taking their rise under the breast, terminate under the lower belly, as I shall explain when I speak of each. Chapter 47, of the muscle between the chest and the lower belly. There is a muscle which begins under the breast at the sternum and is inserted into or terminates at the os pubis, under the lower belly. It is called the rectus of the abdomen. It is divided lengthways into three principal portions by transverse tendinous intersections or ligaments, viz. the superior part and a ligament, the second part with its ligaments, and the third part with the third ligament, which last unites by tendons to the os pubis. These divisions and intersections of the same muscle are intended by nature to facilitate the motion when the body is bent or distended. If it were made of one piece, it would produce too much variety when extended or contracted, and also would be considerably weaker. When this muscle has but little variety in the motion of the body, it is more beautiful. Chapter 48, of a man's complex strength, but first of the arm. The muscles which serve either to straighten or bend the arm arise from the different processes of the scapula, some of them from the protuberances of the humerus and others about the middle of the os humeri. The extensors of the arm arise from behind and the flexors from before. That a man has more power in pulling than in pushing has been proved by the 9th proposition de ponderibus, where it is said, that of two equal weights, that will have the greatest power which is farthest removed from the pole or center of its balance. It follows then, of course, that the muscle NB, plate Roman 2, and the muscle NC, being of equal power, the inner muscle NC, will nevertheless be stronger than the outward one NB, because it is inserted into the arm at C, a point farther removed from the center of the elbow A than B, which is on the other side of such center, so that that question is determined. But this is a simple power, and I thought it best to explain it before I mentioned the complex power of the muscles, of which I must now take notice. The complex power or strength is, for instance, this: when the arm is going to act, a second power is added to it, such as the weight of the body and the strength of the legs, in pulling or pushing, consisting in the extension of the parts, as when two men attempt to throw down a column, the one by pushing and the other by pulling. Chapter 49. In which of the two actions, pulling or pushing, a man has the greatest power, plate Roman 2. A man has the greatest power in pulling, for in that action he has the united exertion of all the muscles of the arm, while some of them must be inactive when he is pushing. Because when the arm is extended for that purpose, the muscles which move the elbow cannot act, any more than if he pushed with his shoulders against the column he means to throw down. In which case only the muscles that extend the back, the legs under the thigh, and the calves of the legs would be active. From which we conclude that in pulling there is added to the power of extension the strength of the arms, of the legs, of the back, and even of the chest, if the oblique motion of the body require it. But in pushing, though all the parts were employed, yet the strength of the muscles of the arms is wanting. For to push with an extended arm without motion does not help more than if a piece of wood were placed from the shoulder to the column meant to be pushed down. Illustration, page 22, chap. 48-49, plate 2. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Chapter L of the bending of members, and of the flesh round the bending joint. The flesh which covers the bones near and at the joints swells or diminishes in thickness according to their bending or extension. That is, it increases at the inside of the angle formed by the bending, and grows narrow and lengthened on the outward side of the exterior angle. The middle between the convex and concave angle participates of this increase or diminution, but in a greater or less degree as the parts are nearer to, or farther from, the angles of the bending joints. Chapter Li of the naked body. The members of naked men who work hard in different attitudes will show the muscles more strongly on that side where they act forcibly to bring the part into action, and the other muscles will be more or less marked, in proportion as they cooperate in the same motion. Chapter Li, slash of a ligament without muscles. Where the arm joins with the hand, there is a ligament, the largest in the human body, which is without muscles, and is called the strong ligament of the carpus. It has a square shape and serves to bind and keep close together the bones of the arm and the tendons of the fingers and prevent their dilating or starting out. Slash chapter Lii, slash of creases. In bending the joints, the flesh will always form a crease on the opposite side to that where it is tight. Chapter Live, slash how near behind the back one arm can be brought to the other, plate Roman 3 and Roman 4. When the arms are carried behind the back, the elbows can never be brought nearer than the length from the elbow to the end of the longest finger, so that the fingers will not be seen beyond the elbows, and in that situation, the arms with the shoulders form a perfect square. The greatest extension of the arm across the chest is when the elbow comes over the pit of the stomach. The elbow and the shoulder in this position will form an equilateral triangle. Chapter LV, slash of the muscles. A naked figure being strongly marked, so as to give a distinct view of all the muscles, will not express any motion, because it cannot move if some of its muscles do not relax while the others are pulling. Those which relax cease to appear in proportion as the others pull strongly and become apparent. Illustration, page 24, chap. 54, plate 3. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Illustration, page 24, chap. 53, plate 4. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Chapter LVI, slash of the muscles. The muscles of the human body are to be more or less marked according to their degree of action. Those only which act are to be shewn, and the more forcibly they act, the stronger they should be pronounced. Those that do not act at all must remain soft and flat. Chapter LVI, slash of the bending of the body. The bodies of men diminish as much on the side which bends as they increase on the opposite side. That diminution may at last become double, in proportion to the extension on the other side. But of this I shall make a separate treatise. Chapter LVI, slash the same subject. The body which bends lengthens as much on one side as it shortens on the other, but the central line between them will never lessen or increase. Chapter Lix, slash the necessity of anatomical knowledge. The painter who has obtained a perfect knowledge of the nature of the tendons and muscles, and of those parts which contain the most of them, will know to a certainty, in giving a particular motion to any part of the body, which, and how many of the muscles give rise and contribute to it, which of them, by swelling, occasion their shortening, and which of the cartilages they surround. He will not imitate those who, in all the different attitudes they adopt or invent, make use of the same muscles, in the arms, back, or chest, or any other parts. The non-existence of motion in any animal resting on its feet is owing to the equality of weight distributed on each side of the line of gravity. Chapter LXI, slash motion produced by the loss of equilibrium. Motion is created by the loss of due equipoise, that is, by inequality of weight. For nothing can move of itself without losing its center of gravity, and the farther that is removed, the quicker and stronger will be the motion. Illustration, page 27, chap. 62, plate 5. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Chapter Elzea, slash of the equipoise of bodies, plate V. The balance or equipoise of parts in the human body is of two sorts, viz., simple and complex. Simple, when a man stands upon his feet without motion. In that situation, if he extends his arms at different distances from the middle, or stoop, the center of his weight will always be in a perpendicular line upon the center of that foot which supports the body. And if he rests equally upon both feet, then the middle of the chest will be perpendicular to the middle of the line which measures the space between the centers of his feet. The complex balance is when a man carries a weight not his own, which he bears by different motions, as in the figure of Hercules stifling Antaeus by pressing him against his breast with his arms after he has lifted him from the ground. He must have as much of his own weight thrown behind the central line of his feet as the weight of Antaeus adds before. Chapter LZI / of positions. The pit of the neck between the two clavicles falls perpendicularly with the foot which bears the weight of the body. If one of the arms be thrown forwards, this pit will quit that perpendicular. And if one of the legs goes back, that pit is brought forwards, and so changes its situation at every change of posture. Chapter LZIV / of balancing the weight round the center of gravity in bodies. A figure standing upon its feet without motion will form an equipoise of all its members round the center of its support. If this figure without motion and resting upon its feet happens to move one of its arms forwards, it must necessarily throw as much of its weight on the opposite side as is equal to that of the extended arm and the accidental weight. And the same I say of every part which is brought out beyond its usual balance. Chapter LXV / of figures that have to lift up or carry any weight. A weight can never be lifted up or carried by any man if he do not throw more than an equal weight of his own on the opposite side. Chapter LXVI / the equilibrium of a man standing upon his feet, Plate 6. The weight of a man resting upon one leg will always be equally divided on each side of the central or perpendicular line of gravity, which supports him. Chapter LXVI / of walking, Plate Roman 7. A man walking will always have the center of gravity over the center of the leg, which rests upon the ground. Illustration, page 28, chap. 66, Plate 6. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Illustration, page 28, chap. 67, Plate 7. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Chapter LXVI / of the center of gravity in men and animals. The legs, or center of support, in men and animals will approach nearer to the center of gravity, in proportion to the slowness of their motion. And, on the contrary, when the motion is quicker, they will be farther removed from that perpendicular line. Chapter LXVI / of the corresponding thickness of parts on each side of the body. The thickness or breadth of the parts in the human body will never be equal on each side, if the corresponding members do not move equally and alike. Chapter LXX / of the motions of animals. All bipeds in their motions lower the part immediately over the foot that is raised, more than over that resting on the ground, and the highest parts do just the contrary. This is observable in the hips and shoulders of a man when he walks, and also in birds in the head and rump. Chapter LXXI / of quadrupeds and their motions. The highest parts of quadrupeds are susceptible of more variation when they walk than when they are still, in a greater or less degree, in proportion to their size. This proceeds from the oblique position of their legs when they touch the ground, which raise the animal when they become straight and perpendicular upon the ground. Chapter LXA / of the quickness or slowness of motion. The motion performed by a man, or any other animal whatever, in walking, will have more or less velocity as the center of their weight is more or less removed from the center of that foot upon which they are supported. Chapter LXZI / of the motion of animals. That figure will appear the swiftest in its course, which leans the most forwards. Any body, moving of itself, will do it with more or less velocity in proportion as the center of its gravity is more or less removed from the center of its support. This is mentioned chiefly in regard to the motion of birds, which, without any clapping of their wings or assistance of wind, move themselves. This happens when the center of their gravity is out of the center of their support, viz., out of its usual residence, the middle between the two wings. Because, if the middle of the wings be more backward than the center of the whole weight, the bird will move forwards and downwards in a greater or less degree as the center of its weight is more or less removed from the middle of its wings. From which it follows that if the center of gravity be far removed from the other center, the descent of the bird will be very oblique. But if that center be near the middle of the wings, the descent will have very little obliquity. Illustration, page 31, chap. 74, Plate 8. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Chapter LXIV / of a figure moving against the wind, Plate Roman 8. A man moving against the wind in any direction does not keep his center of gravity duly disposed upon the center of support. Chapter LXXV / of the balance of a figure resting upon its feet. The man who rests upon his feet either bears the weight of his body upon them equally or unequally. If equally, it will be with some accidental weight or simply with his own. If it be with an additional weight, the opposite extremities of his members will not be equally distant from the perpendicular of his feet. But if he simply carries his own weight, the opposite extremities will be equally distant from the perpendicular of his feet. And on this subject of gravity, I shall write a separate book. Chapter LXXVI / a precept. The navel is always in the central or middle line of the body, which passes through the pit of the stomach to that of the neck, and must have as much weight, either accidental or natural, on one side of the human figure as on the other. This is demonstrated by extending the arm, the wrist of which performs the office of a weight at the end of a steelyard, and will require some weight to be thrown on the other side of the navel to counterbalance that of the wrist. It is on that account that the heel is often raised. Chapter LXXVI / of a man standing, but resting more upon one foot than the other. After a man, by standing long, has tired the leg upon which he rests, he sends part of his weight upon the other leg. But this kind of posture is to be employed only for old age, infancy, or extreme lassitude, because it expresses weariness or very little power in the limbs. For that reason, a young man, strong and healthy, will always rest upon one of his legs, and if he removes a little of his weight upon the other, it is only a necessary preparative to motion, without which it is impossible to move. As we have proved before, that motion proceeds from inequality. Chapter LXXVI / of the balance of figures, plate Roman 9. If the figure rests upon one foot, the shoulder on that side will always be lower than the other, and the pit of the neck will fall perpendicularly over the middle of that leg which supports the body. The same will happen in whatever other view we see that figure, when it has not the arm much extended, nor any weight on its back, in its hand, or on its shoulder, and when it does not, either behind or before, throw out that leg which does not support the body. Illustration, page 32, chap. 78, plate 9. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Illustration, page 33, chap. 80, plate 10. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Chapter LX6 / in what manner extending one arm alters the balance. The extending of the arm, which was bent, removes the weight of the figure upon the foot which bears the weight of the whole body, as is observable in rope dancers, who dance upon the rope with their arms open, without any pole. Chapter LXXX / of a man bearing a weight on his shoulders, plate X. The shoulder which bears the weight is always higher than the other. This is seen in the figure opposite, in which the center line passes through the hole, with an equal weight on each side, to the leg on which it rests. If the weight were not equally divided on each side of this central line of gravity, the whole would fall to the ground. But nature has provided that as much of the natural weight of the man should be thrown on one side as of accidental weight on the other to form a counterpoise. This is effected by the man's bending and leaning on the side not loaded so as to form an equilibrium to the accidental weight he carries, and this cannot be done unless the loaded shoulder be raised and the other lowered. This is the resource with which nature has furnished a man on such occasions. Chapter LXXXI / of equilibrium. Any figure bearing an additional weight out of the central line must throw as much natural or accidental weight on the opposite side as is sufficient to form a counterpoise round that line, which passes from the pit of the neck, through the whole mass of weight, to that part of the foot which rests upon the ground. We observe that when a man lifts a weight with one arm, he naturally throws out the opposite arm, and if that be not enough to form an equipoise, he will add as much of his own weight, by bending his body, as will enable him to resist such accidental load. We see also that a man ready to fall sideways and backwards at the same time always throws out the arm on the opposite side. Chapter LXXA / of motion. Whether a man moves with velocity or slowness, the parts above the leg which sustains the weight will always be lower than the others on the opposite side. Chapter LXXZI / the level of the shoulders. The shoulders or sides of a man or any other animal will preserve less of their level, in proportion to the slowness of their motion, and, vice versa, those parts will lose less of their level when the motion is quicker. This is proved by the ninth proposition, treating of local motions, where it is said, any weight will press in the direction of the line of its motion. Therefore, the whole moving towards any one point, the parts belonging to it will follow the shortest line of the motion of its whole, without giving any of its weight to the collateral parts of the whole. Illustration, page 35, chap. 84, plate 11. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Illustration, page 35, chap. 84, plate 12. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Illustration, page 35, chap. 85, plate 13. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Chapter LXX Civ, / objection to the above answered, plate Zion Roman 12. It has been objected, in regard to the first part of the above proposition, that it does not follow that a man standing still, or moving slowly, has his members always in perfect balance upon the center of gravity. Because we do not find that nature always follows that rule, but, on the contrary, the figure will sometimes bend sideways, standing upon one foot. Sometimes it will rest part of its weight upon that leg which is bent at the knee, as is seen in the figures BC, but I shall reply thus, that what is not performed by the shoulders in the figure C is done by the hip, as is demonstrated in another place. Chapter LXXXV, / of the position of figures, plate Roman 13. In the same proportion as that part of the naked figure marked D, lessens in height from the shoulder to the hip. On account of its position, the opposite side increases. And this is the reason. The figure resting upon one, suppose the left, foot, that foot becomes the center of all the weight above. And the pit of the neck, formed by the junction of the two clavicles, quits also its natural situation at the upper extremity of the perpendicular line, which passes through the middle surface of the body, to bend over the same foot. And as this line bends with it, it forces the transverse lines, which are always at right angles, to lower their extremities on that side where the foot rests. As appears in a B.C., the navel and middle parts always preserve their natural height. Chapter LXXXVI, / of the joints. In the bending of the joints, it is particularly useful to observe the difference and variety of shape they assume, how the muscles swell on one side, while they flatten on the other. And this is more apparent in the neck, because the motion of it is of three sorts, two of which are simple motions, and the other complex, participating also of the other two. The simple motions are first when the neck bends towards the shoulder, either to the right or left, and when it raises or lowers the head. The second is when it twists to the right or left without rising or bending, but straight, with the head turned towards one of the shoulders. The third motion, which is called complex, is when to the bending of it is added the twisting, as when the ear leans towards one of the shoulders, the head turning the same way and the face turned upwards. Chapter LXXXV, / of the shoulders. Of those which the shoulders can perform, simple motions are the principal, such as moving the arm upwards and downwards, backwards and forwards. Though one might almost call those motions infinite, for if the arm can trace a circle upon a wall, it will have performed all the motions belonging to the shoulders. Every continued quantity being divisible ad infinitum, and this circle being a continued quantity, produced by the motion of the arm going through every part of the circumference, it follows that the motions of the shoulders may also be said to be infinite. Illustration, page 37, chap. 89, plate 14. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Chapter LXXXVI, / of the motions of a man. When you mean to represent a man removing a weight, consider that the motions are various, viz. Either a simple motion, by bending himself to raise the weight from the ground upwards, or when he drags the weight after him, or pushes it before him, or pulls it down with a rope passing through a pulley. It is to be observed that the weight of the man's body pulls the more in proportion as the center of his gravity is removed from the center of his support. To this must be added the strength of the effort that the legs and back make when they are bent, to return to their natural straight situation. A man never ascends or descends, nor walks at all in any direction, without raising the heel of the back foot. Chapter LXX6, / of the disposition of members preparing to act with great force, plate Roman 14. When a man prepares himself to strike a violent blow, he bends and twists his body as far as he can to the side contrary to that which he means to strike. And collecting all his strength, he, by a complex motion, returns and falls upon the point he has in view. Chapter XC, slash of throwing anything with violence, plate Roman 15. A man throwing a dart, a stone, or anything else with violence may be represented chiefly two different ways. That is, he may be preparing to do it, or the act may be already performed. If you mean to place him in the act of preparation, the inside of the foot upon which he rests will be under the perpendicular line of the pit of the neck, and if it be the right foot, the left shoulder will be perpendicular over the toes of the same foot. Chapter XCI, slash on the motion of driving anything into or drawing it out of the ground. He who wishes to pitch a pole into the ground, or draw one out of it, will raise the leg and bend the knee opposite to the arm which acts, in order to balance himself upon the foot that rests, without which he could neither drive in nor pull out anything. Chapter XI, of forcible motions, plate Roman 16. Of the two arms, that will be most powerful in its effort, which, having been farthest removed from its natural situation, is assisted more strongly by the other parts to bring it to the place where it means to go. As the man A, who moves the arm with a club E and brings it to the opposite side B, assisted by the motion of the whole body. Illustration, page 38, chap. 90, plate 15. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Illustration, page 39, chap. 92, plate 16. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Chapter XCI, slash the action of jumping. Nature will of itself, and without any reasoning in the mind of a man going to jump, prompt him to raise his arms and shoulders by a sudden motion, together with a great part of his body, and to lift them up high, till the power of the effort subsides. This impetuous motion is accompanied by an instantaneous extension of the body which had bent itself, like a spring or bow, along the back, the joints of the thighs, knees, and feet, and is let off obliquely, that is, upwards and forwards, so that the disposition of the body tending forwards and upwards makes it describe a great arch when it springs up, which increases the leap. Chapter XCIV, slash of the three motions in jumping upwards. When a man jumps upwards, the motion of the head is 3 times quicker than that of the heel, before the extremity of the foot quits the ground, and twice as quick as that of the hips, because 3 angles are opened and extended at the same time. The superior one is that formed by the body at its joint with the thigh before, the second is at the joint of the thighs and legs behind, and the third is at the instep before. Chapter XCV, slash of the easy motions of members. In regard to the freedom and ease of motions, it is very necessary to observe that when you mean to represent a figure which has to turn itself a little round, the feet and all the other members are not to move in the same direction as the head. But you will divide that motion among 4 joints, viz. the feet, the knees, the hips, and the neck. If it rests upon the right leg, the left knee should be a little bent inward, with its foot somewhat raised outward. The left shoulder should be lower than the other, and the nape of the neck turned on the same side as the outward ankle of the left foot, and the left shoulder perpendicular over the great toe of the right foot. And take it as a general maxim that figures do not turn their heads straight with the chest, nature having for our convenience formed the neck so as to turn with ease on every side when the eyes want to look round. And to this, the other joints are in some measure subservient. If the figure be sitting, and the arms have some employment across the body, the breast will turn over the joint of the hip. Illustration, page 41, chap. 96, plate 17. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Chapter XCVI, slash the greatest twist which a man can make in turning to look at himself behind. Plate Roman 17. The greatest twist that the body can perform is when the back of the heels and the front of the face are seen at the same time. It is not done without difficulty, and is effected by bending the leg and lowering the shoulder on that side towards which the head turns. The cause of this motion, and also which of the muscles move first and which last, I shall explain in my treatise on anatomy. Chapter XCVIA, of turning the leg without the thigh. It is impossible to turn the leg inwards or outwards without turning the thigh by the same motion, because the setting in of the bones at the knee is such that they have no motion but backwards and forwards, and no more than is necessary for walking or kneeling, never sideways, because the form of the bones at the joint of the knee does not allow it. If this joint had been made pliable on all sides, as that of the shoulder, or that of the thigh bone with the hip, a man would have had his legs bent on each side as often as backwards and forwards, and seldom or never straight with the thigh. Besides, this joint can bend only one way, so that in walking it can never go beyond the straight line of the leg. It bends only forwards, for if it could bend backwards, a man could never get up again upon his feet if once he were kneeling. As when he means to get up from the kneeling posture on both knees, he gives the whole weight of his body to one of the knees to support, unloading the other, which at that time feels no other weight than its own, and therefore is lifted up with ease, and rests his foot flat upon the ground. Then returning the whole weight upon that foot, and leaning his hand upon his knee, he at once extends the other arm, raises his head, and straightening the thigh with the body, he springs up and rests upon the same foot, while he brings up the other. /chapter XCVI /postures of figures. Figures that are set in a fixed attitude are nevertheless to have some contrast of parts. If one arm come before, the other remains still or goes behind. If the figure rest upon one leg, the shoulder on that side will be lower than the other. This is observed by artists of judgment, who always take care to balance the figure well upon its feet, for fear it should appear to fall. Because by resting upon one foot, the other leg, being a little bent, does not support the body any more than if it were dead. Therefore, it is necessary that the parts above that leg should transfer the center of their weight upon the leg which supports the body. Chapter X6 / of the gracefulness of the members. The members are to be suited to the body in graceful motions, expressive of the meaning which the figure is intended to convey. If it had to give the idea of genteel and agreeable carriage, the members must be slender and well turned, but not lean. The muscles very slightly marked, indicating in a soft manner such as must necessarily appear. The arms, particularly, pliant, and no member in a straight line with any other adjoining member. If it happen, on account of the motion of the figure, that the right hip be higher than the left, make the joint of the shoulder fall perpendicularly on the highest part of that hip, and let that right shoulder be lower than the left. The pit of the neck will always be perpendicular over the middle of the instep of the foot that supports the body. The leg that does not bear will have its knee a little lower than the other, and near the other leg. In regard to the positions of the head and arms, they are infinite, and for that reason I shall not enter into any detailed rule concerning them. Suffice it to say that they are to be easy and free, graceful, and varied in their bendings, so that they may not appear stiff like pieces of wood. Chapter C that it is impossible for any memory to retain the aspects and changes of the members. It is impossible that any memory can be able to retain all the aspects or motions of any member of any animal whatever. This case we shall exemplify by the appearance of the hand. And because any continued quantity is divisible ad infinitum, the motion of the eye which looks at the hand, and moves from A to B, moves by a space a B, which is also a continued quantity, and consequently divisible ad infinitum, and in every part of the motion varies to its view the aspect and figure of the hand, and so it will do if it move round the whole circle. The same will the hand do which is raised in its motion, that is, it will pass over a space, which is a continued quantity. Chapter CI, the motions of figures. Never put the head straight upon the shoulders, but a little turned sideways to the right or left, even though the figures should be looking up or down, or straight, because it is necessary to give them some motion of life and spirit. Nor ever compose a figure in such a manner, either in a front or back view, as that every part falls straight upon another from the top to the bottom. But if you wish to introduce such a figure, use it for old age. Never repeat the same motion of arms or of legs, not only not in the same figure, but in those which are standing by or near. If the necessity of the case, or the expression of the subject you represent, do not oblige you to it. Chapter C / of common motions. The variety of motions in man are equal to the variety of accidents or thoughts affecting the mind, and each of these thoughts or accidents will operate more or less, according to the temper and age of the subject. For the same cause will in the actions of youth or of old age produce very different effects. Chapter CI/of simple motions. Simple motion is that which a man performs in merely bending backwards or forwards. Chapter Civ/complex motion. Complex motion is that which, to produce some particular action, requires the body to bend downwards and sideways at the same time. The painter must be careful in his compositions to apply these complex motions according to the nature of the subject, and not to weaken or destroy the effect of it by introducing figures with simple motions without any connection with the subject. Chapter CV/motions appropriated to the subject. The motions of your figures are to be expressive of the quantity of strength requisite to the force of the action. Let not the same effort be used to take up a stick as would easily raise a piece of timber. Therefore show great variety in the expression of strength, according to the quality of the load to be managed. Chapter CVI/appropriate motions. There are some emotions of the mind which are not expressed by any particular motion of the body, while in others the expression cannot be shewn without it. In the first, the arms fall down, the hands and all the other parts, which in general are the most active, remain at rest. But such emotions of the soul as produce bodily action must put the members into such motions as are appropriated to the intention of the mind. This, however, is an ample subject, and we have a great deal to say upon it. There is a third kind of motion, which participates of the two already described, and a fourth, which depends neither on the one nor the other. This last belongs to insensibility or fury, and should be ranked with madness or stupidity, and so adapted only to grotesque or moresso work. Chapter CV/of the postures of women and young people. It is not becoming in women and young people to have their legs too much asunder, because it denotes boldness, while the legs close together show modesty. Chapter CVI/of the postures of children. Children and old people are not to express quick motions in what concerns their legs. Chapter VI/of the motion of the members. Let every member be employed in performing its proper functions. For instance, in a dead body or one asleep, no member should appear alive or awake. A foot bearing the weight of the whole body should not be playing its toes up and down, but flat upon the ground, except when it rests entirely upon the heel. Chapter CX/of mental motions. A mere thought or operation of the mind excites only simple and easy motions of the body, not this way and that way, because its object is in the mind, which does not affect the senses when it is collected within itself. Chapter CXI/effect of the mind upon the motions of the body, occasioned by some outward object. When the motion is produced by the presence of some object, either the cause is immediate or not. If it be immediate, the figure will first turn towards it the organs most necessary, the eyes, leaving its feet in the same place, and will only move the thighs, hips, and knees a little towards the same side to which the eyes are directed. Those who become enamored of the practice of the art, without having previously applied to the diligent study of the scientific part of it, may be compared to mariners, who put to sea in a ship without rudder or compass, and therefore cannot be certain of arriving at the wished-for port. Practice must always be founded on good theory. To this, perspective is the guide and entrance, without which nothing can be well done. Chapter CZI/precepts in painting. Perspective is to painting what the bridle is to a horse, and the rudder to a ship. The size of a figure should denote the distance at which it is situated. If a figure be seen of the natural size, remember that it denotes its being near to the eye. Chapter CZIV/of the boundaries of objects called outlines or contours. The outlines or contours of bodies are so little perceivable that at any small distance between that and the object, the eye will not be able to recognize the features of a friend or relation if it were not for their clothes and general appearance, so that by the knowledge of the whole it comes to know the parts. Chapter CXV/of linear perspective. Linear perspective consists in giving, by established rules, the true dimensions of objects, according to their respective distances, so that the second object be less than the first, the third than the second, and by degrees at last they become invisible. I find by experience that if the second object be at the same distance from the first, As the first is from the eye, though they be of the same size, the second will appear half the size of the first. And if the third be at the same distance behind the second, it will diminish 2/3. And so on, by degrees, they will, at equal distances, diminish in proportion, provided that the interval be not more than 20 cubits, at which distance it will lose 2/4 of its size. At 40 it will diminish 3/4, and at 60 it will lose 5/6, and so on progressively. But you must be distant from your picture twice the size of it, for, if you be only once the size, it will make a great difference in the measure from the first to the second. Chapter CXVI/What parts of objects disappear first by distance? Those parts which are of less magnitude will first vanish from the sight. This happens because the shape of small objects at an equal distance comes to the eye under a more acute angle than the large ones, and the perception of them is less, in proportion as they are less in magnitude. It follows, then, that if the large objects, by being removed to a great distance, and consequently coming to the eye by a small angle, are almost lost to the sight, the small objects will entirely disappear. Chapter CXV/of remote objects. The outlines of objects will be less seen, in proportion as they are more distant from the eye. Chapter CXVI/of the point of sight. The point of sight must be on a level with the eyes of a common-sized man and placed upon the horizon, which is the line formed by a flat country terminating with the sky. An exception must be made as to mountains, which are above that line. Chapter C6/A picture is to be viewed from one point only. This will be proved by one single example. If you mean to represent a round ball very high up, on a flat and perpendicular wall, it will be necessary to make it oblong, like the shape of an egg, and to place yourself, that is, the eye or point of view, so far back, as that its outline or circumference may appear round. Chapter CXX/of the dimensions of the first figure in an historical painting. The first figure in your picture will be less than nature, in proportion as it recedes from the front of the picture or the bottom line, and by the same rule the others behind it will go on lessening in an equal degree. Chapter CXXI/of objects that are lost to the sight in proportion to their distance. The first things that disappear, by being removed to some distance, are the outlines or boundaries of objects. The second, as they remove farther, are the shadows which divide contiguous bodies. The third are the thickness of legs and feet, and so in succession the small parts are lost to the sight, till nothing remains but a confused mass without any distinct parts. Chapter CXA/errors not so easily seen in small objects as in large ones. Supposing this small object to represent a man or any other animal, although the parts, by being so much diminished or reduced, cannot be executed with the same exactness of proportion, nor finished with the same accuracy, as if on a larger scale, yet on that very account the faults will be less conspicuous. For example, if you look at a man at the distance of 200 yards, and with all due attention mean to form a judgment, whether he be handsome or ugly, deformed or well-made, you will find that, with all your endeavors, you can hardly venture to decide. The reason is that the man diminishes so much by the distance that it is impossible to distinguish the parts minutely. If you wish to know by demonstration the diminution of the above figure, hold your finger up before your eye at about 9 inches distance, so that the top of your finger corresponds with the top of the head of the distant figure. You will perceive that your finger covers, not only its head, but part of its body, which is an evident proof of the apparent diminution of that object. Hence it often happens that we are doubtful, and can scarcely, at some distance, distinguish the form of even a friend. Chapter CXCI/historical subjects one above another on the same wall to be avoided. This custom, which has been generally adopted by painters on the front and sides of chapels, is much to be condemned. They begin with an historical picture, its landscape and buildings, in one compartment. After which they raise another compartment and execute another history with other buildings upon another level. And from thence they proceed to a third and fourth, varying the point of sight, as if the beholder was going up steps, while in fact he must look at them all from below, which is very ill judged in those matters. We know that the point of sight is the eye of the spectator. And if you ask, how is a series of subjects, such as the life of a saint, to be represented in different compartments on the same wall? I answer that you are to place the principal event in the largest compartment and make the point of sight as high as the eye of the spectator. Begin that subject with large figures, and as you go up, lessen the objects, as well the figures as buildings, varying the plans according to the effect of perspective, but never varying the point of sight. And so complete the series of subjects till you come to a certain height, where terrestrial objects can be seen no more, except the tops of trees or clouds and birds. Or if you introduce figures, they must be aerial, such as angels or saints in glory or the like, if they suit the purpose of your history. If not, do not undertake this kind of painting, for your work will be faulty and justly reprehensible. Chapter CX/Why objects in painting can never detach, as natural objects do. Painters often despair of being able to imitate nature, from observing that their pictures have not the same relief, nor the same life as natural objects have in a looking-glass, though they both appear upon a plane surface. They say they have colors which surpass in brightness the quality of the lights, and in darkness the quality of the shades of the objects seen in the looking-glass, but attribute this circumstance to their own ignorance and not to the true cause because they do not know it. It is impossible that objects in painting should appear with the same relief as those in the looking-glass, unless we look at them with only one eye. The reason is this. The two eyes be looking at objects one behind another, as M and N see them both, because M cannot entirely occupy the space of N, by reason that the base of the visual rays is so broad that the second object is seen behind the first. But if one eye be shut and you look with the other S, the body F will entirely cover the body R, because the visual rays beginning at one point form a triangle of which the body F is the base, and being prolonged, they form two diverging tangents at the two extremities of F, which cannot touch the body R behind it, therefore can never see it. Chapter CXXV/How to give the proper dimension to objects in painting. In order to give the appearance of the natural size, if the piece be small as miniatures, the figures on the foreground are to be finished with as much precision as those of any large painting, because being small they are to be brought up close to the eye. But large paintings are seen at some distance, whence it happens that though the figures in each are so different in size, in appearance they will be the same. This proceeds from the eye receiving those objects under the same angle, and it is proved thus. Let the large painting be BC, the eye A, and DE a pane of glass, through which are seen the figures situated at BC. I say that the eye being fixed, the figures in the copy of the paintings BC are to be smaller, in proportion as the glass DE is nearer the eye A, and are to be as precise and finished. But if you will execute the picture BC upon the glass DE, this ought to be less finished than the picture BC, and more so than the figure MN transferred upon the glass FG. Because, supposing the figure PO to be as much finished as the natural one in BC, the perspective of OP would be false, since, though in regard to the diminution of the figure it would be right, BC being diminished in PO, the finishing would not agree with the distance, because in giving it the perfection of the natural BC, BC would appear as near as OP. But if you search for the diminution of OP, OP will be found at the distance BC, and the diminution of the finishing as at FG. Chapter CXXVI/How to draw accurately any particular spot. Take a glass as large as your paper, fasten it well between your eye and the object you mean to draw, and fixing your head in a frame, in such a manner as not to be able to move it, at the distance of 2 feet from the glass. Shut one eye, and draw with a pencil accurately upon the glass all that you see through it. After that, trace upon paper what you have drawn on the glass, which tracing you may paint at pleasure, observing the aerial perspective. Chapter CXXVIA/disproportion to be avoided, even in the accessory parts. A great fault is committed by many painters, which is highly to be blamed, that is, to represent the habitations of men and other parts of their compositions so low that the doors do not reach as high as the knees of their inhabitants, though, according to their situation, they are nearer to the eye of the spectator than the men who seem willing to enter them. I have seen some pictures with porticos supported by columns loaded with figures, one grasping a column against which it leans, as if it were a walking stick, and other similar errors, which are to be avoided with the greatest care. The painter ought to form his style upon the most proportionate model in nature. And after having measured that, he ought to measure himself also, and be perfectly acquainted with his own defects or deficiencies. And having acquired this knowledge, his constant care should be to avoid conveying into his work those defects which he has found in his own person. For these defects, becoming habitual to his observation, mislead his judgment, and he perceives them no longer. We ought therefore to struggle against such a prejudice, which grows up with us, for the mind, being fond of its own habitation, is apt to represent it to our imagination as beautiful. From the same motive it may be, that there is not a woman, however plain in her person, who may not find her admirer if she be not a monster. Against this bent of the mind, you ought very cautiously to be on your guard. Chapter CX6 Variety in Figures. A painter ought to aim at universal excellence, for he will be greatly wanting in dignity if he do one thing well and another badly, as many do, who study only the naked figure, measured and proportioned by a pair of compasses in their hands, and do not seek for variety. A man may be well proportioned, and yet be tall or short, large or lean, or of a middle size, and whoever does not make great use of these varieties, which are all existing in nature in its most perfect state, will produce figures as if cast in one and the same mold, which is highly reprehensible. Chapter CXXX How a painter ought to proceed in his studies. The painter ought always to form in his mind a kind of system of reasoning or discussion within himself on any remarkable object before him. He should stop, take notes, and form some rule upon it, considering the place, the circumstances, the lights and shadows. Chapter CXXXI of sketching histories and figures. Sketches of historical subjects must be slight, attending only to the situation of the figures, without regard to the finishing of particular members, which may be done afterwards at leisure, when the mind is so disposed. Chapter CXXZ How to study composition. The young student should begin by sketching slightly some single figure, and turn that on all sides, knowing already how to contract and how to extend the members. After which he may put two together in various attitudes, we will suppose in the act of fighting boldly. This composition also he must try on all sides, and in a variety of ways tending to the same expression. Then he may imagine one of them very courageous, while the other is a coward. Let these attitudes, and many other accidental affections of the mind, be with great care studied, examined, and dwelt upon. Chapter CXXZI of the attitudes of men. The attitudes and all the members are to be disposed in such a manner that by them the intentions of the mind may be easily discovered. Chapter CXXIV Variety of Positions. The positions of the human figure are to be adapted to the age and rank, and to be varied according to the difference of the sexes, men or women. Chapter CXXXV of Studies from Nature for History. It is necessary to consider well the situation for which the history is to be painted, particularly the height, and let the painter place accordingly the model from which he means to make his studies for that historical picture, and set himself as much below the object, as the picture is to be above the eye of the spectator, otherwise the work will be faulty. Chapter CXXXVI of the variety of figures in history painting. History painting must exhibit variety in its fullest extent. In temper, size, complexion, actions, plumpness, leanness, thick, thin, large, small, rough, smooth, old age and youth, strong and muscular, weak, with little appearance of muscles, cheerfulness and melancholy. Some should be with curled hair and some with straight. Some short, some long, some quick in their motions, and some slow, with a variety of dresses and colors, according as the subject may require. Chapter CXXXV of variety in history. A painter should delight in introducing great variety into his compositions, avoiding repetition, that by this fertility of invention he may attract and charm the eye of the beholder. If it be requisite according to the subject meant to be represented, that there should be a mixture of men differing in their faces, ages, and dress, grouped with women, children, dogs and horses, buildings, hills, and flat country, observe dignity and decorum in the principal figure. Such as a king, magistrate, or philosopher separating them from the low classes of the people. Mix not afflicted or weeping figures with joyful and laughing ones, for nature dictates that the cheerful be attended by others of the same disposition of mind. Laughter is productive of laughter, and vice versa. Chapter CXXXVI / of the age of figures. Do not bring together a number of boys with as many old men, nor young men with infants, nor women with men, if the subject you mean to represent does not oblige you to it. Chapter CXXVI / of variety of faces. The Italian painters have been accused of a common fault, that is, of introducing into their compositions the faces and even the whole figures of Roman emperors, which they take from the antique. To avoid such an error, let no repetition take place, either in parts or the whole of a figure, nor let there be even the same face in another composition. And the more the figures are contrasted, viz., the deformed opposed to the beautiful, the old to the young, the strong to the feeble, the more the picture will please and be admired. These different characters, contrasted with each other, will increase the beauty of the whole. It frequently happens that a painter, while he is composing, will use any little sketch or scrap of drawing he has by him, and endeavor to make it serve his purpose. But this is extremely injudicious, because he may very often find that the members he has drawn have not the motion suited to what he means to express. And after he has adopted, accurately drawn, and even well finished them, he will be loth to rub out and change them for others. Chapter CXL / a fault in painters. It is a very great fault in a painter to repeat the same motions in figures, and the same folds in draperies in the same composition, as also to make all the faces alike. Chapter CXLI / how you may learn to compose groups for history painting. When you are well instructed in perspective and know perfectly how to draw the anatomy and forms of different bodies or objects, it should be your delight to observe and consider in your walks the different actions of men, when they are talking or quarreling, when they laugh, and when they fight. Attend to their positions and to those of the spectators, whether they are attempting to separate those who fight or merely lookers-on. Be quick in sketching these with slight strokes in your pocketbook, which should always be about you, and made of stained paper, as you ought not to rub out. When it is full, take another, for these are not things to be rubbed out, but kept with the greatest care. Because forms and motions of bodies are so infinitely various that the memory is not able to retain them, therefore preserve these sketches as your assistants and masters. Chapter CXLE / how to study the motions of the human body. The first requisite towards a perfect acquaintance with the various motions of the human body is the knowledge of all the parts, particularly the joints, in all the attitudes in which it may be placed. Then make slight sketches in your pocketbook as opportunities occur of the actions of men, as they happen to meet your eye without being perceived by them. Because, if they were to observe you, they would be disturbed from that freedom of action, which is prompted by inward feeling. As when two men are quarreling and angry, each of them seeming to be in the right, and with great vehemence move their eyebrows, arms, and all the other members, using motions appropriated to their words and feelings. This they could not do if you wanted them to imitate anger or any other accidental emotion, such as laughter, weeping, pain, admiration, fear, and the like. For that reason, take care never to be without a little book, for the purpose of sketching those various motions and also groups of people standing by. This will teach you how to compose history. Two things demand the principal attention of a good painter. One is the exact outline and shape of the figure. The other, the true expression of what passes in the mind of that figure, which he must feel, and that is very important. Chapter CXLEI / of dresses and of draperies and folds. The draperies with which you dress figures ought to have their folds so accommodated as to surround the parts they are intended to cover, that in the mass of light there be not any dark fold, and in the mass of shadows none receiving too great a light. They must go gently over, describing the parts, but not with lines across, cutting the members with hard notches, deeper than the part can possibly be. At the same time, it must fit the body, and not appear like an empty bundle of cloth. A fault of many painters, who, enamored of the quantity and variety of folds, have encumbered their figures, forgetting the intention of clothes, which is to dress and surround the parts gracefully wherever they touch, and not to be filled with wind like bladders, puffed up where the parts project. I do not deny that we ought not to neglect introducing some handsome folds among these draperies, but it must be done with great judgment and suited to the parts, where, by the actions of the limbs and position of the whole body, they gather together. Above all, be careful to vary the quality and quantity of your folds in compositions of many figures, so that, if some have large folds produced by thick woolen cloth, others, being dressed in thinner stuff, may have them narrower, some sharp and straight, others soft and undulating. Chapter CX Live, / of the nature of folds in draperies. Many painters prefer making the folds of their draperies with acute angles, deep and precise, others with angles hardly perceptible, and some with none at all, but instead of them, certain curved lines. Chapter CXLV, / how the folds of draperies ought to be represented, Plate Roman 18. That part of the drapery, which is the farthest from the place where it is gathered, will appear more approaching its natural state. Everything naturally inclines to preserve its primitive form. Therefore, a stuff or cloth, which is of equal thickness on both sides, will always incline to remain flat. For that reason, when it is constrained by some fold to relinquish its flat situation, it is observed that, at the part of its greatest restraint, it is continually making efforts to return to its natural shape, and the parts most distant from it reassume more of their primitive state by ample and distended folds. For example, let ABC be the drapery mentioned above, A be the place where it is folded or restrained. I have said that the part, which is farthest from the place of its restraint, would return more towards its primitive shape. Therefore, C being the farthest, will be broader and more extended than any other part. Illustration, page 68, chap. 145, plate 18. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Illustration, page 69, chap. 147, plate 19. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Chapter CXLVI, / how the folds in draperies ought to be made. Draperies are not to be encumbered with many folds. On the contrary, there ought to be some only where they are held up with the hands or arms of the figures, and the rest left to fall with natural simplicity. They ought to be studied from nature. That is to say, if a woolen cloth be intended, the folds ought to be drawn after such cloth. If it be of silk, or thin stuff, or else very thick for laborers, let it be distinguished by the nature of the folds. But never copy them, as some do, after models dressed in paper or thin leather, for it greatly misleads. Chapter CXLVI, / foreshortening of folds, plate Roman 19. Where the figure is foreshortened, there ought to appear a greater number of folds than on the other parts, all surrounding it in a circular manner. Let E be the situation of the eye. MN will have the middle of every circular fold successively removed farther from its outline, in proportion as it is more distant from the eye. In MO of the other figure, the outlines of these circular folds will appear almost straight, because it is situated opposite the eye. But in P and Q, quite the contrary, as in N and M. Chapter CXLVI, / of folds. The folds of draperies, whatever be the motion of the figure, ought always to show, by the form of their outlines, the attitude of such figure, so as to leave in the mind of the beholder no doubt or confusion in regard to the true position of the body, and let there be no fold, which by its shadow breaks through any of the members, that is to say, appearing to go in deeper than the surface of the part it covers. And if you represent the figure clothed with several garments, one over the other, let it not appear as if the upper one covered only a mere skeleton, but let it express that it is also well furnished with flesh and a thickness of folds, suitable to the number of its undergarments. The folds surrounding the members ought to diminish in thickness near the extremities of the part they surround. The length of the folds, which are close to the members, ought to produce other folds on that side where the member is diminished by foreshortening, and be more extended on the opposite side. Chapter CX Licks, / of decorum. Observe decorum in everything you represent, that is, fitness of action, dress, and situation, according to the dignity or meanness of the subject to be represented. Be careful that a king, for instance, be grave and majestic in his countenance and dress, that the place be well decorated, and that his attendants or the bystanders express reverence and admiration and appear as noble in dresses suitable to a royal court. On the contrary, in the representation of a mean subject, let the figures appear low and despicable, those about them with similar countenances and actions denoting base and presumptuous minds and meanly clad. In short, in both cases, the parts must correspond with the general sentiment of the composition. The motions of old age should not be similar to those of youth, those of a woman to those of a man, nor should the latter be the same as those of a boy. Chapter CL/the character of figures in composition. In general, the painter ought to introduce very few old men in the ordinary course of historical subjects, and those few separated from young people, because old people are few and their habits do not agree with those of youth. Where there is no conformity of custom, there can be no intimacy, and without it, a company is soon separated. But if the subject require an appearance of gravity, a meeting on important business, as a council, for instance, let there be few young men introduced, for youth willingly avoids such meetings. Chapter CLI/the motion of the muscles, when the figures are in natural positions. A figure which does not express by its position the sentiments and passions by which we suppose it animated will appear to indicate that its muscles are not obedient to its will, and the painter very deficient in judgment. For that reason, a figure is to show great eagerness and meaning, and its position is to be so well appropriated to that meaning that it cannot be mistaken nor made use of for any other. Chapter CLI/a precept in painting. The painter ought to notice those quick motions, which men are apt to make without thinking, when impelled by strong and powerful affections of the mind. He ought to take memorandums of them and sketch them in his pocketbook, in order to make use of them when they may answer his purpose, and then to put a living model in the same position, to see the quality and aspect of the muscles which are in action. Chapter CLI/of the motion of man, plates Roman 20 and Roman 21. The first and principal part of the art is composition of any sort, or putting things together. The second relates to the expression and motion of the figures, and requires that they be well appropriated, and seeming attentive to what they are about, appearing to move with alacrity and spirit, according to the degree of expression suitable to the occasion, expressing slow and tardy motions, as well as those of eagerness in pursuit, and that quickness and ferocity be expressed with such force as to give an idea of the sensations of the actors. When a figure is to throw a dart, stones, or the like, let it be seen evidently by the attitude and disposition of all the members that such is its intention, of which there are two examples in the opposite plates, varied both in action and power. The first in point of vigor is A, the second is B, but A will throw his weapon farther than B, because, though they seem desirous of throwing it to the same point, A having turned his feet towards the object, while his body is twisted and bent back the contrary way, to increase his power, returns with more velocity and force to the point to which he means to throw. But the figure B having turned his feet the same way as his body, it returns to its place with great inconvenience, and consequently with weakened powers. For in the expression of great efforts, the preparatory motions of the body must be strong and violent, twisting and bending, so that it may return with convenient ease, and by that means have a great effect. In the same manner, if a crossbow be not strung with force, the motion of whatever it shoots will be short and without effect. Because, where there is no impulse, there can be no motion, and if the impulse be not violent, the motion is but tardy and feeble. So a bow, which is not strong, has no motion, and if it be strung, it will remain in that state till the impulse be given by another power which puts it in motion, and it will shoot with a violence equal to that which was employed in bending it. In the same manner, the man who does not twist and bend his body will have acquired no power. Therefore, after he has thrown his dart, he will find himself twisted the contrary way, viz., on the side where he has thrown, and he will have acquired only power sufficient to serve him to return to where he was at first. Illustration, page 72, chap. 153, plate 20. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Illustration, page 72, chap. 153, plate 21. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Chapter slash of attitudes, and the motions of the members. The same attitude is not to be repeated in the same picture, nor the same motion of members in the same figure, nay, not even in the hands or fingers. And if the history requires a great number of figures, such as a battle or a massacre of soldiers, in which there are but 3 ways of striking, viz. thrusting, cutting, or backhanded, in that case you must take care that all those who are cutting be expressed in different views, some turning their backs, some their sides, and others be seen in front, varying in the same manner the 3 different ways of fighting, so that all the actions may have a relation to those 3 principles. In battles, complex motions display great art, giving spirit and animation to the whole. By complex motion is meant, for instance, that of a single figure showing the front of the legs, and at the same time the profile of the shoulder. But of this I shall treat in another place. Chapter CLV, slash of a single figure separate from an historical group. The same motion of members should not be repeated in a figure which you mean to be alone. For instance, if the figure be represented running, it must not throw both hands forward, but one forward and the other backward, or else it cannot run. If the right foot come forward, the right arm must go backward, and the left forward, because, without such disposition and contrast of parts, it is impossible to run well. If another figure be supposed to follow this, one of its legs should be brought somewhat forward, and the other be perpendicular under the head. The arm on the same side should pass forward. But of this we shall treat more fully in the book on motion. Chapter CLVI, slash on the attitudes of the human figure. A painter is to be attentive to the motions and actions of men occasioned by some sudden accident. He must observe them on the spot, take sketches, and not wait till he wants such expression, and then have it counterfeited for him. For instance, setting a model to weep when there is no cause. Such an expression without a cause will be neither quick nor natural. But it will be of great use to have observed every action from nature, as it occurs, and then to have a model set in the same attitude to help the recollection and find out something to the purpose, according to the subject in hand. Chapter CLV, slash how to represent a storm. To form a just idea of a storm, you must consider it attentively in its effects. When the wind blows violently over the sea or land, it removes and carries off with it everything that is not firmly fixed to the general mass. The clouds must appear straggling and broken, carried according to the direction and the force of the wind, and blended with clouds of dust raised from the sandy shore. Branches and leaves of trees must be represented as carried along by the violence of the storm, and together with numberless other light substances scattered in the air. Trees and grass must be bent to the ground, as if yielding to the course of the wind. Boughs must be twisted out of their natural form, with their leaves reversed and entangled. Of the figures dispersed in the picture, some should appear thrown on the ground, so wrapped up in their cloaks and covered with dust, as to be scarcely distinguishable. Of those who remain on their feet, some should be sheltered by and holding fast behind some great trees, to avoid the same fate. Others bending to the ground, their hands over their faces to ward off the dust, their hair and their clothes flying straight up at the mercy of the wind. The high tremendous waves of the stormy sea will be covered with foaming froth, the most subtle parts of which, being raised by the wind like a thick mist, mix with the air. What vessels are seen should appear with broken cordage, and torn sails, fluttering in the wind, some with broken masts fallen across the hulk, already on its side amidst the tempestuous waves. Some of the crew should be represented as if crying aloud for help, and clinging to the remains of the shattered vessel. Let the clouds appear as driven by tempestuous winds against the summits of lofty mountains, enveloping those mountains, and breaking and recoiling with redoubled force, like waves against a rocky shore. The air should be rendered awfully dark by the mist, dust, and thick clouds. Chapter CLVI, slash how to compose a battle. First, let the air exhibit a confused mixture of smoke, arising from the discharge of artillery and musketry, and the dust raised by the horses of the combatants. And observe, that dust being of an earthy nature, is heavy, but yet, by reason of its minute particles, it is easily impelled upwards, and mixes with the air. Nevertheless, it naturally falls downwards again, the most subtle parts of it alone gaining any considerable degree of elevation, and at its utmost height it is so thin and transparent as to appear nearly of the color of the air. The smoke, thus mixing with the dusty air, forms a kind of dark cloud, at the top of which it is distinguished from the dust by a bluish cast, the dust retaining more of its natural color. On that part from which the light proceeds, this mixture of air, smoke, and dust will appear much brighter than on the opposite side. The more the combatants are involved in this turbulent mist, the less distinctly they will be seen, and the more confused will they be in their lights and shades. Let the faces of the musketeers, their bodies, and every object near them be tinged with a reddish hue, even the air or cloud of dust. In short, all that surrounds them. This red tinge you will diminish, in proportion to their distance, from the primary cause. The groups of figures, which appear at a distance between the spectator and the light, will form a dark mass upon a light ground, and their legs will be more undetermined and lost as they approach nearer to the ground, because there the dust is heavier and thicker. If you mean to represent some straggling horses running out of the main body, introduce also some small clouds of dust, as far distant from each other as the leap of the horse, and these little clouds will become fainter, more scanty, and diffused, in proportion to their distance from the horse. That nearest to his feet will consequently be the most determined, smallest, and the thickest of all. Let the air be full of arrows in all directions, some ascending, some falling down, and some darting straight forwards. The bullets of the musketry, though not seen, will be marked in their course by a train of smoke, which breaks through the general confusion. The figures in the foreground should have their hair covered with dust, as also their eyebrows, and all parts liable to receive it. The victorious party will be running forwards, their hair and other light parts flying in the wind, their eyebrows lowered, and the motion of every member properly contrasted. For instance, in moving the right foot forwards, the left arm must be brought forwards also. If you make any of them fallen down, mark the trace of his fall on the slippery, gore-stained dust, and where the ground is less impregnated with blood, let the print of men's feet and of horses that have passed that way be marked. Let there be some horses dragging the bodies of their riders, and leaving behind them a furrow, made by the body thus trailed along. The countenances of the vanquished will appear pale and dejected, their eyebrows raised, and much wrinkled about the forehead and cheeks, the tip of their noses somewhat divided from the nostrils by arched wrinkles terminating at the corner of the eyes, those wrinkles being occasioned by the opening and raising of the nostrils, the upper lips turned up, discovering the teeth, their mouths wide open and expressive of violent lamentation. One may be seen fallen wounded on the ground, endeavoring with one hand to support his body, and covering his eyes with the other, the palm of which is turned towards the enemy. Others running away, and with open mouths seeming to cry aloud. Between the legs of the combatants let the ground be strewed with all sorts of arms, as broken shields, spears, swords, and the like. Many dead bodies should be introduced, some entirely covered with dust, others in part only. Let the blood, which seems to issue immediately from the wound, appear of its natural color, and running in a winding course till mixing with the dust, it forms a reddish kind of mud. Some should be in the agonies of death, their teeth shut, their eyes wildly staring, their fists clenched, and their legs in a distorted position. Some may appear disarmed, and beaten down by the enemy, still fighting with their fists and teeth, and endeavoring to take a passionate, though unavailing revenge. There may be also a straggling horse without a rider, running in wild disorder, his mane flying in the wind, beating down with his feet all before him, and doing a deal of damage. A wounded soldier may also be seen falling to the ground, and attempting to cover himself with his shield, while an enemy bending over him endeavors to give him the finishing stroke. Several dead bodies should be heaped together under a dead horse. Some of the conquerors, as having ceased fighting, may be wiping their faces from the dirt, collected on them by the mixture of dust with the water from their eyes. The corps de reserve will be seen advancing gaily, but cautiously, their eyebrows directed forwards, shading their eyes with their hands to observe the motions of the enemy amidst clouds of dust and smoke, and seeming attentive to the orders of their chief. You may also make their commander holding up his staff, pushing forwards, and pointing towards the place where they are wanted. A river may likewise be introduced, with horses fording it, dashing the water about between their legs and in the air, covering all the adjacent ground with water and foam. Not a spot is to be left without some marks of blood and carnage. Chapter clicks / the representation of an orator and his audience. If you have to represent a man who is speaking to a large assembly of people, you are to consider the subject matter of his discourse and to adapt his attitude to such subject. If he means to persuade, let it be known by his gesture. If he is giving an explanation, deduced from several reasons, let him put 2 fingers of the right hand within one of the left, having the other 2 bent close, his face turned towards the audience, with the mouth half open, seeming to speak. If he is sitting, let him appear as going to raise himself up a little, and his head be forward. But if he is represented standing, let him bend his chest and his head forward towards the people. The auditory are to appear silent and attentive, with their eyes upon the speaker, in the act of admiration. There should be some old men with their mouths close shut, in token of approbation, and their lips pressed together, so as to form wrinkles at the corners of the mouth, and about the cheeks, and forming others about the forehead, by raising the eyebrows, as if struck with astonishment. Some others of those sitting by should be seated with their hands within each other, round one of their knees. Some with one knee upon the other, and upon that, one hand receiving the elbow, the other supporting the chin, covered with a venerable beard. Chapter CLX/ of demonstrative gestures. The action by which a figure points at anything near, either in regard to time or situation, is to be expressed by the hand very little removed from the body. But if the same thing is far distant, the hand must also be far removed from the body, and the face of the figure pointing must be turned towards those to whom he is pointing it out. Chapter CLXI/ of the attitudes of the bystanders at some remarkable event. All those who are present at some event deserving notice express their admiration, but in various manners. As when the hand of justice punishes some malefactor. If the subject be an act of devotion, the eyes of all present should be directed towards the object of their adoration, aided by a variety of pious actions with the other members, as at the elevation of the host at Mass and other similar ceremonies. If it be a laughable subject, or one exciting compassion and moving to tears, in those cases it will not be necessary for all to have their eyes turned towards the object, but they will express their feelings by different actions, and let there be several assembled in groups to rejoice or lament together. If the event be terrific, let the faces of those who run away from the fight be strongly expressive of fright with various motions, as shall be described in the tract on motion. Chapter CLZ/How to represent night. Those objects which are entirely deprived of light are lost to the sight, as in the night. Therefore, if you mean to paint a history under those circumstances, you must suppose a large fire, and those objects that are near it to be tinged with its color, and the nearer they are the more they will partake of it. The fire being red, all those objects which receive light from it will appear of a reddish color, and those that are most distant from it will partake of the darkness that surrounds them. The figures which are represented before the fire will appear dark in proportion to the brightness of the fire, because those parts of them which we see are tinged by that darkness of the night, and not by the light of the fire which they intercept. Those that are on either side of the fire will be half in the shade of night and half in the red light. Those seen beyond the extent of the flames will be all of a reddish light upon a black ground. In regard to their attitudes, let those who are nearest the fire make screens of their hands and cloaks against the scorching heat, with their faces turned on the contrary side, as if ready to run away from it. The most remote will only be shading their eyes with their hands, as if hurt by the too great glare. Chapter CLZI/the method of awakening the mind to a variety of inventions. I will not omit to introduce among these precepts a new kind of speculative invention, which though apparently trifling and almost laughable, is nevertheless of great utility in assisting the genius to find variety for composition. By looking attentively at old and smeared walls, or stones and veined marble of various colors, you may fancy that you see in them several compositions, landscapes, battles, figures in quick motion, strange countenances and dresses, with an infinity of other objects. By these confused lines, the inventive genius is excited to new exertions. Chapter CLZIV/of composition in history. When the painter has only a single figure to represent, he must avoid any shortening whatever, as well of any particular member, as of the whole figure, because he would have to contend with the prejudices of those who have no knowledge in that branch of the art. But in subjects of history, composed of many figures, shortenings may be introduced with great propriety. Nay, they are indispensable, and ought to be used without reserve, as the subject may require. Particularly in battles, where of course many shortenings and contortions of figures happen amongst such an enraged multitude of actors, possessed, as it were, of a brutal madness. Let your figures have actions appropriated to what they are intended to think or say, and these will be well learnt by imitating the deaf, who by the motion of their hands, eyes, eyebrows, and the whole body, endeavor to express the sentiments of their mind. Do not ridicule the thought of a master without a tongue teaching you an art he does not understand. He will do it better by his expressive motions than all the rest by their words and examples. Let then the painter, of whatever school, attend well to this maxim, and apply it to the different qualities of the figures he represents, and to the nature of the subject in which they are actors. Chapter CLXVI/How to Paint Children. Children are to be represented with quick and contorted motions when they are sitting, but when standing, with fearful and timid motions. Chapter CLXVI/How to Represent Old Men. Old men must have slow and heavy motions. Their legs and knees must be bent when they are standing, and their feet placed parallel and wide asunder. Let them be bowed downwards, the head leaning much forward, and their arms very little extended. Chapter CLXVI/How to Paint Old Women. Old women, on the contrary, are to be represented bold and quick, with passionate motions, like furies. But the motions are to appear a great deal quicker in their arms than in their legs. Chapter CL6/How to Paint Women. Women are to be represented in modest and reserved attitudes, with their knees rather close, their arms drawing near each other or folded about the body, their heads looking downwards and leaning a little on one side. Chapter CLXX/Of the Variety of Faces. The countenances of your figures should be expressive of their different situations. Men at work, at rest, weeping, laughing, crying out, in fear or joy, and the like. The attitudes also, and all the members, ought to correspond with the sentiment expressed in the faces. Chapter CLXXI/The Parts of the Face and Their Motions. The motions of the different parts of the face, occasioned by sudden agitations of the mind, are many. The principal of these are laughter, weeping, calling out, singing, either in a high or low pitch, admiration, anger, joy, sadness, fear, pain, and others, of which I propose to treat. First, of laughing and weeping, which are very similar in the motion of the mouth, the cheeks, the shutting of the eyebrows, and the space between them, as we shall explain in its place, in treating of the changes which happen in the face, hands, fingers, and all the other parts of the body, as they are affected by the different emotions of the soul, the knowledge of which is absolutely necessary to a painter, or else his figures may be said to be twice dead. But it is very necessary also that he be careful not to fall into the contrary extreme, giving extraordinary motions to his figures, so that in a quiet and peaceable subject, he does not seem to represent a battle or the revellings of drunken men. But above all, the actors in any point of history must be attentive to what they are about, or to what is going forward. With actions that denote admiration, respect, pain, suspicion, fear, and joy, according as the occasion, for which they are brought together, may require. Endeavor that different points of history be not placed one above the other on the same canvas, nor walls with different horizons, as if it were a jeweler's shop, showing the goods in different square caskets. Chapter CLXC/Laughing and Weeping. Between the expression of laughter and that of weeping, there is no difference in the motion of the features either in the eyes, mouth, or cheeks, only in the ruffling of the brows, which is added when weeping, but more elevated and extended in laughing. One may represent the figure weeping as tearing his clothes, or some other expression, as various as the cause of his feeling may be. Because some weep for anger, some through fear, others for tenderness and joy or for suspicion, some for real pain and torment, whilst others weep through compassion or regret at the loss of some friend and near relation. These different feelings will be expressed by some with marks of despair, by others with moderation. Some only shed tears, others cry aloud, while another has his face turned towards heaven with his hand depressed and his fingers twisted. Some again will be full of apprehension, with their shoulders raised up to their ears, and so on, according to the above causes. Those who weep raise the brows and bring them close together above the nose, forming many wrinkles on the forehead, and the corners of the mouth are turned downwards. Those who laugh have them turned upwards, and the brows open and extended. Chapter CLXZI/ of anger. If you represent a man in a violent fit of anger, make him seize another by the hair, holding his head writhed down against the ground with his knee fixed upon the ribs of his antagonist, his right arm up and his fist ready to strike, his hair standing on end, his eyebrows low and straight, his teeth close and seen at the corner of the mouth, his neck swelled, and his body covered in the abdomen with creases, occasioned by his bending over his enemy and the excess of his passion. Chapter CLXIV/despair. The last act of despondency is when a man is in the act of putting a period to his own existence. He should be represented with a knife in one hand, with which he has already inflicted the wound, and tearing it open with the other. His garments and hair should be already torn. He will be standing with his feet asunder, his knees a little bent, and his body leaning forward, as if ready to fall to the ground. The student who is desirous of making great proficiency in the art of imitating the works of nature should not only learn the shape of figures or other objects, and be able to delineate them with truth and precision, but he must also accompany them with their proper lights and shadows, according to the situation in which those objects appear. Chapter CLXXVI/which of the two is the most useful knowledge, the outlines of figures or that of light and shadow? The knowledge of the outline is of most consequence, and yet may be acquired to great certainty by dint of study, as the outlines of the different parts of the human figure, particularly those which do not bend, are invariably the same. But the knowledge of the situation, quality, and quantity of shadows, being infinite, requires the most extensive study. Chapter CLXXVI/which is the most important, the shadows or outlines in painting. It requires much more observation and study to arrive at perfection in the shadowing of a picture than in merely drawing the lines of it. The proof of this is that the lines may be traced upon a veil or a flat glass placed between the eye and the object to be imitated. But that cannot be of any use in shadowing, on account of the infinite gradation of shades and the blending of them, which does not allow of any precise termination, and most frequently they are confused, as will be demonstrated in another place. Chapter CLXXVI/what is a painter's first aim and object? The first object of a painter is to make a simple flat surface appear like a relievo, and some of its parts detached from the ground. He who excels all others in that part of the art deserves the greatest praise. This perfection of the art depends on the correct distribution of lights and shades, called chiaroscuro. If the painter then avoids shadows, he may be said to avoid the glory of the art, and to render his work despicable to real connoisseurs, for the sake of acquiring the esteem of vulgar and ignorant admirers of fine colors, who never have any knowledge of relievo. Chapter CLX6/the difference of superficies in regard to painting. Solid bodies are of two sorts. The one has the surface curvilinear, oval, or spherical. The other has several surfaces, or sides producing angles, either regular or irregular. Spherical or oval bodies will always appear detached from their ground, though they are exactly of the same color. Bodies also of different sides and angles will always detach, because they are always disposed so as to produce shades on some of their sides, which cannot happen to a plane superficies. Chapter CLXXX/how a painter may become universal. The painter who wishes to be universal and please a variety of judges must unite in the same composition, objects susceptible of great force in the shadows and great sweetness in the management of them, accounting, however, in every instance for such boldness and softenings. Chapter CLXXXI/accuracy ought to be learnt before dispatch in the execution. If you wish to make good and useful studies, use great deliberation in your drawings, observe well among the lights which, and how many, hold the first rank in point of brightness, and so among the shadows, which are darker than others, and in what manner they blend together, compare the quality and quantity of one with the other, and observe to what part they are directed. Be careful also in your outlines or divisions of the members. Remark well what quantity of parts are to be on one side and what on the other, and where they are more or less apparent or broad or slender. Lastly, take care that the shadows and lights be united or lost in each other, without any hard strokes or lines. As smoke loses itself in the air, so are your lights and shadows to pass from the one to the other without any apparent separation. When you have acquired the habit and formed your hand to accuracy, quickness of execution will come of itself. Chapter CLXXA / How the painter is to place himself in regard to the light and his model. Let a B be the window, M the center of it, C the model. The best situation for the painter will be a little sideways, between the window and his model, as D, so that he may see his object partly in the light and partly in the shadow. Chapter CLXXZI / of the best light. The light from on high, and not too powerful, will be found the best calculated to show the parts to advantage. Chapter CLXXIV / of drawing by candlelight. To this artificial light, apply a paper blind, and you will see the shadows undetermined and soft. Chapter CLXXXV / of those painters who draw at home from one light and afterwards adapt their studies to another situation in the country and a different light. It is a great error in some painters who draw a figure from nature at home, by any particular light, and afterwards make use of that drawing in a picture representing an open country, which receives the general light of the sky, where the surrounding air gives light on all sides. This painter would put dark shadows, where nature would either produce none, or, if any, so very faint as to be almost imperceptible, and he would throw reflected lights where it is impossible there should be any. Chapter CLXXXVI / How high the light should be in drawing from nature. To paint well from nature, your window should be to the north, that the lights may not vary. If it be to the south, you must have paper blinds, that the sun, in going round, may not alter the shadows. The situation of the light should be such as to produce upon the ground a shadow from your model as long as that is high. Chapter CLXXXVI / What light the painter must make use of to give most relief to his figures. The figures which receive a particular light show more relief than those which receive an universal one, because the particular light occasions some reflexes, which proceed from the light of one object upon the shadows of another, and helps to detach it from the dark ground. But a figure placed in front of a dark and large space, and receiving a particular light, can receive no reflection from any other objects, and nothing is seen of the figure but what the light strikes on, the rest being blended and lost in the darkness of the background. This is to be applied only to the imitation of night subjects with very little light. Chapter CLXXXVI / Advice to painters. Be very careful, in painting, to observe that between the shadows there are other shadows, almost imperceptible, both for darkness and shape. And this is proved by the third proposition, which says that the surfaces of globular or convex bodies have as great a variety of lights and shadows as the bodies that surround them have. Chapter CLXXVI / of shadows. Those shadows which in nature are undetermined, and the extremities of which can hardly be perceived, are to be copied in your painting in the same manner, never to be precisely finished, but left confused and blended. This apparent neglect will show great judgment, and be the ingenious result of your observation of nature. Chapter CXC / of the kind of light proper for drawing from relievos or from nature. Lights separated from the shadows with too much precision have a very bad effect. In order, therefore, to avoid this inconvenience, if the object be in the open country, you need not let your figures be illumined by the sun, but may suppose some transparent clouds interposed, so that the sun not being visible, the termination of the shadows will be also imperceptible and soft. Chapter CXCI / Whether the light should be admitted in front or sideways, and which is most pleasing and graceful. The light admitted in front of heads situated opposite to side walls that are dark will cause them to have great relievo, particularly if the light be placed high. And the reason is that the most prominent parts of those faces are illumined by the general light striking them in front, which light produces very faint shadows on the part where it strikes. But as it turns towards the sides, it begins to participate of the dark shadows of the room, which grow darker in proportion as it sinks into them. Besides, when the light comes from on high, it does not strike on every part of the face alike, but one part produces great shadows upon another, as the eyebrows, which deprive the whole sockets of the eyes of light. The nose keeps it off from great part of the mouth, and the chin from the neck, and such other parts. This, by concentrating the light upon the most projecting parts, produces a very great relief. Chapter CX / of the difference of lights according to the situation. A small light will cast large and determined shadows upon the surrounding bodies. A large light, on the contrary, will cast small shadows on them, and they will be much confused in their termination. When a small but strong light is surrounded by a broad but weaker light, the latter will appear like a demi-tint to the other, as the sky round the sun. And the bodies which receive the light from the one will serve as demi-tints to those which receive the light from the other. Chapter CXCI / how to distribute the light on figures. The lights are to be distributed according to the natural situation you mean your figures should occupy. If you suppose them in sunshine, the shades must be dark, the lights broad and extended, and the shadows of all the surrounding objects distinctly marked upon the ground. If seen in a gloomy day, there will be very little difference between the lights and shades, and no shadows at the feet. If the figures be represented within doors, the lights and shadows will again be distinctly divided, and produce shadows on the ground. But if you suppose a paper blind at the window, and the walls painted white, the effect will be the same as in a gloomy day, when the lights and shadows have little difference. If the figures are enlightened by the fire, the lights must be red and powerful, the shadows dark, and the shadows upon the ground and upon the walls must be precise, observing that they spread wider as they go off from the body. If the figures be enlightened, partly by the sky and partly by the fire, that side which receives the light from the sky will be the brightest, and on the other side it will be reddish, somewhat of the color of the fire. Above all, contrive that your figures receive a broad light, and that from above, particularly in portraits, because the people we see in the street receive all the light from above. And it is curious to observe that there is not a face ever so well known amongst your acquaintance, but would be recognized with difficulty if it were enlightened from beneath. Chapter CX / of the beauty of faces. You must not mark any muscles with hardness of line, but let the soft light glide upon them and terminate imperceptibly in delightful shadows. From this will arise grace and beauty to the face. Chapter CXCV / how, in drawing a face to give it grace, by the management of light and shade. A face placed in the dark part of a room acquires great additional grace by means of light and shadow. The shadowed part of the face blends with the darkness of the ground, and the light part receives an increase of brightness from the open air, the shadows on this side becoming almost insensible. And from this augmentation of light and shadow, the face has much relief and acquires great beauty. Chapter CXCVI / how to give grace and relief to faces. In streets running towards the west, when the sun is in the meridian, and the walls on each side so high that they cast no reflections on that side of the bodies which is in shade, and the sky is not too bright, we find the most advantageous situation for giving relief and grace to figures, particularly to faces, because both sides of the face will participate of the shadows of the walls. The sides of the nose and the face towards the west will be light, and the man whom we suppose placed at the entrance and in the middle of the street will see all the parts of that face, which are before him perfectly illumined, while both sides of it, towards the walls, will be in shadow. What gives additional grace is that these shades do not appear cutting, hard, or dry, but softly blended and lost in each other. The reason of it is that the light which is spread all over in the air strikes also the pavement of the street, and reflecting upon the shady part of the face, it tinges that slightly with the same hue. While the great light which comes from above being confined by the tops of houses strikes on the face from different points, almost to the very beginning of the shadows under the projecting parts of the face. It diminishes by degrees the strength of them, increasing the light till it comes upon the chin, where it terminates and loses itself, blending softly into the shades on all sides. For instance, if such light were a E, the line FE would give light even to the bottom of the nose. The line CF will give light only to the underlip, but the line AH would extend the shadow to all the under parts of the face and under the chin. In this situation, the nose receives a very strong light from all the points of B, C, D, E. Chapter CXCV, / of the termination of bodies upon each other. When a body of a cylindrical or convex surface terminates upon another body of the same color, it will appear darker on the edge than the body upon which it terminates. And any flat body, adjacent to a white surface, will appear very dark. But upon a dark ground it will appear lighter than any other part, though the lights be equal. Chapter CXCVI, / of the backgrounds of painted objects. The ground which surrounds the figures in any painting ought to be darker than the light part of those figures, and lighter than the shadowed part. Chapter CX6, / how to detach and bring forward figures out of their background. If your figure be dark, place it on a light ground. If it be light, upon a dark ground. And if it be partly light and partly dark, as is generally the case, contrive that the dark part of the figure be upon the light part of the ground, and the light side of it against the dark. Chapter CC, / of proper backgrounds. It is of the greatest importance to consider well the nature of backgrounds, upon which any opaque body is to be placed. In order to detach it properly, you should place the light part of such opaque body against the dark part of the background, and the dark parts on a light ground, as in the cut. Chapter CCI, / of the general light diffused over figures. In compositions of many figures and animals, observe that the parts of these different objects ought to be darker in proportion as they are lower, and as they are nearer the middle of the groups, though they are all of an uniform color. This is necessary because a smaller portion of the sky, from which all bodies are illuminated, can give light to the lower spaces between these different figures than to the upper parts of the spaces. It is proved thus. A BCD is that portion of the sky which gives light to all the objects beneath. M and N are the bodies which occupy the space STRH, in which it is evidently perceived that the point F, receiving the light only from the portion of the sky CD, has a smaller quantity of it than the point E which receives it from the whole space AB, a larger portion than CD. Therefore it will be lighter in E than in F. Chapter CCI, / of those parts in shadows which appear the darkest at a distance. The neck, or any other part which is raised straight upwards and has a projection over it, will be darker than the perpendicular front of that projection. And this projecting part will be lighter, in proportion as it presents a larger surface to the light. For instance, the recess A receives no light from any part of the sky GK, but B begins to receive the light from the part of the sky HK, and C from GK. And the point D receives the whole of FK, therefore the chest will be as light as the forehead, nose, and chin. But what I have particularly to recommend in regard to faces is that you observe well those different qualities of shades which are lost at different distances, while there remain only the first and principal spots or strokes of shades, such as those of the sockets of the eyes and other similar recesses, which are always dark. And at last the whole face becomes obscured, because the greatest lights, being small in proportion to the demi-tints, are lost. The quality, therefore, and quantity of the principal lights and shades are by means of great distance blended together into a general half-tint. And this is the reason why trees and other objects are found to be in appearance darker at some distance than they are in reality, when nearer to the eye. But then the air, which interposes between the objects and the eye, will render them light again by tinging them with azure, rather in the shades than in the lights. For the lights will preserve the truth of the different colors much longer. Chapter CCI, / of the eye viewing the folds of draperies surrounding a figure. The shadows between the folds of a drapery surrounding the parts of the human body will be darker as the deep hollows where the shadows are generated are more directly opposite the eye. This is to be observed only when the eye is placed between the light and the shady part of the figure. Chapter CCIV, / of the relief of figures remote from the eye. Any opaque body appears less relieved in proportion as it is farther distant from the eye, because the air, interposed between the eye and such body, being lighter than the shadow of it, it tarnishes and weakens that shadow, lessens its power, and consequently lessens also its relief. Chapter CCV, / of outlines of objects on the side towards the light. The extremities of any object on the side which receives the light will appear darker if upon a lighter ground, and lighter if seen upon a darker ground. But if such body be flat, and seen upon a ground equal in point of light with itself, and of the same color, such boundaries, or outlines, will be entirely lost to the sight. Chapter CCVI/How to make objects detach from their ground, that is to say, from the surface on which they are painted. Objects contrasted with a light ground will appear much more detached than those which are placed against a dark one. The reason is that if you wish to give relief to your figures, you will make those parts which are the farthest from the light participate the least of it. Therefore they will remain the darkest, and every distinction of outline would be lost in the general mass of shadows. But to give it grace, roundness, and effect, those dark shades are always attended by reflexes, or else they would either cut too hard upon the ground, or stick to it, by the similarity of shade, and relieve the less as the ground is darker. For at some distance nothing would be seen but the light parts, therefore your figures would appear mutilated of all that remains lost in the background. Figures will have more grace, placed in the open and general light, than in any particular or small one, because the powerful and extended light will surround and embrace the objects. And works done in that kind of light appear pleasant and graceful when placed at a distance, while those which are drawn in a narrow light will receive great force of shadow, but will never appear at a great distance, but as painted objects. Chapter CCVI/of the interposition of transparent bodies between the eye and the object. The greater the transparent interposition is between the eye and the object, the more the color of that object will participate of, or be changed into that of the transparent medium. When an opaque body is situated between the eye and the luminary, so that the central line of the one passes also through the center of the other, that object will be entirely deprived of light. Chapter C6/of proper backgrounds for figures. As we find by experience that all bodies are surrounded by lights and shadows, I would have the painter to accommodate that part which is enlightened, so as to terminate upon something dark, and to manage the dark parts so that they may terminate on a light ground. This will be of great assistance in detaching and bringing out his figures. Chapter CCX/of backgrounds. To give a great effect to figures, you must oppose to a light one a dark ground, and to a dark figure a light ground, contrasting white with black and black with white. In general, all contraries give a particular force and brilliancy of effect by their opposition. When a darkish body terminates upon a light ground, it will appear detached from that ground, because all opaque bodies of a curved surface are not only dark on that side which receives no light, and consequently very different from the ground, but even that side of the curved surface which is enlightened will not carry its principal light to the extremities, but have between the ground and the principal light a certain demi-tint, darker than either the ground or that light. Chapter CCZI/of the different effects of white according to the difference of backgrounds. Anything white will appear whiter by being opposed to a dark ground, and, on the contrary, darker upon a light ground. This we learn from observing snow as it falls. While it is descending, it appears darker against the sky than when we see it against an open window, which, owing to the darkness of the inside of the house, makes it appear very white. Observe also that snow appears to fall very quick and in a great quantity when near the eye, but when at some distance, it seems to come down slowly and in a smaller quantity. Chapter CCZI/of reverberation. Reverberations are produced by all bodies of a bright nature that have a smooth and tolerably hard surface, which, repelling the light it receives, makes it rebound like a football against the first object opposed to it. Chapter CCZiv/where there cannot be any reverberation of light. The surfaces of hard bodies are surrounded by various qualities of light and shadow. The lights are of two sorts. One is called original, the other derivative. The original light is that which comes from the sun, or the brightness of fire, or else from the air. The derivative is a reflected light. But to return to our definition, I say there can be no reflection on that side which is turned towards any dark body, such as roofs, either high or low, shrubs, grass, wood, either dry or green, because, though every individual part of those objects be turned towards the original light and struck by it, Yet the quantity of shadow which every one of these parts produces upon the others is so great that, upon the whole, the light, not forming a compact mass, loses its effect, so that those objects cannot reflect any light upon the opposite bodies. Chapter CCXV. In what part the reflexes have more or less brightness. The reflected lights will be more or less apparent or bright, in proportion as they are seen against a darker or fainter ground. Because if the ground be darker than the reflex, then this reflex will appear stronger on account of the great difference of color. But, on the contrary, if this reflection has behind it a ground lighter than itself, it will appear dark, in comparison to the brightness which is close to it, and therefore it will be hardly perceptible. Chapter CCXVI. Of the reflected lights which surround the shadows. The reflected lights which strike upon the midst of shadows will brighten up or lessen their obscurity in proportion to the strength of those lights and their proximity to those shadows. Many painters neglect this observation, while others attend to and deduce their practice from it. This difference of opinion and practice divides the sentiments of artists, so that they blame each other for not thinking and acting as they themselves do. The best way is to steer a middle course, and not to admit of any reflected light, but when the cause of it is evident to every eye. And vice versa, if you introduce none at all, let it appear evident that there was no reasonable cause for it. In doing so, you will neither be totally blamed nor praised by the variety of opinion, which, if not proceeding from entire ignorance, will ensure to you the approbation of both parties. Chapter CCXV. Where reflexes are to be most apparent. Of all reflected lights, that is to be the most apparent, bold, and precise, which detaches from the darkest ground, and on the contrary, that which is upon a lighter ground will be less apparent. And this proceeds from the contrast of shades, by which the faintest makes the dark ones appear still darker. So in contrasted lights, the brightest cause the others to appear less bright than they really are. Chapter CCXVI. What part of a reflex is to be the lightest? That part will be the brightest which receives the reflected light between angles the most nearly equal. For example, let N be the luminary, and a B the illuminated part of the object, reflecting the light over all the shady part of the concavity opposite to it. The light which reflects upon F will be placed between equal angles. But E at the base will not be reflected by equal angles, as it is evident that the angle EAB is more obtuse than the angle EB, the angle AFB, however, though it is between angles of less quality than the angle E and has a common base BA, is between angles more nearly equal than E, therefore it will be lighter in F than in E. And it will also be brighter, because it is nearer to the part which gives them light. According to the sixth rule, which says, that part of the body is to be the lightest, which is nearest to the luminary. Chapter CC6. Of the termination of reflexes on their grounds. The termination of a reflected light on a ground lighter than that reflex will not be perceivable. But if such a reflex terminates upon a ground darker than itself, it will be plainly seen, and the more so in proportion as that ground is darker, and vice versa. Chapter CCXX. Of double and treble reflections of light. Double reflexes are stronger than single ones, and the shadows which interpose between the common light and these reflexes are very faint. For instance, let it be the luminous body, a N, a S are the direct rays, and SN the parts which receive the light from them. O and E are the places enlightened by the reflection of that light in those parts. ANE is a single reflex, but a NO, a SO is the double reflex. The single reflex is that which proceeds from a single light, but the double reflection is produced by two different lights. The single one E is produced by the light striking on BD, while the double one O proceeds from the enlightened bodies BD and DR cooperating together, and the shadows which are between NO and SO will be very faint. Chapter CCXXI. Reflexes in the water, and particularly those of the air. The only portion of air that will be seen reflected in the water will be that which is reflected by the surface of the water to the eye between equal angles. That is to say, the angle of incidence must be equal to the angle of reflection. Colors in coloring. Colors /chapter CCXA / White is more capable of receiving all sorts of colors than the surface of any body whatever that is not transparent. To prove it, we shall say that any void space is capable of receiving what another space, not void, cannot receive. In the same manner, a white surface, like a void space, being destitute of any color, will be fittest to receive such as are conveyed to it from any other enlightened body, and will participate more of the color than black can do, which latter, like a broken vessel, is not able to contain anything. Chapter CCXZI/what surface will show most perfectly its true color. That opaque body will show its color more perfect and beautiful, which has near it another body of the same color. Chapter CCXIV/on what surfaces the true color is least apparent. Polished and glossy surfaces show least of their genuine color. This is exemplified in the grass of the fields, and the leaves of trees, which, being smooth and glossy, will reflect the color of the sun, and the air, where they strike, so that the parts which receive the light do not show their natural color. Chapter CCXXV/what surfaces show most of their true and genuine color. Those objects that are the least smooth and polished show their natural colors best, as we see in cloth, and in the leaves of such grass or trees as are of a woolly nature, which, having no luster, are exhibited to the eye in their true natural color. Unless that color happen to be confused by that of another body casting on them reflections of an opposite color, such as the redness of the setting sun, when all the clouds are tinged with its color. Chapter CCXXVI/of the mixture of colors. Although the mixture of colors may be extended to an infinite variety, almost impossible to be described, I will not omit touching slightly upon it, setting down at first a certain number of simple colors to serve as a foundation, and with each of these mixing one of the others, one with one, then two with two, and three with three, proceeding in this manner to the full mixture of all the colors together. Then I would begin again, mixing two of these colors with two others, and three with three, four with four, and so on to the end. To these two colors we shall put three. To these three add three more, and then six, increasing always in the same proportion. I call those simple colors, which are not composed and cannot be made or supplied by any mixture of other colors. Black and white are not reckoned among colors. The one is the representative of darkness, the other of light. That is, one is a simple privation of light, the other is light itself. Yet I will not omit mentioning them, because there is nothing in painting more useful and necessary, since painting is but an effect produced by lights and shadows, viz., chiaroscuro. After black and white come blue and yellow, then green and tawny or umber, and then purple and red. These 8 colors are all that nature produces. With these I begin my mixtures, first black and white, black and yellow, black and red, then yellow and red. But I shall treat more at length of these mixtures in a separate work, which will be of great utility, nay very necessary. I shall place this subject between theory and practice. Chapter CCXXV/of the colors produced by the mixture of other colors, called secondary colors. The first of all simple colors is white, though philosophers will not acknowledge either white or black to be colors, because the first is the cause, or the receiver of colors, the other totally deprived of them. But as painters cannot do without either, we shall place them among the others, and according to this order of things, white will be the first, yellow the second, green the third, blue the fourth, red the fifth, and black the sixth. We shall set down white for the representative of light, without which no color can be seen, yellow for the earth, green for water, blue for air, red for fire, and black for total darkness. If you wish to see by a short process the variety of all the mixed or composed colors, take some colored glasses, and, through them, look at all the country round. You will find that the color of each object will be altered and mixed with the color of the glass through which it is seen. Observe which color is made better, and which is hurt by the mixture. If the glass be yellow, the color of the objects may either be improved or greatly impaired by it. Black and white will be most altered, while green and yellow will be meliorated. In the same manner you may go through all the mixtures of colors, which are infinite, select those which are new and agreeable to the sight, and following the same method you may go on with 2 glasses, or 3, till you have found what will best answer your purpose. Chapter CCXXVI/of verdigris. This green, which is made of copper, though it be mixed with oil, will lose its beauty if it be not varnished immediately. It not only fades, but if washed with a sponge and pure water only, it will detach from the ground upon which it is painted, particularly in damp weather, because verdigris is produced by the strength of salts, which easily dissolve in rainy weather, but still more if washed with a wet sponge. Chapter CCX6/How to Increase the Beauty of Verdigris. If you mix with the verdigris some caballine aloe, it will add to it a great degree of beauty. It would acquire still more from saffron if it did not fade. The quality and goodness of this aloe will be proved by dissolving it in warm brandy. Supposing the verdigris has already been used, and the part finished, you may then glaze it thinly with this dissolved aloe, and it will produce a very fine color. This aloe may be ground also in oil by itself, or with the verdigris, or any other color at pleasure. Chapter CCXXX/How to Paint a Picture that will last almost forever. After you have made a drawing of your intended picture, prepare a good and thick priming with pitch and brickdust well pounded. After which, give it a second coat of white lead and Naples yellow. Then, having traced your drawing upon it and painted your picture, varnish it with clear and thick old oil and stick it to a flat glass or crystal with a clear varnish. Another method, which may be better, is, instead of the priming of pitch and brickdust, take a flat tile well vitrified, then apply the coat of white and Naples yellow and all the rest as before. But before the glass is applied to it, the painting must be perfectly dried in a stove and varnished with nut oil and amber, or else with purified nut oil alone, thickened in the sun. Chapter CCXXXI/The Mode of Painting on Canvas or Linen Cloth. Stretch your canvas upon a frame, then give it a coat of weak size, let it dry, and draw your outlines upon it. Paint the flesh colors first, and while it is still fresh or moist, paint also the shadows, well softened and blended together. The flesh color may be made with white lake and Naples yellow. The shades with black umber and a little lake. You may, if you please, use black chalk. After you have softened this first coat, or dead color, and let it dry, you may retouch over it with lake and other colors, and gum water that has been a long while made and kept liquid, because in that state it becomes better and does not leave any gloss. Again, to make the shades darker, take the lake and gum as above, and ink. And with this you may shade or glaze many colors because it is transparent, such as azure lake and several others. As for the lights, you may retouch or glaze them slightly with gum water and pure lake, particularly vermilion. Chapter CCXXA/of lively and beautiful colors. For those colors which you mean should appear beautiful, prepare a ground of pure white. This is meant only for transparent colors. As for those that have a body and are opaque, it matters not what ground they have, and a white one is of no use. This is exemplified by painted glasses. When placed between the eye and clear air, they exhibit most excellent and beautiful colors, which is not the case when they have thick air or some opaque body behind them. Chapter CCXXZI/of transparent colors. When a transparent color is laid upon another of a different nature, it produces a mixed color, different from either of the simple ones which compose it. This is observed in the smoke coming out of a chimney, which, when passing before the black soot, appears bluish, but as it ascends against the blue of the sky, it changes its appearance into a reddish-brown. So the color lake laid on blue will turn it to a violet color. Yellow upon blue turns to green, saffron upon white becomes yellow. White scumbled upon a dark ground appears blue and is more or less beautiful, as the white and the ground are more or less pure. Chapter CCXXIV, in what part a color will appear in its greatest beauty. We are to consider here in what part any color will show itself in its most perfect purity, whether in the strongest light or deepest shadow, in the demitint, or in the reflex. It would be necessary to determine first of what color we mean to treat, because different colors differ materially in that respect. Black is most beautiful in the shades, white in the strongest light, blue and green in the half-tint, yellow and red in the principal light, gold in the reflexes, and lake in the half-tint. Chapter CCXXXV/how any color without gloss is more beautiful in the lights than in the shades. All objects which have no gloss show their colors better in the light than in the shadow, because the light vivifies and gives a true knowledge of the nature of the color, while the shadows lower and destroy its beauty, preventing the discovery of its nature. If, on the contrary, black be more beautiful in the shadows, it is because black is not a color. Chapter CCXXXVI slash of the appearance of colors. The lighter a color is in its nature, the more so it will appear when removed to some distance. But with dark colors, it is quite the reverse. Chapter CCXXXV slash what part of a color is to be the most beautiful. If A be the light and B the object receiving it in a direct line, E cannot receive that light, but only the reflection from B, which we shall suppose to be red. In that case, the light it produces being red, it will tinge with red the object E. And if E happen to be also red before, you will see that color increase in beauty and appear redder than B. But if E were yellow, you will see a new color, participating of the red and the yellow. Chapter CCXXXVI slash that the beauty of a color is to be found in the lights. As the quality of colors is discovered to the eye by the light, it is natural to conclude that where there is most light, there also the true quality of the color is to be seen. And where there is most shadow, the color will participate of and be tinged with the color of that shadow. Remember then to show the true quality of the color in the light parts only. Slash chapter CCXX6 slash of colors. The color which is between the light and the shadow will not be so beautiful as that which is in the full light. Therefore, the chief beauty of colors will be found in the principal lights. Chapter CCXL slash no object appears in its true color, unless the light which strikes upon it be of the same color. This is very observable in draperies, where the light folds casting a reflection and throwing a light on other folds opposite to them make them appear in their natural color. The same effect is produced by gold leaves casting their light reciprocally on each other. The effect is quite contrary if the light be received from an object of a different color. Chapter CCXLI slash of the color of shadows. The color of the shadows of an object can never be pure if the body which is opposed to these shadows be not of the same color as that on which they are produced. For instance, if in a room, the walls of which are green, I place a figure clothed in blue, and receiving the light from another blue object, the light part of that figure will be of a beautiful blue. But the shadows of it will become dingy, and not like a true shade of that beautiful blue, because it will be corrupted by the reflections from the green wall. And it would be still worse if the walls were of a darkish brown. Chapter CCXLA slash of colors. Colors placed in shadow will preserve more or less of their original beauty, as they are more or less immersed in the shade. But colors situated in a light space will show their natural beauty in proportion to the brightness of that light. Some say that there is as great variety in the colors of shadows as in the colors of objects shaded by them. It may be answered that colors placed in shadow will show less variety amongst themselves as the shadows are darker. We shall soon convince ourselves of this truth if, from a large square, we look through the open door of a church, where pictures, though enriched with a variety of colors, appear all clothed in darkness. Chapter CCXLI slash whether it be possible for all colors to appear alike by means of the same shadow. It is very possible that all the different colors may be changed into that of a general shadow, as is manifest in the darkness of a cloudy night, in which neither the shape nor color of bodies is distinguished. Total darkness being nothing but a privation of the primitive and reflected lights, by which the form and color of bodies are seen. It is evident that the cause being removed the effect ceases, and the objects are entirely lost to the sight. Chapter CCXLiv slash why white is not reckoned among the colors. White is not a color, but has the power of receiving all the other colors. When it is placed in a high situation in the country, all its shades are azure, according to the fourth proposition, which says that the surface of any opaque body participates of the color of any other body sending the light to it. Therefore, white being deprived of the light of the sun by the interposition of any other body will remain white. If exposed to the sun on one side and to the open air on the other, it will participate both of the color of the sun and of the air. That side which is not opposed to the sun will be shaded of the color of the air. And if this white were not surrounded by green fields all the way to the horizon, nor could receive any light from that horizon, without doubt it would appear of one simple and uniform color, viz., that of the air. Chapter CCXLV slash of colors. The light of the fire tinges everything of a reddish yellow, but this will hardly appear evident if we do not make the comparison with the daylight. Towards the close of the evening, this is easily done, but more certainly after the morning twilight, and the difference will be clearly distinguished in a dark room when a little glimpse of daylight strikes upon any part of the room and there still remains a candle burning. Without such a trial, the difference is hardly perceivable, particularly in those colors which have most similarity, such as white and yellow, light green and light blue, because the light which strikes the blue, being yellow, will naturally turn it green. As we have said in another place, that a mixture of blue and yellow produces green, and if to a green color you add some yellow, it will make it of a more beautiful green. Chapter CCXLVI / of the coloring of remote objects. The painter, who is to represent objects at some distance from the eye, ought merely to convey the idea of general undetermined masses, making choice, for that purpose, of cloudy weather or towards the evening, and avoiding, as was said before, to mark the lights and shadows too strong on the extremities, because they would in that case appear like spots of difficult execution and without grace. He ought to remember that the shadows are never to be of such a quality as to obliterate the proper color in which they originated, if the situation of the colored body be not in total darkness. He ought to mark no outline, not to make the hair stringy, and not to touch with pure white any but those things which in themselves are white. In short, the lightest touch upon any particular object ought to denote the beauty of its proper and natural color. Chapter CCXLVI / the surface of all opaque bodies participates of the color of the surrounding objects. The painter ought to know that if any white object is placed between two walls, one of which is also white and the other black, there will be found between the shady side of that object and the light side a similar proportion to that of the two walls. And if that object be blue, the effect will be the same. Having therefore to paint this object, take some black, similar to that of the wall from which the reflexes come, and to proceed by a certain and scientific method, do as follows. When you paint the wall, take a small spoon to measure exactly the quantity of color you mean to employ in mixing your tints. For instance, if you have put in the shading of this wall 3 spoonfuls of pure black and 1 of white, you have, without any doubt, a mixture of a certain and precise quality. Now, having painted one of the walls white and the other dark, if you mean to place a blue object between them with shades suitable to that color, place first on your palette the light blue, such as you mean it to be, without any mixture of shade, and it will do for the lightest part of your object. After which take 3 spoonfuls of black and 1 of this light blue for your darkest shades. Then observe whether your object be round or square. If it be square, these 2 extreme tints of light and shade will be close to each other, cutting sharply at the angle. But if it be round, draw lines from the extremities of the walls to the center of the object, and put the darkest shade between equal angles, where the lines intersect upon the superficies of it. Then begin to make them lighter and lighter gradually to the point NO, lessening the strength of the shadows as much as that place participates of the light a D, and mixing that color with the darkest shade a B in the same proportion. Chapter CCXLVI / General Remarks on Colors. Blue and green are not simple colors in their nature, for blue is composed of light and darkness, such as the azure of the sky, viz., perfect black and perfect white. Green is composed of a simple and a mixed color, being produced by blue and yellow. Any object seen in a mirror will participate of the color of that body which serves as a mirror, and the mirror in its turn is tinged in part by the color of the object it represents. They partake more or less of each other as the color of the object seen is more or less strong than the color of the mirror. That object will appear of the strongest and most lively color in the mirror, which has the most affinity to the color of the mirror itself. Of colored bodies, the purest white will be seen at the greatest distance. Therefore, the darker the color, the less it will bear distance. Of different bodies equal in whiteness, and in distance from the eye, that which is surrounded by the greatest darkness will appear the whitest. And on the contrary, that shadow will appear the darkest that has the brightest white round it. Of different colors, equally perfect, that will appear most excellent, which is seen near its direct contrary. A pale color against red, a black upon white, though neither the one nor the other are colors, blue near a yellow, green near red, because each color is more distinctly seen when opposed to its contrary than to any other similar to it. anything white seen in a dense air full of vapors will appear larger than it is in reality. The air, between the eye and the object seen, will change the color of that object into its own. So will the azure of the air change the distant mountains into blue masses. Through a red glass, everything appears red. The light round the stars is dimmed by the darkness of the air, which fills the space between the eye and the planets. The true color of any object whatever will be seen in those parts which are not occupied by any kind of shade, and have not any gloss, if it be a polished surface. I say that white terminating abruptly upon a dark ground will cause that part where it terminates to appear darker, and the white whiter. Your window must be open to the sky, and the walls painted of a reddish color. The summertime is the best, when the clouds conceal the sun, or else your walls on the south side of the room must be so high as that the sunbeams cannot strike on the opposite side, in order that the reflection of those beams may not destroy the shadows. Chapter CCL/of the painter's window. The window which gives light to a painting room ought to be made of oiled paper, without any crossbar or projecting edge at the opening or any sharp angle in the inside of the wall, but should be slanting by degrees the whole thickness of it, and the sides be painted black. Chapter CCLI/the shadows of colors. The shadows of any color whatever must participate of that color more or less, as it is nearer to or more remote from the mass of shadows, and also in proportion to its distance from or proximity to the mass of light. Chapter CCLA of the shadows of white. To any white body receiving the light from the sun or the air, the shadows should be of a bluish cast, because white is no color, but a receiver of all colors. And as by the fourth proposition we learn that the surface of any object participates of the colors of other objects near it, it is evident that a white surface will participate of the color of the air by which it is surrounded. Chapter CCLI/which of the colors will produce the darkest shade. That shade will be the darkest which is produced by the whitest surface. This also will have a greater propensity to variety than any other surface, because white is not properly a color, but a receiver of colors, and its surface will participate strongly of the color of surrounding objects, but principally of black or any other dark color, which, being the most opposite to its nature, produces the most sensible difference between the shadows and the lights. Chapter CCLIV/how to manage when a white terminates upon another white. When one white body terminates on another of the same color, the white of these two bodies will be either alike or not. If they be alike, that object which of the two is nearest to the eye should be made a little darker than the other, upon the rounding of the outline. But if the object which serves as a ground to the other be not quite so white, the latter will detach of itself, without the help of any darker termination. Chapter CCLV/on the backgrounds of figures. Of two objects equally light, one will appear less so if seen upon a whiter ground, and on the contrary, it will appear a great deal lighter if upon a space of a darker shade. So flesh color will appear pale upon a red ground, and a pale color will appear redder upon a yellow ground. In short, colors will appear what they are not, according to the ground which surrounds them. Chapter CCLVI/the mode of composing history. Amongst the figures which compose an historical picture, those which are meant to appear the nearest to the eye must have the greatest force, according to the second proposition of the third book, which says, that color will be seen in the greatest perfection which has less air interposed between it and the eye of the beholder. And for that reason the shadows, by which we express the relievo of bodies, appear darker when near than when at a distance, being then deadened by the air which interposes. This does not happen to those shadows which are near the eye, where they will produce the greatest relievo when they are darkest. Chapter CCLVIA/remarks concerning lights and shadows. Observe that where the shadows end, there be always a kind of half-shadow to blend them with the lights. The shadow derived from any object will mix more with the light at its termination, in proportion as it is more distant from that object. But the color of the shadow will never be simple. This is proved by the ninth proposition, which says that the superficies of any object participates of the colors of other bodies, by which it is surrounded, although it were transparent, such as water, air, and the like. Because the air receives its light from the sun, and darkness is produced by the privation of it. But as the air has no color in itself any more than water, it receives all the colors that are between the object and the eye. The vapors mixing with the air in the lower regions near the Earth render it thick and apt to reflect the sun's rays on all sides, while the air above remains dark. And because light, that is, white and darkness, that is, black, mixed together, compose the azure that becomes the color of the sky, which is lighter or darker in proportion as the air is more or less mixed with damp vapors. Chapter CCLVI/Why the shadows of bodies upon a white wall are bluish towards evening. The shadows of bodies produced by the redness of the setting sun will always be bluish. This is accounted for by the 11th proposition, which says that the superficies of any opaque body participates of the color of the object from which it receives the light. Therefore, the white wall, being deprived entirely of color, is tinged by the color of those bodies from which it receives the light, which in this case are the sun and the sky. But because the sun is red towards the evening and the sky is blue, the shadow on the wall, not being enlightened by the sun, receives only the reflection of the sky, and therefore will appear blue. And the rest of the wall, receiving light immediately from the sun, will participate of its red color. Chapter C/of the color of faces. The color of any object will appear more or less distinct in proportion to the extent of its surface. This proportion is proved by observing that a face appears dark at a small distance, because, being composed of many small parts, it produces a great number of shadows, and the lights, being the smallest part of it, are soonest lost to the sight, leaving only the shadows, which, being in a greater quantity, the whole of the face appears dark, and the more so if that face has on the head, or at the back, something whiter. Chapter CCLX/A precept relating to painting. Where the shadows terminate upon the lights, observe well what parts of them are lighter than the others, and where they are more or less softened and blended. But above all, remember that young people have no sharp shadings. Their flesh is transparent, something like what we observe when we put our hand between the sun and eyes. It appears reddish and of a transparent brightness. If you wish to know what kind of shadow will suit the flesh color you are painting, place one of your fingers close to your picture so as to cast a shadow upon it, and according as you wish it either lighter or darker, put it nearer or farther from it and imitate it. Chapter CCLXI/of colors in shadow. It happens very often that the shadows of an opaque body do not retain the same color as the lights. Sometimes they will be greenish, while the lights are reddish, although this opaque body be all over of one uniform color. This happens when the light falls upon the object, we will suppose from the east, and tinges that side with its own color. In the west, we will suppose another opaque body of a color different from the first, but receiving the same light. This last will reflect its color towards the east, and strike the first with its rays on the opposite side, where they will be stopped, and remain with their full color and brightness. We often see a white object with red lights, and the shades of a bluish cast. This we observe particularly in mountains covered with snow, at sunset, when the effulgence of its rays makes the horizon appear all on fire. Chapter CCLZ/of the choice of lights. Whatever object you intend to represent is to be supposed situated in a particular light, and that entirely of your own choosing. If you imagine such objects to be in the country, and the sun be overcast, they will be surrounded by a great quantity of general light. If the sun strikes upon those objects, then the shadows will be very dark, in proportion to the lights, and will be determined and sharp, the primitive as well as the secondary ones. These shadows will vary from the lights in color, because on that side the object receives a reflected light hue from the azure of the air, which tinges that part, and this is particularly observable in white objects. That side which receives the light from the sun participates also of the color of that. This may be particularly observed in the evening, when the sun is setting between the clouds, which it reddens. Those clouds being tinged with the color of the body illuminating them, the red color of the clouds, with that of the sun, casts a hue on those parts which receive the light from them. On the contrary, those parts which are not turned towards that side of the sky remain of the color of the air, so that the former and the latter are of two different colors. This we must not lose sight of, that, knowing the cause of those lights and shades, it be made apparent in the effect, or else the work will be false and absurd. But if a figure be situated within a house, and seen from without, such figure will have its shadows very soft. And if the beholder stands in the line of the light, it will acquire grace and do credit to the painter, as it will have great relief in the lights and soft and well-blended shadows, particularly in those parts where the inside of the room appears less obscure, because there the shadows are almost imperceptible, the cause of which we shall explain in its proper place. Do not make the boundaries of your figures with any other color than that of the background on which they are placed. That is, avoid making dark outlines. Chapter CCL of outlines. The extremities of objects which are at some distance are not seen so distinctly as if they were nearer. Therefore, the painter ought to regulate the strength of his outlines or extremities according to the distance. The boundaries which separate one body from another are of the nature of mathematical lines, but not of real lines. The end of any color is only the beginning of another, and it ought not to be called a line, for nothing interposes between them, except the termination of the one against the other, which being nothing in itself, cannot be perceivable. Therefore the painter ought not to pronounce it in distant objects. Chapter CCLXV/ of backgrounds. One of the principal parts of painting is the nature and quality of backgrounds, upon which the extremities of any convex or solid body will always detach and be distinguished in nature, though the color of such objects, and that of the ground, be exactly the same. This happens because the convex sides of solid bodies do not receive the light in the same manner with the ground, for such sides or extremities are often lighter or darker than the ground. But if such extremities were to be of the same color as the ground, and in the same degree of light, they certainly could not be distinguished. Therefore such a choice in painting ought to be avoided by all intelligent and judicious painters, since the intention is to make the objects appear as it were out of the ground. The above case would produce the contrary effect, not only in painting, but also in objects of real relievo. Chapter CCLXVI/ How to detach figures from the ground. All solid bodies will appear to have a greater relief, and to come more out of the canvas, on a ground of an undetermined color, with the greatest variety of lights and shades against the confines of such bodies, as will be demonstrated in its place, provided a proper diminution of lights in the white tints and of darkness in the shades be judiciously observed. Chapter CCLXV/ of uniformity and variety of colors upon plane surfaces. The backgrounds of any flat surfaces which are uniform in color and quantity of light will never appear separated from each other. Vice versa, they will appear separated if they are of different colors or lights. Chapter CCLXVI/ of backgrounds suitable both to shadows and lights. The shadows or lights which surround figures or any other objects will help the more to detach them the more they differ from the objects. That is, if a dark color does not terminate upon another dark color, but upon a very different one, as white or partaking of white, but lowered and approximated to the dark shade. Chapter CCL/, the apparent variation of colors, occasioned by the contrast of the ground upon which they are placed. No color appears uniform and equal in all its parts unless it terminate on a ground of the same color. This is very apparent when a black terminates on a white ground, where the contrast of color gives more strength and richness to the extremities than to the middle. What is fine is not always beautiful and good. I address this to such painters as are so attached to the beauty of colors that they regret being obliged to give them almost imperceptible shadows, not considering the beautiful relief which figures acquire by a proper gradation and strength of shadows. Such persons may be compared to those speakers who in conversation make use of many fine words without meaning, which altogether scarcely form one good sentence. Chapter CCLXXI/ How to assort colors in such a manner as that they may add beauty to each other. If you mean that the proximity of one color should give beauty to another that terminates near it, observe the rays of the sun in the composition of the rainbow, the colors of which are generated by the falling rain, when each drop in its descent takes every color of that bow, as is demonstrated in its place. If you mean to represent great darkness, it must be done by contrasting it with great light. On the contrary, if you want to produce great brightness, you must oppose to it a very dark shade. So a pale yellow will cause red to appear more beautiful than if opposed to a purple color. There is another rule, by observing which, though you do not increase the natural beauty of the colors, yet by bringing them together they may give additional grace to each other, as green placed near red, while the effect would be quite the reverse, if placed near blue. Harmony and grace are also produced by a judicious arrangement of colors, such as blue with pale yellow or white, and the like, as will be noticed in its place. Chapter CCLX/ of detaching the figures. Let the colors of which the draperies of your figures are composed be such as to form a pleasing variety to distinguish one from the other. And although, for the sake of harmony, they should be of the same nature, they must not stick together, but vary in point of light, according to the distance and interposition of the air between them. By the same rule, the outlines are to be more precise, or lost, in proportion to their distance or proximity. Chapter CCLXZI/ of the color of reflexes. All reflected colors are less brilliant and strong than those which receive a direct light, in the same proportion as there is between the light of a body and the cause of that light. Chapter CCLXIV/ what body will be the most strongly tinged with the color of any other object. An opaque surface will partake most of the genuine color of the body nearest to it, because a great quantity of the species of color will be conveyed to it, whereas such color would be broken and disturbed if coming from a more distant object. Chapter CCLXXV/ of reflexes. Reflexes will partake, more or less, both of the color of the object which produces them, and of the color of that object on which they are produced, in proportion as this latter body is of a smoother or more polished surface than that by which they are produced. Chapter CCLXXVI/ of the surface of all shadowed bodies. The surface of any opaque body placed in shadow will participate of the color of any other object which reflects the light upon it. This is very evident, for if such bodies were deprived of light in the space between them and the other bodies, they could not show either shape or color. We shall conclude then that if the opaque body be yellow and that which reflects the light blue, the part reflected will be green, because green is composed of blue and yellow. Chapter CCLXXV/ that no reflected color is simple, but is mixed with the nature of the other colors. No color reflected upon the surface of another body will tinge that surface with its own color alone, but will be mixed by the concurrence of other colors also reflected on the same spot. Let us suppose it to be of a yellow color, which is reflected on the convex COE, and that the blue color be reflected on the same place. I say that a mixture of the blue and yellow colors will tinge the convex surface, and that, if the ground be white, it will produce a green reflection, because it is proved that a mixture of blue and yellow produces a very fine green. Chapter CCLXXVI/ of the color of lights and reflexes. When two lights strike upon an opaque body, they can vary only in two ways. Either they are equal in strength or they are not. If they be equal, they may still vary in two other ways, that is, by the equality or inequality of their brightness. They will be equal if their distance be the same, and unequal if it be otherwise. The object placed at an equal distance, between two equal lights, in point both of color and brightness, may still be enlightened by them in two different ways, either equally on each side or unequally. It will be equally enlightened by them when the space which remains round the lights shall be equal in color, in degree of shade, and in brightness. It will be unequally enlightened by them when the spaces happen to be of different degrees of darkness. Chapter CCLX6/ why reflected colors seldom partake of the color of the body where they meet. It happens very seldom that the reflexes are of the same color with the body from which they proceed, or with that upon which they meet. To exemplify this, let the convex body DFGE be of a yellow color, and the body BC, which reflects its color on it, blue. The part of the convex surface which is struck by that reflected light will take a green tinge, being BC, acted on by the natural light of the air or the sun. Chapter CCLXXX/ the reflexes of flesh colors. The lights upon the flesh colors, which are reflected by the light striking upon another flesh-colored body, are redder and more lively than any other part of the human figure. And that happens according to the third proposition of the second book, which says, "The surface of any opaque body participates of the color of the object which reflects the light, in proportion as it is near to or remote from it, and also in proportion to the size of it. Because, being large, it prevents the variety of colors in smaller objects round it from interfering with and discomposing the principal color, which is nearer. Nevertheless, it does not prevent its participating more of the color of a small object near it than of a large one more remote. See the sixth proposition of perspective, which says that large objects may be situated at such a distance as to appear less than small ones that are near. Chapter CCLXXXI / of the nature of comparison. Black draperies will make the flesh of the human figure appear whiter than in reality it is, and white draperies, on the contrary, will make it appear darker. Yellow will render it higher colored, while red will make it pale. Chapter CCLXXI / where the reflexes are seen. Of all reflections of the same shape, size, and strength, that will be more or less strong, which terminates on a ground more or less dark. The surface of those bodies will partake most of the color of the object that reflects it, which receive that reflection by the most nearly equal angles. Of the colors of objects reflected upon any opposite surface by equal angles, that will be the most distinct which has its reflecting ray the shortest. Of all colors, reflected under equal angles and at equal distance upon the opposite body, those will be the strongest, which come reflected by the lightest colored body. That object will reflect its own color most precisely on the opposite object, which has not round it any color that clashes with its own, and consequently that reflected color will be most confused, which takes its origin from a variety of bodies of different colors. That color which is nearest the opposed object will tinge it the most strongly, and vice versa. Let the painter, therefore, in his reflexes on the human body, particularly on the flesh color, mix some of the color of the drapery which comes nearest to it, but not pronounce it too distinctly if there be not good reason for it. When, on account of some particular quality of the air, you can no longer distinguish the difference between the lights and shadows of objects, you may reject the perspective of shadows, and make use only of the linear perspective, and the diminution of colors to lessen the knowledge of the objects opposed to the eye. And this, that is to say, the loss of the knowledge of the figure of each object will make the same object appear more remote. The eye can never arrive at a perfect knowledge of the interval between two objects variously distant, by means of the linear perspective alone, if not assisted by the perspective of colors. Chapter CCLXXIV / of the perspective of colors. The air will participate less of the azure of the sky, in proportion as it comes nearer to the horizon, as it is proved by the third and ninth proposition, that pure and subtle bodies, such as compose the air, will be less illuminated by the sun than those of thicker and grosser substance. And as it is certain that the air which is remote from the earth is thinner than that which is near it, it will follow that the latter will be more impregnated with the rays of the sun, which, giving light at the same time to an infinity of atoms floating in this air, renders it more sensible to the eye. So that the air will appear lighter towards the horizon, and darker as well as bluer in looking up to the sky, because there is more of the thick air between our eyes and the horizon than between our eyes and that part of the sky above our heads. For instance, if the eye placed in P looks through the air along the line PR and then lowers itself a little along PS, the air will begin to appear a little whiter, because there is more of the thick air in this space than in the first. And if it be still removed lower, so as to look straight at the horizon, no more of that blue sky will be perceived which was observable along the first line PR, because there is a much greater quantity of thick air along the horizontal line PD than along the oblique PS or the perpendicular PR. Chapter CCLXXXV / the cause of the diminution of colors. The natural color of any visible object will be diminished in proportion to the density of any other substance which interposes between that object and the eye. Chapter CCLXXXVI / of the diminution of colors and objects. Let the colors vanish in proportion as the objects diminish in size, according to the distance. Chapter CCLXXXV / of the variety observable in colors according to their distance or proximity. The local color of such objects as are darker than the air will appear less dark as they are more remote, And on the contrary, objects lighter than the air will lose their brightness in proportion to their distance from the eye. In general, all objects that are darker or lighter than the air are discolored by distance, which changes their quality so that the lighter appears darker and the darker lighter. Chapter CCLXXXVI / at what distance colors are entirely lost. Local colors are entirely lost at a greater or less distance, according as the eye and the object are more or less elevated from the earth. This is proved by the seventh proposition, which says, the air is more or less pure, as it is near to or remote from the earth. If the eye, then, and the object are near the earth, the thickness of the air which interposes will in a great measure confuse the color of that object to the eye. But if the eye and the object are placed high above the earth, the air will disturb the natural color of that object very little. In short, the various gradations of color depend not only on the various distances in which they may be lost, but also on the variety of lights, which change according to the different hours of the day, and the thickness or purity of the air, through which the color of the object is conveyed to the eye. Chapter CCLXX6 / of the change observable in the same color, according to its distance from the eye. Among several colors of the same nature, that which is the nearest to the eye will alter the least, because the air which interposes between the eye and the object seen envelopes, in some measure, that object. If the air which interposes be in great quantity, the object seen will be strongly tinged with the color of that air. But if the air be thin, then the view of that object and its color will be very little obstructed. Chapter CCXC / of the bluish appearance of remote objects in a landscape. Whatever be the color of distant objects, the darkest, whether natural or accidental, will appear the most tinged with azure. By the natural darkness is meant the proper color of the object. The accidental one is produced by the shadow of some other body. Chapter CCXCI / of the qualities in the surface which first lose themselves by distance. The first part of any color which is lost by the distance is the gloss, being the smallest part of it, as a light within a light. The second that diminishes by being farther removed is the light, because it is less in quantity than the shadow. The third is the principal shadows, nothing remaining at last but a kind of middling obscurity. Chapter CCXA / from what cause the azure of the air proceeds. The azure of the sky is produced by the transparent body of the air, illumined by the sun, and interposed between the darkness of the expanse above and the earth below. The air in itself has no quality of smell, taste, or color, but is easily impregnated with the quality of other matter surrounding it, and will appear bluer in proportion to the darkness of the space behind it, as may be observed against the shady sides of mountains, which are darker than any other object. In this instance, the air appears of the most beautiful azure, while on the other side that receives the light, it shows through that more of the natural color of the mountain. Chapter CCXCI / of the perspective of colors. The same color being placed at various distances and equal elevation, the force and effect of its coloring will be according to the proportion of the distance which there is from each of these colors to the eye. It is proved thus. Let CB, be one and the same color. The first, E, is placed at 2 degrees of distance from the eye A. The second, B, shall be 4 degrees, the third, C, 6 degrees, and the fourth, D, 8 degrees. As appears by the circles which terminate upon and intersect the line R, let us suppose that the space R, SP, is 1 degree of thin air, and SPET another degree of thicker air. It will follow that the first color, E, will pass to the eye through 1 degree of thick air, ES, and through another degree, SA, of thinner air. And B will send its color to the eye in A through 2 degrees of thick air and through 2 others of the thinner sort. C will send it through 3 degrees of the thin and 3 of the thick sort, while D goes through 4 degrees of the one and 4 of the other. This demonstrates that the gradation of colors is in proportion to their distance from the eye. But this happens only to those colors which are on a level with the eye. As for those which happen to be at unequal elevations, we cannot observe the same rule, because they are in that case situated in different qualities of air, which alter and diminish these colors in various manners. Chapter CCXIV / of the perspective of colors in dark places. In any place where the light diminishes in a gradual proportion, till it terminates in total darkness. The colors also will lose themselves and be dissolved in proportion as they recede from the eye. Chapter CCXCV / of the perspective of colors. The principal colors, or those nearest to the eye, should be pure and simple, and the degree of their diminution should be in proportion to their distance, viz. The nearer they are to the principal point, the more they will possess of the purity of those colors, and they will partake of the color of the horizon in proportion as they approach to it. Chapter CCXCVI / of colors. Of all the colors which are not blue, those that are nearest to black will, when distant, partake most of the azure. And on the contrary, those will preserve their proper color at the greatest distance, that are most dissimilar to black. The green, therefore, of the fields will change sooner into blue than yellow, or white, which will preserve their natural color at a greater distance than that, or even red. Chapter CCXCVIA / how it happens that colors do not change, though placed in different qualities of air. The color will not be subject to any alteration when the distance and the quality of air have a reciprocal proportion. What it loses by the distance it regains by the purity of the air, viz. If we suppose the first or lowest air to have 4 degrees of thickness, and the color to be at 1 degree from the eye, and the second air above to have 3 degrees. The air having lost 1 degree of thickness, the color will acquire 1 degree upon the distance. And when the air still higher shall have lost 2 degrees of thickness, the color will acquire as many upon the distance, and in that case the color will be the same at 3 degrees as at 1. But to be brief, if the color be raised so high as to enter that quality of air which has lost 3 degrees of thickness, and acquired 3 degrees of distance, then you may be certain that that color which is high and remote has lost no more than the color which is below and nearer. Because in rising it has acquired those 3 degrees which it was losing by the same distance from the eye. And this is what was meant to be proved. Chapter CCXCVI / why colors experience no apparent change, though placed in different qualities of air. It may happen that a color does not alter, though placed at different distances, when the thickness of the air and the distance are in the same inverse proportion. It is proved thus. Let it be the eye, and H any color whatever, placed at 1 degree of distance from the eye, in a quality of air of 4 degrees of thickness. But because the second degree above, a M and L, contains a thinner air by 1/2, which air conveys this color, it follows that this color will appear as if removed double the distance it was at before, viz. At 2 degrees of distance, a F and FG from the eye. And it will be placed in G if that is raised to the second degree of air a M and L, and to the degree OM, PN, it will necessarily be placed at E, and will be removed from the eye the whole length of the line at E, which will be proved in this manner to be equal in thickness to the distance a G. If in the same quality of air, the distance, a G interposed between the eye and the color occupies 2 degrees, and a E occupies 2 degrees and a half, it is sufficient to preserve the color G. When raised to E from any change, because the degree a C and the degree a F being the same in thickness, are equal and alike, and the degree CD, though equal in length to the degree FG, is not alike in point of thickness of air, because half of it is situated in a degree of air of double the thickness of the air above. This half degree of distance occupies as much of the color as 1 whole degree of the air above would, which air above is twice as thin as the air below, with which it terminates. So that by calculating the thickness of the air and the distances, you will find that the colors have changed places without undergoing any alteration in their beauty. And we shall prove it thus. Reckoning first the thickness of air, the color H is placed in 4 degrees of thickness, the color G in 2 degrees, and E at 1 degree. Now let us see whether the distances are in an equal inverse proportion. The color E is at 2 degrees and a half of distance, G at 2 degrees, and H at 1 degree. But as this distance has not an exact proportion with the thickness of air, it is necessary to make a third calculation in this manner. A C is perfectly like and equal to a F. The half degree, CB, is like but not equal to a F, because it is only half a degree in length, which is equal to a whole degree of the quality of the air above. So that by this calculation we shall solve the question. For a C is equal to 2 degrees of thickness of the air above, and the half degree CB is equal to a whole degree of the same air above, and 1 degree more is to be taken in, viz. BE, which makes the fourth. A H has 4 degrees of thickness of air, a G also 4 viz. A F2 in value, and Fg also 2, which taken together make 4. A E has also 4, because a C contains 2 and CD1, which is the half of a C and in the same quality of air. And there is a whole degree above in the thin air, which all together make 4. So that if a E is not double the distance a G, nor 4 times the distance a H, it is made equivalent by the half degree CB of thick air, which is equal to a whole degree of thin air above. This proves the truth of the proposition that the color HGE does not undergo any alteration by these different distances. Chapter CCX6 / contrary opinions in regard to objects seen afar off. Many painters will represent the objects darker in proportion as they are removed from the eye, but this cannot be true unless the objects seen be white, as shall be examined in the next chapter. Chapter CCC / of the color of objects remote from the eye. The air tinges objects with its own color more or less in proportion to the quantity of intervening air between it and the eye, so that a dark object at the distance of 2 miles, or a density of air equal to such distance, will be more tinged with its color than if only 1 mile distant. It is said that in a landscape, trees of the same species appear darker in the distance than near. This cannot be true if they be of equal size and divided by equal spaces. But it will be so if the first trees are scattered, and the light of the fields is seen through and between them, while the others which are farther off are thick together, as is often the case near some river or other piece of water. In this case no space of light fields can be perceived, but the trees appear thick together, accumulating the shadow on each other. It also happens that as the shady parts of plants are much broader than the light ones, the color of the plants becoming darker by the multiplied shadows is preserved and conveyed to the eye more strongly than that of the other parts. These masses, therefore, will carry the strongest parts of their color to a greater distance. Chapter CCCI / of the color of mountains. The darker the mountain is in itself, the bluer it will appear at a great distance. The highest part will be the darkest, as being more woody, because woods cover a great many shrubs and other plants which never receive any light. The wild plants of those woods are also naturally of a darker hue than cultivated plants, for oak, beech, fir, cypress, and pine trees are much darker than olive and other domestic plants. Near the top of these mountains, where the air is thinner and purer, the darkness of the woods will make it appear of a deeper azure than at the bottom, where the air is thicker. A plant will detach very little from the ground it stands upon, if that ground be of a color something similar to its own, and vice versa, that part of any white object which is nearest to a dark one will appear the whitest, and the less so as it is removed from it. And any dark object will appear darker the nearer it is to a white one, and less so if removed from it. Chapter CCC / why the color and shape of objects are lost in some situations apparently dark, though not so in reality. There are some situations which, though light, appear dark, and in which objects are deprived both of form and color. This is caused by the great light which pervades the intervening air, as is observable by looking in through a window at some distance from the eye, when nothing is seen but an uniform darkish shade. But if we enter the house, we shall find that room to be full of light, and soon distinguish every small object contained within that window. This difference of effect is produced by the great brightness of the air, which contracts considerably the pupil of the eye, and by so doing diminishes its power. But in dark places, the pupil is enlarged and acquires as much in strength as it increases in size. This is proved in my second proposition of perspective. Chapter CCCI / various precepts in painting. The termination and shape of the parts in general are very little seen, either in great masses of light or of shadows, but those which are situated between the extremes of light and shade are the most distinct. Perspective, as far as it extends in regard to painting, is divided into 3 principal parts. The first consists in the diminution of size, according to distance. The second concerns the diminution of colors in such objects, and the third treats of the diminution of the perception altogether of those objects, and of the degree of precision they ought to exhibit at various distances. The azure of the sky is produced by a mixture composed of light and darkness. I say of light because of the moist particles floating in the air, which reflect the light. By darkness, I mean the pure air, which has none of these extraneous particles to stop and reflect the rays. Of this, we see an example in the air interposed between the eye and some dark mountains, rendered so by the shadows of an innumerable quantity of trees, or else shaded on one side by the natural privation of the rays of the sun. This air becomes azure, but not so on the side of the mountain which is light, particularly when it is covered with snow. Among objects of equal darkness and equal distance, those will appear darker that terminate upon a lighter ground, and vice versa. That object which is painted with the most white and the most black will show greater relief than any other. For that reason, I would recommend to painters to color and dress their figures with the brightest and most lively colors. For if they are painted of a dull or obscure color, they will detach but little, and not be much seen, when the picture is placed at some distance, because the color of every object is obscured in the shades. And if it be represented as originally so all over, there will be but little difference between the lights and the shades, while lively colors will show a striking difference. Aerial perspective. Chapter CC/aerial perspective. There is another kind of perspective called aerial, because by the difference of the air it is easy to determine the distance of different objects, though seen on the same line. Such, for instance, as buildings behind a wall and appearing all of the same height above it. If in your picture you want to have one appear more distant than another, you must first suppose the air somewhat thick, because, as we have said before, in such a kind of air, the objects seen at a great distance, as mountains are, appear bluish like the air, by means of the great quantity of air that interposes between the eye and such mountains. You will then paint the first building behind that wall of its proper color, the next in point of distance, less distinct in the outline, and participating, in a greater degree, of the bluish color of the air. Another which you wish to send off as much farther should be painted as much bluer. And if you wish one of them to appear 5 times farther removed beyond the wall, it must have 5 times more of the azure. By this rule, these buildings, which appeared all of the same size, and upon the same line, will be distinctly perceived to be of different dimensions, and at different distances. Chapter CCCV / the parts of the smallest objects will first disappear in painting. Of objects receding from the eye, the smallest will be the first lost to the sight, from which it follows that the largest will be the last to disappear. The painter, therefore, ought not to finish the parts of those objects which are very far off, but follow the rule given in the 6th book. How many, in the representation of towns, and other objects remote from the eye, express every part of the buildings in the same manner as if they were very near. It is not so in nature, because there is no sight so powerful as to perceive distinctly at any great distance the precise form of parts or extremities of objects. The painter, therefore, who pronounces the outlines and the minute distinction of parts, as several have done, will not give the representation of distant objects, but by this error will make them appear exceedingly near. Again, the angles of buildings in distant towns are not to be expressed, for they cannot be seen, considering that angles are formed by the concurrence of 2 lines into one point, and that a point has no parts. It is therefore invisible. Chapter CCCVI / small figures ought not to be too much finished. Objects appear smaller than they really are when they are distant from the eye, and because there is a great deal of air interposed, which weakens the appearance of forms, and, by a natural consequence, prevents our seeing distinctly the minute parts of such objects. It behoves the painter, therefore, to touch those parts slightly, in an unfinished manner. Otherwise, it would be against the effect of nature, whom he has chosen for his guide. For, as we said before, objects appear small on account of their great distance from the eye. That distance includes a great quantity of air, which, forming a dense body, obstructs the light and prevents our seeing the minute parts of the objects. Chapter CCCVIA / why the air is to appear whiter as it approaches nearer to the earth. As the air is thicker nearer the earth, and becomes thinner as it rises, look, when the sun is in the east, towards the west, between the north and south, and you will perceive that the thickest and lowest air will receive more light from the sun than the thinner air, because its beams meet with more resistance. If the sky terminate low, at the end of a plane, that part of it nearest to the horizon, being seen only through the thick air, will alter and break its natural color, and will appear whiter than over your head, where the visual ray does not pass through so much of that gross air, corrupted by earthy vapors. But if you turn towards the east, the air will be darker the nearer it approaches the earth, for the air being thicker, does not admit the light of the sun to pass so freely. Chapter CCCVI/How to paint the distant part of a landscape. It is evident that the air is in some parts thicker and grosser than in others, particularly that nearest to the earth, and as it rises higher, it becomes thinner and more transparent. The objects which are high and large, from which you are at some distance, will be less apparent in the lower parts, because the visual ray which perceives them passes through a long space of dense air, and it is easy to prove that the upper parts are seen by a line, which, though on the side of the eye it originates in a thick air, nevertheless, as it ascends to the highest summit of its object, terminates in an air much thinner than that of the lower parts. And for that reason, the more that line or visual ray advances from the eye, it becomes, in its progress from one point to another, thinner and thinner, passing from a pure air into another which is purer. So that a painter who has mountains to represent in a landscape ought to observe that from one hill to another, the tops will appear always clearer than the bases. In proportion as the distance from one to another is greater, the top will be clearer, and the higher they are, the more they will show their variety of form and color. Chapter CC6 of Precise and Confused Objects. The parts that are near in the foreground should be finished in a bold, determined manner, but those in the distance must be unfinished and confused in their outlines. Chapter CCCX/ of distant objects. That part of any object which is nearest to the luminary from which it receives the light will be the lightest. The representation of an object in every degree of distance loses degrees of its strength. That is, in proportion as the object is more remote from the eye, it will be less perceivable through the air in its representation. Chapter CCCXI/ of buildings seen in a thick air. That part of a building seen through a thick air will appear less distinct than another part seen through a thinner air. Therefore the eye, N, looking at the tower D, will see it more confusedly in the lower degrees, but at the same time lighter. And as it ascends to the other degrees, it will appear more distinct, but somewhat darker. Chapter CCCZ/ of towns and other objects seen through a thick air. Buildings or towns seen through a fog or the air made thick by smoke or other vapors will appear less distinct the lower they are, and vice versa, they will be sharper and more visible in proportion as they are higher. We have said, in Chapter 321, that the air is thicker the lower it is and thinner as it is higher. It is demonstrated also by the cut, where the tower, a F, is seen by the eye N, in a thick air from B to F, which is divided into 4 degrees, growing thicker as they are nearer the bottom. The less the quantity of air interposed between the eye and its object is, the less also will the color of the object participate of the color of that air. It follows that the greater the quantity of the air interposed between the eye and the object seen is, the more this object will participate of the color of the air. It is demonstrated thus, N being the eye looking at the 5 parts of the tower a F viz. A B, C, D, E, I say that if the air were of the same thickness, there would be the same proportion between the color of the air at the bottom of the tower and the color of the air that the same tower has at the place B, as there is in length between the line M and F, as however, we have supposed that the air is not of equal thickness. But on the contrary, thicker as it is lower, it follows that the proportion by which the air tinges the different elevations of the tower BCF exceeds the proportion of the lines. Because the line MF, besides its being longer than the line SB, passes by unequal degrees through a quality of air which is unequal in thickness. Chapter CCCZI/ of the inferior extremities of distant objects. The inferior or lower extremities of distant objects are not so apparent as the upper extremities. This is observable in mountains and hills, the tops of which detach from the sides of other mountains behind. We see the tops of these more determined and distinctly than their bases, because the upper extremities are darker, being less encompassed by thick air, which always remains in the lower regions, and makes them appear dim and confused. It is the same with trees, buildings, and other objects high up. From this effect, it often happens that a high tower, seen at a great distance, will appear broad at top and narrow at bottom, because the thin air towards the top does not prevent the angles on the sides and other different parts of the tower from being seen, as the thick air does at bottom. This is demonstrated by the seventh proposition, which says that the thick air interposed between the eye and the sun is lighter below than above, and where the air is whitish, it confuses the dark objects more than if such air were bluish or thinner, as it is higher up. The battlements of a fortress have the spaces between equal to the breadth of the battlement, and yet the space will appear wider. At a great distance, the battlements will appear very much diminished, and being removed still farther, will disappear entirely, and the fort show only the straight wall, as if there were no battlements. Chapter CCC / which parts of objects disappear first by being removed farther from the eye, and which preserve their appearance. The smallest parts are those which, by being removed, lose their appearance first. This may be observed in the gloss upon spherical bodies or columns and the slender parts of animals. As in a stag, the first sight of which does not discover its legs and horns so soon as its body, which, being broader, will be perceived from a greater distance. But the parts which disappear the very first are the lines which describe the members and terminate the surface and shape of bodies. Chapter CCCXV / why objects are less distinguished in proportion as they are farther removed from the eye. This happens because the smallest parts are lost first. The second, in point of size, are also lost at a somewhat greater distance, and so on successively. The parts by degrees melting away, the perception of the object is diminished, and at last all the parts, and the whole, are entirely lost to the sight. Colors also disappear on account of the density of the air interposed between the eye and the object. Chapter CCCXVI / why faces appear dark at a distance. It is evident that the similitude of all objects placed before us, large as well as small, is perceptible to our senses through the iris of the eye. If through so small an entrance the immensity of the sky and of the earth is admitted, the faces of men, which are scarcely anything in comparison of such large objects, being still diminished by the distance, will occupy so little of the eye that they become almost imperceptible. Besides, having to pass through a dark medium from the surface to the retina in the inside, where the impression is made, the color of faces, not being very strong, and rendered still more obscure by the darkness of the tube, when arrived at the focus appears dark. No other reason can be given on that point, except that the speck in the middle of the apple of the eye is black, and, being full of a transparent fluid like air, performs the same office as a hole in a board, which on looking into it appears black, and that those things which are seen through both a light and dark air become confused and obscure. Chapter CCCXV / of towns and other buildings seen through a fog in the morning or evening. Buildings seen afar off in the morning or in the evening, when there is a fog or thick air, show only those parts distinctly which are enlightened by the sun towards the horizon, and the parts of those buildings which are not turned towards the sun remain confused and almost of the color of the fog. Chapter CCCXVI / of the height of buildings seen in a fog. Of a building near the eye, the top parts will appear more confused than the bottom, because there is more fog between the eye and the top than at the base. And a square tower, seen at a great distance through a fog, will appear narrower at the base than at the summit. This is accounted for in Chapter 313, which says that the fog will appear whiter and thicker as it approaches the ground, and as it is said before, that a dark object will appear smaller in proportion as it is placed on a whiter ground. Therefore, the fog being whiter at bottom than at top, it follows that the tower, being darkish, will appear narrower at the base than at the summit. Chapter CCC6 / why objects which are high appear darker at a distance than those which are low, though the fog be uniform and of equal thickness. Amongst objects situated in a fog, thick air, vapor, smoke, or at a distance, the highest will be the most distinctly seen, and amongst objects equal in height, that placed in the darkest fog will be most confused and dark. As it happens to the eye H, looking at a BC, 3 towers of equal height, it sees the top C as low as R in 2 degrees of thickness, and the top B in 1 degree only. Therefore the top C will appear darker than the top of the tower B. Chapter CCCXX of objects seen in a fog. Objects seen through a fog will appear larger than they are in reality, because the aerial perspective does not agree with the linear, viz. The color does not agree with the magnitude of the object, such a fog being similar to the thickness of air interposed between the eye and the horizon in fine weather. But in this case the fog is near the eye, and though the object be also near, it makes it appear as if it were as far off as the horizon, where a great tower would appear no bigger than a man placed near the eye. Chapter CCCXXI / of those objects which the eyes perceive through a mist or thick air. The nearer the air is to water or to the ground, the thicker it becomes. It is proved by the 19th proposition of the second book that bodies rise in proportion to their weight, and it follows that a light body will rise higher than another which is heavy. Chapter CCCXI / miscellaneous observations. Of different objects equal in magnitude, form, shade, and distance from the eye, those will appear the smaller that are placed on the lighter ground. This is exemplified by observing the sun when seen behind a tree without leaves. All the ramifications seen against that great light are so diminished that they remain almost invisible. The same may be observed of a pole placed between the sun and the eye. Parallel bodies placed upright and seen through a fog will appear larger at top than at bottom. This is proved by the 9th proposition, which says that a fog or thick air, penetrated by the rays of the sun, will appear whiter the lower they are. Things seen afar off will appear out of proportion, because the parts which are the lightest will send their image with stronger rays than the parts which are darkest. I have seen a woman dressed in black, with a white veil over her head, which appeared twice as large as her shoulders covered with black. Miscellaneous observations. Landscape / chapter CCCXZI / of objects seen at a distance. Any dark object will appear lighter when removed to some distance from the eye. It follows, by the contrary reason, that a dark object will appear still darker when brought nearer to the eye. Therefore, the inferior parts of any object whatever, placed in thick air, will appear farther from the eye at the bottom than at the top. For that reason, the lower parts of a mountain appear farther off than its top, which is in reality the farthest. Chapter CCCXIV / of a town seen through a thick air. The eye which, looking downwards, sees a town immersed in very thick air will perceive the top of the buildings darker, but more distinct than the bottom. The tops detach against a light ground because they are seen against the low and thick air which is beyond them. This is a consequence of what has been explained in the preceding chapter. Chapter CCCXXV / how to draw a landscape. Contrive that the trees in your landscape be half in shadow and half in the light. It is better to represent them as when the sun is veiled with thin clouds, because in that case the trees receive a general light from the sky and are darkest in those parts which are nearest to the earth. Chapter CCCXXVI / of the green of the country. Of the greens seen in the country, that of trees and other plants will appear darker than that of fields and meadows, though they may happen to be of the same quality. Chapter CCCXXVI / what greens will appear most of a bluish cast. Those greens will appear to approach nearest to blue which are of the darkest shade when remote. This is proved by the 7th proposition, which says that blue is composed of black and white seen at a great distance. Chapter CCCXXVI / the color of the sea from different aspects. When the sea is a little ruffled, it has no sameness of color, for whoever looks at it from the shore will see it of a dark color in a greater degree as it approaches towards the horizon, and will perceive also certain lights moving slowly on the surface like a flock of sheep. Whoever looks at the sea from on board a ship, at a distance from the land, sees it blue. Near the shore it appears darkish, on account of the color of the earth reflected by the water, as in a looking-glass. But at sea, the azure of the air is reflected to the eye by the waves in the same manner. Chapter CCCX6 / why the same prospect appears larger at some times than at others. Objects in the country appear sometimes larger and sometimes smaller than they actually are, from the circumstance of the air interposed between the eye and the horizon, happening to be either thicker or thinner than usual. Of two horizons equally distant from the eye, that which is seen through the thicker air will appear farther removed. and the other will seem nearer, being seen through a thinner air. Objects of unequal size, but equally distant, will appear equal if the air which is between them and the eye be of proportionable inequality of thickness, viz., if the thickest air be interposed between the eye and the smallest of the objects. This is proved by the perspective of colors, which is so deceitful that a mountain which would appear small by the compasses will seem larger than a small hill near the eye, as a finger placed near the eye will cover a large mountain far off. Chapter CCCXXX/ of smoke. Smoke is more transparent, though darker towards the extremities of its waves than in the middle. It moves in a more oblique direction, in proportion to the force of the wind, which impels it. Different kinds of smoke vary in color, as the causes that produce them are various. Smoke never produces determined shadows, and the extremities are lost as they recede from their primary cause. Objects behind it are less apparent in proportion to the thickness of the smoke. It is whiter nearer its origin and bluer towards its termination. Fire appears darker, the more smoke there is interposed between it and the eye. Where smoke is farther distant, the objects are less confused by it. It encumbers and dims all the landscape like a fog. Smoke is seen to issue from different places, with flames at the origin and the most dense part of it. The tops of mountains will be more seen than the lower parts, as in a fog. Chapter CCCXXXI/ in what part smoke is lightest. Smoke which is seen between the sun and the eye will be lighter and more transparent than any other in the landscape. The same is observed of dust and of fog, while, if you place yourself between the sun and those objects, they will appear dark. Chapter CCCXXI/ of the sunbeams passing through the openings of clouds. The sunbeams, which penetrate the openings interposed between clouds of various density and form, illuminate all the places over which they pass, and tinge with their own color all the dark places that are behind, which dark places are only seen in the intervals between the rays. Chapter CCCXXZI/ of the beginning of rain. When the rain begins to fall, it tarnishes and darkens the air, giving it a dull color, but receives still on one side a faint light from the sun, and is shaded on the other side, as we observe in clouds, till at last it darkens also the earth, depriving it entirely of the light of the sun. Objects seen through the rain appear confused and of undetermined shape, but those which are near will be more distinct. It is observable that on the side where the rain is shaded, objects will be more clearly distinguished than where it receives the light, because on the shady side they lose only their principal lights, whilst on the other they lose both their lights and shadows, the lights mixing with the light part of the rain, and the shadows are also considerably weakened by it. Chapter CCCXXIV/ the seasons are to be observed. In autumn you will represent the objects according as it is more or less advanced. At the beginning of it, the leaves of the oldest branches only begin to fade, more or less, however, according as the plant is situated in a fertile or barren country, and do not imitate those who represent trees of every kind, though at equal distance, with the same quality of green. Endeavor to vary the color of meadows, stones, trunks of trees, and all other objects, as much as possible, for nature abounds in variety ad infinitum. Chapter CCCXXXV/ the difference of climates to be observed. Near the seashore and in southern parts, you will be careful not to represent the winter season by the appearance of trees and fields, as you would do in places more inland and in northern countries, except when these are covered with evergreens, which shoot afresh all the year round. Chapter CCCXXXVI/ of dust. Dust becomes lighter the higher it rises, and appears darker the less it is raised, when it is seen between the eye and the sun. Chapter CCCXXXVI/ how to represent the wind. In representing the effect of the wind, besides the bending of trees and leaves twisting the wrong side upwards, you will also express the small dust whirling upwards till it mixes in a confused manner with the air. Chapter CCCXXXVI/ of a wilderness. Those trees and shrubs which are by their nature more loaded with small branches ought to be touched smartly in the shadows, but those which have larger foliage will cause broader shadows. Chapter CCCXXVI/ of the horizon seen in the water. By the sixth proposition, the horizon will be seen in the water as in a looking glass, on that side which is opposite the eye. And if the painter has to represent a spot covered with water, let him remember that the color of it cannot be either lighter or darker than that of the neighboring objects. Chapter CCCXL / of the shadow of bridges on the surface of the water. The shadows of bridges can never be seen on the surface of the water, unless it should have lost its transparent and reflecting quality and become troubled and muddy. Because clear water being polished and smooth on its surface, the image of the bridge is formed in it as in a looking glass, and reflected in all the points situated between the eye and the bridge at equal angles, and even the air is seen under the arches. These circumstances cannot happen when the water is muddy, because it does not reflect the objects any longer, but receives the shadow of the bridge in the same manner as a dusty road would receive it. Chapter CCCXLI / how a painter ought to put in practice the perspective of colors. To put in practice that perspective which teaches the alteration, the lessening, and even the entire loss of the very essence of colors, you must take some points in the country at the distance of about 65 yards from each other, as trees, men, or some other remarkable objects. In regard to the first tree, you will take a glass, and having fixed that well and also your eye, draw upon it with the greatest accuracy the tree you see through it. Then put it a little on one side, and compare it closely with the natural one and color it, so that in shape and color it may resemble the original, and that by shutting one eye they may both appear painted, and at the same distance. The same rule may be applied to the second and third tree at the distance you have fixed. These studies will be very useful if managed with judgment, where they may be wanted in the offscape of a picture. I have observed that the second tree is less by 4/5 than the first, at the distance of 13 yards. Chapter CCCXLA / various precepts in painting. The superficies of any opic body participates of the color of the transparent medium interposed between the eye and such body, in a greater or less degree, in proportion to the density of such medium and the space it occupies. The outlines of opic bodies will be less apparent in proportion, as those bodies are farther distant from the eye. That part of the opic body will be the most shaded, or lightest, which is nearest to the body that shades it, or gives it light. The surface of any opic body participates more or less of the color of that body which gives it light, in proportion as the latter is more or less remote, or more or less strong. Objects seen between lights and shadows will appear to have greater relievo than those which are placed wholly in the light, or wholly in shadow. When you give strength and precision to objects seen at a great distance, they will appear as if they were very near. Endeavor that your imitation be such as to give a just idea of distances. If the object in nature appear confused in the outlines, let the same be observed in your picture. The outlines of distant objects appear undetermined and confused for two reasons. The first is that they come to the eye by so small an angle, and are therefore so much diminished, that they strike the sight no more than small objects do, which though near can hardly be distinguished, such as the nails of the fingers, insects, and other similar things. The second is that between the eye and the distant objects there is so much air interposed that it becomes thick, and like a veil tinges the shadows with its own whiteness, and turns them from a dark color to another between black and white, such as azure. Although, by reason of the great distance, the appearance of many things is lost, yet those things which receive the light from the sun will be more discernible, while the rest remain enveloped in confused shadows. And because the air is thicker near the ground, the things which are lower will appear confused, and vice versa. When the sun tinges the clouds on the horizon with red, those objects which, on account of their distance, appear bluish will participate of that redness, and will produce a mixture between the azure and red, which renders the prospect lively and pleasant. All the opic bodies which receive that light will appear distinct, and of a reddish color, and the air, being transparent, will be impregnated with it, and appear of the color of lilies. The air which is between the earth and the sun when it rises or sets will always dim the objects it surrounds, more than the air anywhere else, because it is whiter. It is not necessary to mark strongly the outlines of any object which is placed upon another. It ought to detach of itself. If the outline or extremity of a white and curved surface terminate upon another white body, it will have a shade at that extremity, darker than any part of the light. But if against a dark object, such outline or extremity will be lighter than any part of the light. Those objects which are most different in color will appear the most detached from each other. Those parts of objects which first disappear in the distance are extremities similar in color, and ending one upon the other, as the extremities of an oak tree upon another oak similar to it. The next to disappear at a greater distance are objects of mixed colors, when they terminate one upon the other, as trees, plowed fields, walls, heaps of rubbish, or of stones. The last extremities of bodies that vanish are those which, being light, terminate upon a dark ground, or being dark upon a light ground. Of objects situated above the eye, at equal heights, the farthest removed from the eye will appear the lowest, and if situated below the eye, the nearest to it will appear the lowest. The parallel lines situated sidewise will concur to one point. Those objects which are near a river or a lake, in the distant part of a landscape, are less apparent and distinct than those that are remote from them. Of bodies of equal density, those that are nearest to the eye will appear thinnest, and the most remote thickest. A large eyeball will see objects larger than a small one. The experiment may be made by looking at any of the celestial bodies through a pinhole, which being capable of admitting but a portion of its light, it seems to diminish and lose of its size in the same proportion as the pinhole is smaller than the usual apparent size of the object. A thick air interposed between the eye and any object will render the outlines of such object undetermined and confused, and make it appear of a larger size than it is in reality, because the linear perspective does not diminish the angle which conveys the object to the eye. The aerial perspective carries it farther off, so that the one removes it from the eye, while the other preserves its magnitude. When the sun is in the west, the vapors of the earth fall down again and thicken the air, so that objects not enlightened by the sun remain dark and confused, but those which receive its light will be tinged yellow and red, according to the sun's appearance on the horizon. Again, those that receive its light are very distinct, particularly public buildings and houses in towns and villages, because their shadows are dark, and it seems as if those parts which are plainly seen were coming out of confused and undetermined foundations, because at that time everything is of one and the same color, except what is enlightened by the sun. Any object receiving the light from the sun receives also the general light, so that two kinds of shadows are produced. The darkest of the two is that which happens to have its central line directed towards the center of the sun. The central lines of the primitive and secondary lights are the same as the central lines of the primitive and secondary shadows. The setting sun is a beautiful and magnificent object when it tinges with its color all the great buildings of towns, villages, and the top of high trees in the country. All below is confused and almost lost in a tender and general mass, for being only enlightened by the air, the difference between the shadows and the lights is small, and for that reason it is not much detached. But those that are high are touched by the rays of the sun, and, as was said before, are tinged with its color. The painter therefore ought to take the same color with which he has painted the sun, and employ it in all those parts of his work which receive its light. It also happens very often that a cloud will appear dark without receiving any shadow from a separate cloud, according to the situation of the eye, because it will see only the shady part of the one, while it sees both the enlightened and shady parts of the other. Of two objects at equal height, that which is the farthest off will appear the lowest. Observe the first cloud in the cut. Though it is lower than the second, it appears as if it were higher. This is demonstrated by the section of the pyramidical rays of the low cloud at MA, and the second, which is higher, at NM, below MA. This happens also when, on account of the rays of the setting or rising sun, a dark cloud appears higher than another which is light. Chapter CCCX / the brilliancy of a landscape. The vivacity and brightness of colors in a landscape will never bear any comparison with a landscape in nature when illumined by the sun, unless the picture be placed so as to receive the same light from the sun itself. Miscellaneous observations. Chapter CCCX / why a painted object does not appear so far distant as a real one, though they be conveyed to the eye by equal angles. If a house be painted on the panel BC at the apparent distance of 1 mile, and by the side of it a real one be perceived at the true distance of 1 mile also, which objects are so disposed that the panel or picture a C intersects the pyramidical rays with the same opening of angles. Yet these two objects will never appear of the same size, nor at the same distance, if seen with both eyes. Chapter CCCXLV / How to draw a figure standing upon its feet to appear 40 brachia high in a space of 20 brachia with proportionate members. In this, as in any other case, the painter is not to mind what kind of surface he has to work upon, particularly if his painting is to be seen from a determined point, such as a window or any other opening, because the eye is not to attend to the evenness or roughness of the wall, but only to what is to be represented as beyond that wall, such as a landscape or anything else. Nevertheless, a curved surface, such as FRG, would be the best, because it has no angles. Chapter CCCXLVI / How to draw a figure 24 brachia high upon a wall 12 brachia high. Plate Roman 22. Draw upon part of the wall MN, half the figure you mean to represent, and the other half upon the cove above MR, but before that, it will be necessary to draw upon a flat board or a paper the profile of the wall and cove of the same shape and dimension as that upon which you are to paint. Then draw also the profile of your figure, of whatever size you please, by the side of it. Draw all the lines to the point F, and where they intersect the profile MR, you will have the dimensions of your figure as they ought to be drawn upon the real spot. You will find that on the straight part of the wall MN, it will come of its proper form, because the going off perpendicularly will diminish it naturally. But that part which comes upon the curve will be diminished upon your drawing. The whole must be traced afterwards upon the real spot, which is similar to M, and this is a good and safe method. Illustration, page 196, chap. 346, plate 22. London, published by J. Taylor High Holborn. Chapter CCCXLVIA / Y on measuring a face and then painting it of the same size, it will appear larger than the natural one. A B is the breadth of the space, or of the head, and it is placed on the paper at the distance CF, where the cheeks are, and it would have to stand back all a C, and then the temples would be carried to the distance OR of the lines a FBF. So that there is the difference CO and RD, it follows that the line CF and the line DF, in order to become shorter, have to go and find the paper where the whole height is drawn, that is to say, the lines FA and FB, where the true size is. And so it makes the difference, as I have said, of CO and R500. Chapter CCCXLVI / Why the most perfect imitation of nature will not appear to have the same relief as nature itself. If nature is seen with two eyes, it will be impossible to imitate it upon a picture so as to appear with the same relief, though the lines, the lights, shades, and color be perfectly imitated. It is proved thus. Let the eyes a B, look at the object C, with the concurrence of both the central visual rays a C and BC, I say, that the sides of the visual angles, which contain these central rays, will see the space GD. Behind the object C, the eye will see all the space FD, and the eye B all the space GE, therefore the two eyes will see behind the object C all the space FE. For which reason that object C becomes as it were transparent, according to the definition of transparent bodies, behind which nothing is hidden. This cannot happen if an object were seen with one eye only, provided it be larger than the eye. From all that has been said, we may conclude that a painted object, occupying all the space it has behind, leaves no possible way to see any part of the ground, which it covers entirely by its own circumference. Chapter CCCX / Universality of Painting, a precept. A painter cannot be said to aim at universality in the art, unless he love equally every species of that art. For instance, if he delight only in landscape, his can be esteemed only as a simple investigation, and, as our friend Botticello remarks, is but a vain study, since, by throwing a sponge impregnated with various colors against a wall, it leaves some spots upon it which may appear like a landscape. It is true also that a variety of compositions may be seen in such spots, according to the disposition of mind with which they are considered, such as heads of men, various animals, battles, rocky scenes, seas, clouds, woods, and the like. It may be compared to the sound of bells, which may seem to say whatever we choose to imagine. In the same manner also, those spots may furnish hints for compositions, though they do not teach us how to finish any particular part, and the imitators of them are but sorry landscape painters. Chapter CCCL / In what manner the mirror is the true master of painters. When you wish to know if your picture be like the object you mean to represent, have a flat looking glass, and place it so as to reflect the object you have imitated, and compare carefully the original with the copy. You see upon a flat mirror the representation of things which appear real. Painting is the same. They are both in even superficies, and both give the idea of something beyond their superficies. Since you are persuaded that the looking-glass, by means of lines and shades, gives you the representation of things as if they were real. You being in possession of colors, which in their different lights and shades are stronger than those of the looking-glass, may certainly, if you employ the rules with judgment, give to your picture the same appearance of nature as you admire in the looking-glass. Or rather, your picture will be like nature itself seen in a large looking-glass. This looking-glass, being your master, will show you the lights and shades of any object whatever. Amongst your colors, there are some lighter than the lightest part of your model, and also some darker than the strongest shades, from which it follows that you ought to represent nature as seen in your looking-glass, when you look at it with one eye only, because both eyes surround the objects too much, particularly when they are small. Chapter CC Cly / Which painting is to be esteemed the best. That painting is the most commendable which has the greatest conformity to what is meant to be imitated. This kind of comparison will often put to shame a certain description of painters who pretend they can mend the works of nature. As they do, for instance, when they pretend to represent a child 12 months old, giving him 8 heads in height, when nature in its best proportion admits but 5. The breadth of the shoulders also, which is equal to the head, they make double, giving to a child a year old the proportions of a man of 30. They have so often practiced, and seen others practice these errors, that they have converted them into habit, which has taken so deep a root in their corrupted judgment, that they persuade themselves that nature and her imitators are wrong in not following their own practice. Chapter CC Clay / Of the judgment to be made of a painter's work. The first thing to be considered is whether the figures have their proper relief, according to their respective situations, and the light they are in, that the shadows be not the same at the extremities of the groups as in the middle, because being surrounded by shadows or shaded only on one side produce very different effects. The groups in the middle are surrounded by shadows from the other figures, which are between them and the light. Those which are at the extremities have the shadows only on one side and receive the light on the other. The strongest and smartest touches of shadows are to be in the interstice between the figures of the principal group, where the light cannot penetrate. Secondly, that by the order and disposition of the figures, they appear to be accommodated to the subject, and the true representation of the history in question. Thirdly, that the figures appear alive to the occasion which brought them together, with expressions suited to their attitudes. Chapter CC / How to make an imaginary animal appear natural. It is evident that it will be impossible to invent any animal without giving it members, and these members must individually resemble those of some known animal. If you wish, therefore, to make a chimera or imaginary animal appear natural, let us suppose a serpent. Take the head of a mastiff, the eyes of a cat, the ears of a porcupine, the mouth of a hare, the brows of a lion, the temples of an old cock, and the neck of a sea tortoise. Chapter CC Clive / Painters are not to imitate one another. One painter ought never to imitate the manner of any other, because in that case he cannot be called the child of nature, but the grandchild. It is always best to have recourse to nature, which is replete with such abundance of objects, than to the productions of other masters, who learnt everything from her. Chapter CCCLV / How to judge of one's own work. It is an acknowledged fact that we perceive errors in the works of others more readily than in our own. A painter, therefore, ought to be well instructed in perspective and acquire a perfect knowledge of the dimensions of the human body. He should also be a good architect, at least as far as concerns the outward shape of buildings, with their different parts, and where he is deficient, he ought not to neglect taking drawings from nature. It will be well also to have a looking-glass by him, when he paints, to look often at his work in it, which being seen the contrary way, will appear as the work of another hand, and will better show his faults. It will be useful also to quit his work often, and take some relaxation, that his judgment may be clearer at his return. For too great application and sitting still is sometimes the cause of many gross errors. Chapter CCCLVI / of correcting errors which you discover. Remember that when, by the exercise of your own judgment or the observation of others, you discover any errors in your work, you immediately set about correcting them, lest, in exposing your works to the public, you expose your defects also. Admit not any self-excuse, by persuading yourself that you shall retrieve your character, and that by some succeeding work you shall make amends for your shameful negligence. For your work does not perish as soon as it is out of your hands, like the sound of music, but remains a standing monument of your ignorance. If you excuse yourself by saying that you have not time for the study necessary to form a great painter, having to struggle against necessity, you yourself are only to blame. For the study of what is excellent is food both for mind and body. How many philosophers, born to great riches, have given them away, that they might not be retarded in their pursuits. Chapter CCCLVIA / the best place for looking at a picture. Let us suppose that a B is the picture, receiving the light from D. I say that whoever is placed between C and E will see the picture very badly, particularly if it be painted in oil or varnished, because it will shine and will appear almost of the nature of a looking-glass. For these reasons, the nearer you go towards C, the less you will be able to see, because of the light from the window upon the picture, sending its reflection to that point. But if you place yourself between ED, you may conveniently see the picture, and the more so as you draw nearer to the point D, because that place is less liable to be struck by the reflected rays. Chapter CCCLVI / of judgment. There is nothing more apt to deceive us than our own judgment, in deciding on our own works, and we should derive more advantage from having our faults pointed out by our enemies, than by hearing the opinions of our friends, because they are too much like ourselves, and may deceive us as much as our own judgment. Chapter CC clicks / of employment anxiously wished for by painters. And you, painter, who are desirous of great practice, understand that if you do not rest it on the good foundation of nature, you will labor with little honor and less profit. And if you do it on a good ground, your works will be many and good, to your great honor and advantage. Chapter CCCLX / advice to painters. A painter ought to study universal nature, and reason much within himself on all he sees, making use of the most excellent parts that compose the species of every object before him. His mind will by this method be like a mirror, reflecting truly every object placed before it, and become, as it were, a second nature. Chapter CCCLXI / of statuary. To execute a figure in marble, you must first make a model of it in clay or plaster, and when it is finished, place it in a square case, equally capable of receiving the block of marble intended to be shaped like it. Have some peg-like sticks to pass through holes made in the sides and all round the case. Push them in till every one touches the model, marking what remains of the sticks outwards with ink, and making a countermark to every stick in its hole, so that you may at pleasure replace them again. Then, having taken out the model and placed the block of marble in its stead, take so much out of it, till all the pegs go in at the same holes to the marks you had made. To facilitate the work, contrive your frame so that every part of it, separately or all together, may be lifted up, except the bottom, which must remain under the marble. By this method you may chop it off with great facility. Chapter CCCLZA / on the measurement and division of statues into parts. Divide the head into 12 parts, each part into 12 degrees, each degree into 12 minutes, and these minutes into seconds. Chapter CCCLZI / a precept for the painter. The painter who entertains no doubt of his own ability will attain very little. When the work succeeds beyond the judgment, the artist acquires nothing. But when the judgment is superior to the work, he never ceases improving, if the love of gain do not retard his progress. Chapter CCCLZIV / on the judgment of painters. When the work is equal to the knowledge and judgment of the painter, it is a bad sign, And when it surpasses the judgment, it is still worse, as is the case with those who wonder at having succeeded so well. But when the judgment surpasses the work, it is a perfectly good sign, and the young painter who possesses that rare disposition will, no doubt, arrive at great perfection. He will produce few works, but they will be such as to fix the admiration of every beholder. Chapter CCCLXV / that a man ought not to trust to himself, but ought to consult nature. Whoever flatters himself that he can retain in his memory all the effects of nature is deceived, for our memory is not so capacious. Therefore consult nature for everything. The end,